Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was chosen by the death. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the vast expanse of nothingness and boredom, eons before time knew how to tell what time it is, preluding the age of creations and much further before the age of gods and then the age of men. Life and death continued their ageless existence, occasionally engaging in these whimsical conversations. They had been around since before everything was something, before something was nothing, and way before light and darkness even thought about playing hide and seek. Life was the yapper of the two, with a penchant for melodramatic complaints, while death, well, death was just lazy. Or, by his own definition, content with the monotony of their existence. Dear brother, I'm absolutely, devastatingly bored, life bemoaned in an exaggeratingly dramatic fashion, as if the emptiness of space was the most tedious thing in the universe. Can't you do something about this existential ennui? I can feel Brokon looming, and I really don't want to go there. Life figured that by annoying death, it would keep herself from fading into oblivion out of sheer boredom. It was a risky game, but it beat staring at the void forever. You're being stupid again. Death would say to her, for life was being stupid. Life wasn't sure if they were truly siblings, but they certainly shared the same cosmic address, the void. Philosophers in some distant future would call them two sides of the same coin, but these two couldn't care less about such profound thoughts. Life was here for fun, and so far, space has been about as much fun as watching paint dry. Or rather, watching nothing do nothing. Other than the many times she prattled about her inane wonders about creating things. One thing they did agree on, though, was that space was incredibly empty and depressingly boring. Imagine a pitch-black room that had no edges. That was space. Boring, boring space. But one day, a peculiar thought rattled life's consciousness. Why haven't you created anything? Anything at all? Why don't you? Death responded with an apathetic shrug, a masterclass in cosmic laziness. Can I? Have you ever tried? Why would I? What are you here for? I ask myself the same question every moment we are together. Ah, how sweet, life giggled, completely missing the sarcasm. That was not a compliment, Death replied dryly. He wondered if this whole creation business was a terrible mistake. But hey, it promised to be entertaining. Life, ever the curious one, leaned in with wide cosmic eyes. But how do I create, brother? Do I just say, let there be light, or And then there was light. Life was flabbergasted by her newfound power, which wasn't exactly newfound because she'd had it since the dawn of, well, whatever this was. Her obliviousness to her own cosmic abilities was both endearing and irritating. Death raised his non-existent eyebrow to convey his mild surprise, not by the fact that a new aspect of creation had just been born, but by his sister's sheer cluelessness. This was going to be a wild ride, and he had a front-row seat. But so what? This should be an amusing watch. Once life discovered her power, things spiraled out of control faster than a rogue comet. Her smile lit up the void like 1,000 supernovas, sending splashes of colors dancing across the inky canvas of space. Floating rocks sprang into existence, which promptly collided with each other, birthing even more rocks and, of course, bigger ones. Rocks, rocks, and more rocks. It was a cosmic game of celestial billiards, and life was racking up the points. Death had never seen life so elated, so vibrant that several more supernovas erupted from her sheer joy, making the void resemble a Jackson Pollock painting. The once empty expanse was now littered with pebbles, like a cosmic rock garden. And who else would have to clean up this mess other than death? As humans evolved and stumbled upon the evidence of the Big Bang, they'd soon engage in heated debates about the shape of their planet. Some of them insisted it was a flat disk, which, quite frankly, was a profound disappointment to both life and death. However, the invention of such silly conspiracy theories was still a few billion years away in the future. Thankfully, cosmic beings didn't have to deal with flat Earth debates just yet. With another cosmic sigh that echoed through the emptiness of the void, Death begrudgingly began organizing the chaotic mess that was life's impulsive creation spree. He muttered to himself, wondering why he ever agreed to this whole creation thing in the first place. The reason couldn't be any simpler. Death wanted a happy life. Unlike his hyperactive sister, he was content to watch from the sidelines. He had no interest in shaping nothing into something, turning atoms into molecules, molecules into gases, liquids, stars, planets, and moons, basically, creating the entire universe and its cosmic shenanigans that now occupied the edge of the enormous black sandbox called the Void. Life took her sweet time, throwing together bits and pieces over a few millennia here and there until she finally managed to piece together a living, habitable planet teeming with vibrant life. Neither she nor death paid any mind to that pesky thing called time. Time, after all, had no business bossing them around. It was life's boundless creativity that called the shots. And through all those eons, death played the role of a silent spectator, content to see the radiant smile on his sister's face as she wove the very fabric of existence. Aside from these siblings, of course. Yahweh, she had named her first living creation. A radiant creature blessed with a pair of pure white feathered wings and sporting an impressive long white beard that almost touched his waist. He was a radiant being, adorned with a pair of pure white feathered wings and an impressive long white beard that nearly touched his waist. Little did Yahweh know that his beard would become the gold standard for wizards, a must-have accessory for the wise, or a revelation for those who hadn't yet discovered the joys of razors, or couldn't afford them. What's with the beard? Is it necessary to make him look this elderly? Shut up. It's cool. Makes him look wise and benevolent and stuff. Life defended her creative choices. I want to poke him. What? He'll die. I'm poking him. No. Life slapped the back of Death's hand, metaphorically speaking, of course, since neither of these primordial beings had taken physical form yet. She had a mean slap. At that moment, not even Yahweh, in all his divine wisdom, realized the existence of these two primordial siblings. Nor did he have any inkling that his life had nearly met a premature end, saved only by life's intervention to stop death from bullying her very first sentient creation. Life dove into her newfound hobby of naming things with gusto. Yahweh was her very first, and then came a deluge of others. Ra, Isis, Osiris, Dio, Zeus, Odin, Seth, Izanagi, and the list went on and on. She was on a naming spree, an unstoppable force of nomenclature. Eventually, like an overwhelmed parent, Life got tired of coming up with names for these self-proclaimed gods. So, she bestowed upon them the divine ability to procreate and name things themselves. Death did not comment on this. He had pretty much expected it to happen sooner or later. What's in a name, after all? Well, for gods, apparently quite a bit. The so-called gods remained blissfully unaware of the odd cosmic couple, two beings whose influence vastly overshadowed their own. And so the universe continued to unfold, with life crafting worlds and beings with the fervor of an overzealous artist, death watching with detached curiosity, and Yahweh and company blissfully ignorant of the backstage chaos orchestrated by two primordial troublemakers. It seemed like everything was going swimmingly. Life and death had found something to watch and spend their endless time on after life's hard work and death's idle supervision, a small price to pay for cosmic entertainment, or so he would say. My job here is done, Death declared. But you didn't do anything. Exactly. At one point, Life decided to give these newly created deities the blessings to create life on their own. Chaos, it turned out, was about to get even more chaotic. But first it got better. The first deity to step up to the creative plate was the original old man with the magnificent beard, Yahweh. He went on a creative rampage, spawning angels, fishes, birds, mammals, and even crafting a massive garden complete with rivers, a forbidden tree of life, and another forbidden tree of knowledge. Oh, and he also decided to try his hand at making the very first creature that would later be known as human. Meet Carl. Carl was, well, failure. He lived a tragically short life, died almost instantly because he had no literal heart, and was promptly forgotten. Yahweh, choosing to exercise his divine right to forget about the whole Carl debacle, never spoke of it again. Pretending Carl had never existed, Yahweh tried his hand at creating another human. This time, he apparently realized that humans needed bones and a heart to function properly, so he created Adam. This human was far more successful, and just as life had done to Yahweh, he made Adam his naming slave. But in a twist of cosmic irony, Yahweh also decided to give Adam a woman to assist him. Unlike life, who didn't even give him a wife. Life's a bitch. Life couldn't help but interject, "Hey, that's rude. Who are you talking to, sister? Is it your psychosis?" Death quipped, "Psycho what? Never you mind." Back to Yahweh and his first humans, things took a turn for the weird as the two of them went on to give birth to 2 sons, who had no other women around. As more and more offspring were bred and the concept of inbreeding became a disconcertingly common occurrence, to the point life nearly confused a sandwich to a person born as a result of 7 lineages of interfamilial incest, life started to develop questions regarding her created gods, because they were far more kinkier than she wanted them to be. "They have problems," Death stated plainly as he observed a Nordic god named Loki giving birth to an 8-legged spider horse. And that wasn't even the strangest thing happening in the divine realm. By the void. But why a horse? It's not weird for them, okay? They're gods. They do those kinds of things. Quit looking at me like that. They're creeping me out. You're also freaked out. We're weirded out, sister. Are you sure they're not abominations? If not, they certainly are turning into one. They're never perfect. Life exclaimed in her defense, her radiant fingers of pure light fidgeting nervously. "You're the one who made them imperfect." Life twiddled her majestic fingers, suddenly embarrassed. "Because I want to be special, okay? You are special." In another term, "Hey, that's just rude." Meanwhile, the other gods and goddesses, lacking originality, decided to borrow Yahweh's idea of creating humans, considering that the concepts of patent and copyrights were not yet discovered in the cosmos. They went ahead and made their own humans, who in turn worshipped them devotedly. These deities placed their human creations on the same planet, in various realms such as Valhalla, the land of the dead, the realm of the dead, and Australia. That's straight-out plagiarism, you know. Well, Yahweh didn't seem to mind, life reasoned. You made him far too nice. It's his personality. He's meant to be nice and kind. Death snorted. Why should it matter? Fine. But those gods of yours are narcissists and you know it. Life pouted. Well, can't argue with that. At least not all of them are vain. You can have them make an altar for you if you show yourself. You are their creator or the sort, Death suggested. The idea repulsed Life. You know. Getting praised makes me embarrassed. It's like being caught in cosmic stage fright. Death would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. And you call yourself a god? You always make fun of me. You're my only reliable source of entertainment. What else am I to do? Go stargazing? I dunno, make your own stuff? Create your own existential crisis? Nothing I make can ever hope to replace you, sister. Believe me, I tried knitting once, and the universe didn't take to it. Life couldn't understand how Death could always find the words to make her stop being mad at him. You're saying I'm irreplaceable? For now. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? During a peaceful era when gods were practicing niceness like it was the latest divine fashion trend, everything was absurdly nice. A gentle breeze of harmony wafted through the divine realm, and even the deity of the ducks quacked their approval. However, the winds of change began to billow when the gods started to taste the sweet nectar of supremacy over one another. A competition for dominance, a test of their mettle, and maybe even a celestial bake-off competition soon became all the rage. Power became their insatiable need. Domination became an unquenchable thirst. Ambition twisted their intentions into something wicked. The first conflict emerged as the first step toward a dark end, a nihilistic end for the age of the gods, and even the ducks shook their heads in disbelief. At that very moment, Life muttered to herself, "Crap." But it was at that moment that Death did something rather unexpected. He smiled. For the first time, he felt that elusive something he'd been missing all these eons, pandemonium. A chaotic break from the long-lasting peace. While Life reveled in tranquility, death found a sprinkle of chaos to be downright cathartic. As the gods clashed and chaos erupted, blood flowed like cosmic punch at a frat party. Even their siblings and offspring weren't spared from their celestial cage match. Lands were ravaged, realms shattered, and the celestial realm resembled a really rowdy cosmic tavern brawl. Fortunately, the gods had the decency not to drag their puny human creations into the fray, although the ducks might have had a different opinion about the whole affair. But even as death relished the bedlam, he knew deep down that his enjoyment was of little consequence. What truly mattered to him, as it always had and always would, was his sister. Nonsensical as she was, life had a heart softer and more fragile than the fluffiest clouds in the cosmos. Her very first tears had shattered her heart, and that moment ignited a fire within death. He realized one thing. He was capable of anger. And he was furious. With the force of hurricanes and the fury of 1,000 supernovas, death descended to their plane of existence, crashing their divine brawl like a cosmic wrecking ball. The gods, who had romanticized their spat as the first conflict, were about to learn a lesson in divine discipline. Where life had given them blessings, death bestowed upon them a curse, an end to their immortality. And thus, the gods became lowercase gods, and cosmic chaos found its equilibrium once more, or at least until the next divine feud over who got the last celestial slice of pizza. Death, with his black cloak billowing like a maelstrom and the hood casting an abyssal shadow over his face, introduced the concept of death to the power-hungry and short-sighted gods during their power trip. He taught them how fear could be an iron grip on the heart. His presence was an ominous specter, a dark harbinger of the unknown. With crescent blades gleaming with the promise of finality, he brought an end to their godly existence with each swing. Death showed them the very definition of tranquil fury, sowing unholy terror without the need to utter a single word. It was a masterclass in divine dread. Death hadn't started the first conflict, but he sure as the cosmic custodian ended it all by himself. His first godly kill was followed by a grim parade of nearly godly genocide, a deicide of epic proportions. The cosmic battlefield turned into a graveyard as the gods fell one by one. Yet, death cared little about their fate. Life, however, cared deeply. She always did. She mourned for the souls lost in that single battle, shedding a tear for every wasted life. Each one was a missed opportunity, a chance to transcend the divine into something greater. But life did not point fingers or place blame on her brother, who had taken lives mercilessly. She blamed herself for causing her brother to act without mercy. For all the beauty and wonder she had created, she couldn't bear the weight of the evil her creations had brought into existence. Death couldn't understand why. These beings were born from nothing and would return to nothing. From nothing to nothing. Why should they matter to her this much? Then again, he didn't create anything. He wasn't a creator. Nothing was his masterpiece. Unlike life, death did not sow, he simply reaped. Most times as genially as possible, like a touch of a lifelong lover, so comforting and so right. Sometimes a tornado that struck without warning, quick yet deadly effective. And on the rare occasion he was like a needle, a little sting, a swift end, no fuss. Ultimately, death's actions or inactions depended on the gods' personalities. Horrible personalities often met horrible ends, like cosmic justice with a dark sense of humor. It took life centuries to let go of the sorrow that had consumed her. The depth of her grief had been boundless, and even life, in all her radiant splendor, was not immune to post-traumatic stress disorder. She never was the same since the first conflict. Turns out, even primordials have their own emotional baggage. During those years when life was lost in mourning, Death made a solemn oath to himself. For the sake of his sister, there would never be another conflict. Whenever the gods became too ambitious, their egos inflated like celestial balloons, he'd snuff out their plans, preventing their ambitions from becoming actions. He'd be the sinister reminder to humble a god, as the cosmic equivalent of a "Stay Humble" bumper sticker on a sports chariot. Because even in the vast cosmic expanse, some lessons had to be taught the hard way, with a dash of divine irony and a pinch of post-deific trauma. And what better way to humble these haughty gods than to turn to the most unexpected and seemingly weakest creation of all, humans? Death, always one for cosmic irony, decided to teach the divine beings a lesson in humility by choosing the most unlikely candidate among humanity. Enter Issei, a young man known for his perverted deeds and an insatiable love for the female form. His notoriety among the gods was less than divine, but that was precisely the point. Of course, Death had to twist a few celestial arms to make this happen, notably those of Yahweh, who had grand plans for the boy involving something called a sacred gear and the soul of a dragon. But Death, with his knack for divine manipulation, made sure his own plans would overshadow the divine competition. Drag, the dragon whose soul was supposed to find a home within the boy, was the first to be benched. His proud personality simply didn't align with the easily distracted human boy Death had chosen. So, the sacred gear was unceremoniously moved elsewhere, making room for a dragon cursed with Death's gift. The stage was set for a cosmic comedy, where Death intended to guide this easily distracted human to become his enforcer, the slayer of gods, their executioner if needed. Life was, needless to say, pretty upset with Death when she learned he had meddled with Yahweh's divine blueprints. The cosmic equivalent of the silent treatment followed. However, Death, being the master of diplomacy, knew exactly how to earn her forgiveness, a few well-timed headpats and a cosmic bouquet of stardust roses, and the siblings were back on speaking terms, proving that even primordials have their quirks and their methods of making up after a squabble. But from near death to near success, Issei died. Yuma killed him. Or Rainer. Both. His death had a rather complicated backstory involving his ex-girlfriend. In the grand scheme, the details of your demise aren't that important. What truly matters when you're dead, after all? His ex-girlfriend tricked and killed him for some bullshit reasons involving something inside him that wasn't in his pants. She claimed he had the potential to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Issei didn't even know what was on the other half of it. Heck, he had flunked his geology test just days ago. The idea of him being a planetary menace was utterly preposterous. He never expected that his death day would be the result of a murderous first date. Not by a crazed Yandra girlfriend, mind you, but by a fallen angel, who, as it turned out, was exceptionally unhinged. Of course, his death day would be the day he discovered the existence of these nifty supernatural stuff. Spears made purely from light? How badass was that? And sexy girls with wings. Issei had wished for a good old-fashioned truck ice guy scenario for ages, not realizing that he didn't need it after all. Alas, he wouldn't be around to experience this brave new world. But he did find solace in one thing. At least he got to see more than just her cleavage. Her scanty fallen angel get-up left little to the imagination, providing ample views of her side boobs, under boobs, and many other sides of her boobs that defied the laws of gravity. To Issei, it was enough to meet the end with remarkably little regrets. Dying felt empty. Felt about as exciting as reading a particularly dry instruction manual. It was like dining on plain white rice, bland, uneventful, and lacking any kind of zing. His senses were still intact, but there wasn't much to sense. It was as if he had been dropped into a room of utter darkness, and he floated aimlessly within it. His feet weren't touching anything, and there was no sound, smell, or tactile sensation to speak of. He couldn't even see himself, but he could wiggle his limbs around. It was an odd sensation, to say the least. The silence was deafening, and his mind started to conjure up eerie tricks. Little did he know that his soul had taken residence in the enigmatic limbo, a realm that existed somewhere between existence and non-existence. It wasn't heaven or hell, too dark for the former and far too quiet for the latter. It was a place that defied easy categorization, a cosmic waiting room. Issei had no clue how much time had passed or how long he would remain here, but the prospect of an eternity in this desolate void was starting to sound utterly terrifying. It was the cosmic waiting room, and Issei had no idea how long he had been here or how long he would be here, and eternity sounded terrifying. However, no paradisiacal visions of scantily clad, well-endowed women greeted him. There were number 72 virgins either. Just a plain, boring expanse of endless blackness that seemed impervious to any light source, including Issei's puzzled expressions. Issei came to the profound conclusion that death, in all its infinite wisdom, truly sucked. "You take that back," a voice suddenly thundered, cutting through the oppressive silence. "Whoa, what?" Issei looked around frantically, or at least he thought he did, but it was hard to tell in this sea of nothingness. He was certain he had heard a man's voice, rough, deep, echoey, and with a bass so profound it could make your heart do the cha-cha. But there was an odd hollowness to it, as if the voice had taken a detour through a particularly lengthy tube. "How do you do?" Issei Hayadu greeted the enigmatic being who emerged from the blackness, as if stepping through a curtain of thick black smoke. This entity was grand and enormous, like a dragon but much bigger than anything Issei had ever seen in movies. Hey, that rhymed. And it is a dragon. A huge one, in fact. So ridiculously huge. But what truly floored Issei was the sheer size of the dragon. It was so immense that Issei had the fleeting thought that its arm alone could comfortably house an entire football stadium. The dragon's scales were jagged and skeletal, cloaked in a shade of black that almost matched the inky void surrounding them, yet they had a strange, polished purple sheen that made them stand out against the darkness. Wisps of purplish smoke enveloped its near-skeletal form, and its two eyes glowed with an eerie, dark purple light that pierced through the smoky shroud. Issei's jaw dropped. Likely in the most literal sense because he couldn't feel his jaw. Dragons were undeniably cool, but encountering one in the middle of an existential crisis wasn't exactly on his bucket list. "Calm down. People die when they are killed, but you can't die while you're still dead," the dragon reassured, its massive form looming overhead like an overzealous storm cloud. He sounded far more chill than your average world-ending mythical creature. "WHWH what is this? Am I dreaming? What kind of a dream is this?" Issei babbled, trying to make sense of his bizarre situation. "If this is a dream, then at least it isn't a nightmare," the dragon replied with surprising nonchalance, given the circumstances. It was as if discussing dreams and dragons in the same breath was an everyday occurrence for it. The void dragon paused. Issei held his breath, waiting for the name drop. Death paused. Naming things had never been his strong suit, and he suddenly realized that giving this devourer a name was a weighty responsibility. He could have asked his sister for suggestions, but he knew she'd come up with something absurd like Arnold, Dio, or Cypher. Names that would sound more fitting for a misfit in a fantasy role-playing game than a devourer that roamed the void. The awkward silence stretched on, and Issei's curiosity grew unbearable. "You are?" he prompted, eager to end the suspense. "Balthazar. Pardon the wait." Death realized naming was difficult. He hadn't realized that naming things could be as challenging as trying to assemble planets without atoms. "I'm a dragon, as you can see. Wayfarer of the void, a place similar to the one you are right now. Harbinger of the end, destroyer of worlds, the winged death. And others? And others?" Issei inquired, his skepticism growing alongside his curiosity. It wasn't every day you met a dragon with an impressive resume that included destroyer of worlds. "I just made those up, but we'll earn other titles, I'm sure. Your world loves handing out epithets that roll nicely on the tongue," Balthazar reasoned. "Balthazar the Dreaded, for example, to all who will learn my name through you." "What do you mean? Titles? Dreaded? Are you part of the baddies?" Issei's skepticism was practically doing gymnastics at this point. Balthazar let out an exaggerated sigh, as if preparing to spin an epic yarn. He launched into a fanciful tale about sacred gears and Longinus, God's gifts, and his own supposedly unique and never-before-seen or heard of Longinus. Most of it was an elaborate fabrication, a grandiose work of fiction that would make even the most imaginative novelist green with envy. "So, simply put, you are Death's chosen," Balthazar summarized with a dramatic flourish, as if unveiling a shocking plot twist in a fantasy novel. Hold on?" Issei stammered, his mind doing somersaults to keep up. "Death's chosen?" Balthazar nodded sagely, playing along with the theatricality of it all. "It's a long story, But just know that I am death's creation, just as you are God's creation. Death isn't God of death. No, just death. Issei thought for a moment. This was getting crazier by the second. Death like the idea? No, just death. That explanation didn't clarify much, but Issei decided to go with the flow. He doubted he had the mental capacity, even in death, to fully process this kind of thing. And I'm his chosen? You were handpicked to carry my soul. You should be grateful to him. You're his first ever chosen. Whoa, death handpicked me. And to not die. I thought death picks people to die? I recommend you don't try to guess the will of the gods. They never make much sense anyway and will only hurt your head, Balthazar advised, his massive draconic form looming like an otherworldly oracle. I guess I'll just accept it for now. Yes. I can answer questions later. But I'm dead. Issei wasn't a smart boy by the standard definition. His grades were average, but he was a quick learner. Some teachers say that had he tried, he could get straight 80s. Does this mean I get a second chance in my life? Yes and no. Issei's spirit slumped, and it wasn't just a metaphorical slump. He could feel himself drooping like a deflated balloon. You will have your second chance, and no, as it won't be just your life. Your life is mine as well, Hayadu Issei. Should you die, I too shall perish. So it's within our best interest for you not to die. Not exactly the pep talk Issei was hoping for, but the prospect of having a dragon as his life coach did offer some consolation. Really? Awesome. Issei nodded approvingly. Having a literal dragon and a giant one guiding his life? He couldn't ask for better. This was like those, mostly, trashy wish fulfillment isekai manga he read, but better, and he didn't need to get hit by a truck. There's a catch, is there? Why, of course. Everything has a catch. Balthazar grinned, showcasing a mouthful of white fangs and razor-sharp teeth. Issei involuntarily flinched, wondering if his spectral companion had just auditioned for a cosmic horror movie. Becoming my vessel is among them. Worry not, I'll guide you through everything when the time comes, and even get you laid. You son of a... Issei held himself back. Say no more, I'm in. Balthazar paused for a moment, his immense dragon form radiating a sense of profound contemplation. What? I appreciate your simple-mindedness. Applauded even. More were like you. I'm not sure, frankly. The world could be a horrible place for women. Hey now, that hurts? A small jest. No harm intended. Well, that's cool. I would high-five you if I could right now, but what will happen to me? Balthazar chuckled deeply. He was death's first creation, and he had seen it all. But there was something endearing about the sheer curiosity and willingness of the living, even in the face of the unknown. You'll have choices. 2 imposing doorways materialized behind him, and as Issei turned to look, they swung open on their own, revealing a blinding light that gradually dimmed. Where do they go? Issei asked cautiously. Doors mostly stay in their place. For a second, Issei thought Balthazar was saying something profound, until he realized the dragon was being sarcastic. Issei scratched his head, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. So, what's behind door number 1? Balthazar shrugged, or at least, he tried to in his massive dragon form. Heaven, hell, a tropical beach, or maybe just a really good barbecue joint. Who knows? Just open it. So open the 2 doors he did. To Issei's left, he could see the park where he had met his untimely end, frozen in time, with his fateful killers still in the frame. On his right, a familiar sight greeted him, his own bedroom. The digital clock on his bedside table read 6:04, just half an hour before his daily alarm would rudely interrupt his slumber. Walk through the door on the right, and you'll wake up in the morning. Everything that has happened will be nullified. You'll retain your memories and remember everything up to this point. Choose that, and you'll restart your day. Issei's mind raced with possibilities. Wait, you can do that? Not me. Death can? Issei was genuinely impressed. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Can I do that too? Or can death do it again in the future? Oh, this is a one-time offer. Issei's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Oh, but what if I die again? I mean, not to doubt you or anything, but shit happens, you know. The bad things happen. It's fine. Mutter your curse words, I don't care, Balthazar said, surprising Issei, who had expected a dragon to be more uptight about profanity. The future is never certain until it becomes the present, but let's not worry about the future too much, shall we? It's the present that's important. Sorry, that was kinda deep, dude. You'll find that wisdom can come from the most unexpected places, Balthazar chuckled. The door on your left will lead you straight back to the very moment you died. At the precise moment that fallen angel speared you. Won't I just die again then? I have a hole in my chest. Balthazar gazed upon him solemnly, as if rethinking his life choices. I understand this may sound to be an insurmountable task I am asking you, but try not to be a complete idiot. Why would I send you back to your death? Issei winced at the logic, realizing he might have overthought things. You won't die, Balthazar reassured him. You will feel pain, that's unavoidable, but death won't be on the menu. I'll keep you safe and lend you a hand. How you want to deal with the rest is entirely up to you. Consider me your ever-present advisor. Issei stared at the door leading to the park, where the fallen angel with the sinister smile awaited. Amano Yuma? No, Reina. His first girlfriend, his first love, even if it was all a sham. His feelings had been genuine, and the pain of betrayal cut deep. Have a favor. Balsa, Baltozo. It appears my name is quite the tongue-twister for you. Death pondered briefly. Maybe he should have considered the boy's potential difficulty with non-Japanese names. It didn't matter. The boy would get the hang of it. Issei mulled for a bit. What about Raz? Is Raz all right? That works for you? Sounds pretty good to me. A violet puff of smoke billowed from Balthazar's massive nostrils as he considered the suggestion. Raz, you say? Very well. Sure. We'll go with that. Awesome. You're surprisingly easygoing for a dragon. No offense, of course. I always thought dragons were supposed to be, fiery and angry, like in video games and movies. Even if you're fucking gigantic, man. I mean, holy hell. You calling me fat? Issei squirmed. That wasn't. Relax, boy. I was kidding, Balthazar chuckled, a deep rumble echoing through the entire limbo. And what? You expect dragons to be excessively haughty? Prideful? He then let loose of purple flames from the sides of his maw, surprising Issei as it split the darkness. That's the problem for this world's dragons. Not necessarily limited to dragons either. Listen closely, boy, anything with power struggles with humility, whether it's money, raw strength, intellect, or, in your case, me. You can aim for all the women in the world you want, but do not, and I cannot stress this enough, do not be ignorant. Remain grounded at all times even when you've reached the very top. That's why gravity exists. Okay, I swear I'll try. I don't think I like bragging anyway, unless it's for a joke. Issei paled and nervously gulped, because Balthazar looked quite pissed. An angry dragon, up close, even in the afterlife, was not a calming sight to behold. Fortunately, Balthazar quickly calmed down. Don't just try, do it. Of course, I'll do my damn best. I don't have many things I can brag about anyway, Issei admitted, pondering his rather unique collections that he could only boast about to his two friends. Good. Balthazar grinned, his teeth gleaming in the void. So, what's this favor you're seeking? Oh right, you see Issei began to explain his request, and as Death listened, he couldn't help but feel that choosing this boy as his vessel was indeed the right call. Life through Issei's eyes promised to be exciting, daring, bold, and full of the unexpected. And, of course, it was bound to be filled with an ample amount of a woman's bosom. But please let me know if I did anything wrong, was the boy's humble wish. For this perverted and healthy young human male, all he wanted was to ensure he didn't mess things up with the woman who would eventually skewer him on their date. Issei entered the door and relived a day in his life as before, eagerly anticipating Balthazar's advice. Had he come on too strong? Not strong enough? Chosen the wrong restaurant? Maybe he simply wasn't good enough for her. But as the day played out once again, Balthazar remained silent, offering no guidance or reassurance. Issei felt a growing sense of unease as the date progressed, a lingering fear that he might once more fail to meet her expectations. And it ended precisely the same way, with the same 5-worded phrase. Will you die for me? Issei hadn't made any mistakes, and yet somehow, he still failed. Nothing had changed. It didn't matter how hard he tried, how much effort he put into making their time together special, it was all futile. No matter what he did or said, he couldn't change the tragic outcome that awaited him. Do you realize it now, boy? Balthazar's unmistakable voice echoed within his mind. Yeah. Issei thought somberly as a Mono Yuma transformed into Rainier. It was never your fault. Balthazar continued. I know. I'm sorry it ends this way. There are things you can't change, unfortunately, but your effort is noted. It's alright. I kinda expected this too, I just wanted to make sure, you know? But fucking hell man, this sucks. This sucks major ass. My chest hurts so much, and it doesn't even have holes in it yet. Issei emerged from the experience. With a newfound understanding of the cruel and unforgiving nature of the world he had been thrust into. He couldn't control the actions of others, no matter how much he wished he could. All he could do was face the challenges ahead with courage and determination, knowing that not everything would go his way. That single stubborn word of childish refusal echoed deep within him. This would not end that way again. Issei should be the one to determine his own story. Wea! Issei screamed at the top of his lungs, stopping Rainier from her mid-monologue and even surprising Balthazar, including Death who was watching. Rainier, still holding her buzzing light spear, raised an eyebrow, her expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance. What? Do you finally want to beg for your life? Not that it'll change my mind. But Issei had no intention of begging for mercy. Instead, he offered a humble dejiza, a profound Japanese gesture of apology or a deep desire for a favor. And with unwavering determination, he made a request that would forever alter the course of his fate, surprising not only Rainier but also Balthazar and Death themselves. His following request would forever haunt her. Let me feel your tits. Issei yelled with profound determination, his outburst echoing through the tense atmosphere of the otherwise empty park. Rainier was silent, utterly dumbfounded by Issei's unexpected request. Balthazar was quiet, his enormous dragon form unable to comprehend the situation. Even Death himself was stunned, a rare occurrence for the entity. Issei, still kneeling in dejiza, refused to look back up until he heard a response, fully aware that another light spear could pierce his head at any moment. Are you an idiot? Rainier finally managed to sputter out, her voice tinged with bewilderment. I'm going to kill you, you know? I know, and that's exactly why. Issei locked eyes with Rainier, his brown irises burning with determination and the fervent dreams of a youthful boy. Let me feel them. Just the tip. Don't you understand how painful it is to be so close to your body and yet so far? To know that I'll die without ever copping a feel of a woman's body. Let me experience it once. Just once. Before you try to kill me. Rainier was taken aback by Issei's passionate plea, her initial anger and murderous intent momentarily replaced by confusion and surprise. Why, you're literally the scum of the earth. I'd still kill you even without any other reason. Balthazar noticed something Issei failed to notice since he was focused on his begging. Rainier wavered. Her intent to kill him wasn't as strong anymore, and without realizing it, her light spear was starting to lose its malevolent energy. You tell her, boy. Balthazar encouraged Issei, his ethereal voice resonating within the boy's mind. Show her how passionate you are to your desires. Yeah, I will. Yes. I am scum, Issei declared boldly. So please, before you kill me, bless these hands of mine with thine flesh. Look at them. They're practically spilling over. He gestured toward Rainier's provocative attire, which left very little to the imagination. At least let me die knowing I've held the chest of a beautiful lady. Rainier hesitated, her expression caught between disbelief and annoyance. You really think sweet-talking will save you from your life? Issei, undeterred and standing firm in the face of his bizarre fate, invoked the power of his determination, rivaling the protagonist of those corny action manga where friendship could stop doomsday devices. I mean it. Issei shouted, channeling his inner motivational speaker. You're the hottest girl I've ever seen in my whole life. In fact, you're so hot I don't care if you kill me. Just let me feel them once. Keiku, why you, this is absurd. Rainier's resolve wavered, her hand trembling as she grappled with the sudden shift in her plans. She was ready to carry out her sinister mission, but here she was, engaged in a strange negotiation with a boy who had the audacity to ask for a unique farewell. Once again, Issei groveled. The tips of his brown hair scrubbed the sandy surface of the park's ground, and his forehead was level with it. Please, hear out this scummy boy's one wish. What else you got to lose, huh? And then the unthinkable happened. Issei dual fist pumped the stagnant air, his elation reaching absurdly high levels. It was a momentous achievement, a victory of unparalleled significance in the annals of his perverted life. Right up there with that one time he found an extra slice of pizza in the box when he thought they were all gone. Pure euphoria. Pure catharsis. Ha! You did it, boy! Issei's burning fortitude resonated even through Balthazar, the wayfarer of the void. The scion of the primeval death had been moved, and he roared a booming laughter. For once in death's very long life, a human managed to surprise him. In a good way. Needless to say, death was impressed. And with this, he knew for sure Issei wouldn't let him down and left Balthazar to guide this boy, for death had other matters to attend to than just observing the boy's journey on becoming his chosen, such as calming down his frustrated sister after witnessing such an act of degeneracy. But now came the most important moment, the moment he had been waiting throughout his life, from the time he built a replica of his ideal pair of tits at the sandpit when he was just 9 years old, from the time he first discovered the existence of porn magazines, from the time his friends showed him the joys of 18-plus eroge games, the time to fondle his first pair of real, actual, living, fleshy boobs. However, Issei was faced with another conflict. Where should he first grab? Issei held back his drool as he scrutinized the exquisite pair of mounds held in place by a tantalizingly thin black cloth. Being this close to a pair of breasts without getting a slap to the face was a first for him, and it marked an achievement he'd probably write in his memoirs someday. But right now, Issei was focused. The side? The upper side? Or the underboobs? By scientific theory, the underboobs should provide the most heavenly sensation because of gravity and the weight, but the firm sides can't be underestimated either. Rainier could feel his eyes practically caressing her, and even for a fallen angel with a heart as dark as hers, she couldn't help but feel a touch bashful. Just get on with it, she snapped, her patience fraying like an old shoelace. No, Issei exclaimed with unwavering determination, this is an important decision in my life that I mustn't take lightly. I have to choose wisely, or I'll regret it forever. Rainier whimpered, visibly taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. You even silenced her without my intervention. You surprised me, boy. Well done. I'd have ended her myself. I can hardly wait to see the future you'll shape. Shut up. I'm thinking. Bah. And then at last, divine enlightenment arrived. As his eyes traveled across her smooth plains, he detected a certain stiffness at a peculiar part of her black cloth. The nipples. They had hardened. Of course, how could he have been so perplexed when the answers were right under his nose? Literally. With a grin that could only be summoned when you're inches away from your life's most cherished moment, Issei locked onto his target, his hands primed and ready. It was a legendary moment in the making. The titillation. Of destiny, you might say. Hee, here I go. Fallen angel Rainier. Before his hands could land on their designated plumpy targets, Rainier moved away from him reflexively, and even adopting a defensive stance as her attention was torn away from him. Nuna, come back. Issei's hands hung in the air like a pair of defeated balloons. His grand titillation mission had been thwarted, not by the fallen angel but by the sudden appearance of the stunning Rias Gremory. Issei followed the stern warning voice and saw Rias Gremory, standing tall with her hands poised beneath her buxom chest. But alas, those voluptuous treasures were even further from his grasp than Rainier's. Regret began to gnaw at him. His hesitation cost him this. You have the nerve to try and kill a human within my territory? Ria's eyes narrowed, and a small, challenging smirk played on her lips. Need I remind you I do not take trespassers lightly? Rainier clicked her tongue in a villainous fashion, but her glare remained fixed on the boy before her. Was all of that a ruse of yours? Stalling my time? Distract me while you wait for the devil's help? Devils? What are you on about? I really was. Issei was silenced by Rainier's further response. You win this time. Hayadu Issei. The next time we meet you won't be as lucky. And who says there will be a next time? Rias readied a black ball of demonic energy within her palm. You and your fancy words. And Rainier proceeded to cast something that exploded like a flashbang, blinding the devil and the human. When their vision returned, Rainier had disappeared into thin air, leaving Issei in a state of despair. The opportunity to cop a feel of the forbidden fruits had slipped through his fingers like a bar of soap in a prison shower. Fate had played a cruel joke on him, granting him a momentary victory and then snatching it away, leaving him feeling like he'd been slapped by the hand of irony. She had vanished, and with her, the tits. An opportunity lost. A great loss to all Issei kind. How could fate be so heartless? Instead, he was left with empty hands and his life. It was so close. So close. It was right there. Right there. He could even see them hanging in the air. How could this happen to him? Whyy. Issei slumped to the ground, the agony of his missed opportunity weighing heavily on his soul. It was a feeling worse than heartbreak. It was the crushing realization that he had come so close to his goal, only to see it vanish right before his eyes. He wanted to cry, questioning the elusive nature of the female bosom. It was like trying to catch a butterfly with your bare hands, always fluttering just out of reach. Even Balthazar felt bad. You'll get them next time. Pal. They're gone, Ras. They were right there. And now they're gone. Hayuda Issei, right? Are you okay? With a single tear strolling down his cheek, Issei faced his senior and muttered weakly, No, senpai. I'm afraid I am not. Rias felt the strings of her heart tugged as she saw the face of the dejected boy, so dreary and tired. It was as if a giant hand had reached into her chest and squeezed her heart. A pang ebbed within her chest, giving birth to a desire to protect, prompting her to come to his aid. She approached him with a reassuring smile, completely unaware that the tears she was comforting were shed over a pair of breasts rather than a traumatic near-death experience. It's all right. Everything will be okay. Issei started to sob. He had lost a great opportunity in his life, all because of his indecisiveness. Rainier's breasticles. Gone. Thankfully not reduced to atoms, but still. They were gone. Far beyond his reach once again. And she even mistook all of that as an act, as if that wasn't bad enough already. Was fate playing with him? You're very upset, aren't you? It's okay. I understand it was scary, but it's over now, Hayada Issei. You can rest easy now. HM. It appears she has severely misunderstood the situation. Impressive, partner. Not only you've coaxed the fallen angel, you tricked even the devil. Do you really need my supervision? Issei continued to sob, his emotional turmoil having taken a toll on him. He felt exhausted both physically and mentally, and his vision began to darken around the edges. Hey. Hayadu. Get a hold of yourself. Alright, since you didn't get any rest after your death, your body will be quite exhausted. Don't worry, lad, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Nothing happened. Exactly. Nothing fucking happened. Issei sobbed louder even as his body slept within Ria's embrace. Little did the devil know she had just become a part of the misunderstanding of the century. As far as she was concerned, she was comforting a boy traumatized by a harrowing encounter with a fallen angel. In reality, Issei was mourning the loss of a once-in-a-lifetime chance to cop a feel. Misunderstandings, it seemed, were the order of the day. Life found herself in one of her frequent states of irritation, and she was determined to let her brother know. Brother! Life's ethereal form puckered up like a petulant toddler. This wasn't the first time she had pulled this face, much to Death's eternal annoyance. She had pulled the exact same pouty expression when she found out he had been bullying Yahweh. Granted, that had happened mere minutes ago on Earth, but the passage of time wasn't exactly their strong suit. Explain. Dear sister, if only you understood that I did it all for your sake. Well, partially for my own amusement as well, but mostly for you. To a certain extent. Life wasn't buying it. How does that make me feel better? Just look at that boy of yours. She pointed her translucent hand at a certain young lad reclining on his bed, his cheeks marred by the evidence of recently shed tears. He's a pervert. You're getting flustered just by saying a word? And you call yourself a god? I am. Life retorted, pouting even harder. Besides, what even defines a god anyway? Who came up with the term god in the first place? You did. Life's frank admission of her own blunder caused her to turn away, her ethereal form virtually radiating embarrassment. Death sometimes wondered if his sole purpose in existence was to deliver snide remarks to his occasionally dense sister. WBL, that's beside the point. How could you suddenly change the subject like that? I didn't. You're the one who got sidetracked. Death let out a sigh so deep and profound that it could put mortal sighs to shame, though it didn't have much competition in that department. After all, he was Death, and being green around the edges had its perks. Then explain why you picked him. Oh, out of all people in this world, out of all beings, why does it have to be him? Life's frustration was palpable, and she couldn't help but question her brother's curious choices. Death leaned in closer, his ethereal presence creating an uncomfortable chill in the void. I worry how quickly gods cast their judgment. His glowing blue eyes bore into her, and even as her brother, Death could be downright menacing when he wanted to be. Look at me and tell me your honest opinion. Is he a bad person? Life avoided his piercing gaze, her form shimmering like sunlight through leaves. Not really. But his perversion exceeds even some gods, you know? Nonsense. Gods and their perversions transcend his. You focus only on his one flaw. Didn't you say it yourself that your creations aren't perfect? He's their creation, sister. Can you expect the creation of the imperfect to be perfect? Life felt like she was being backed into a corner, and if there were walls in this void, her back would be firmly against them. Oh, but and aside from that one flaw, isn't he but an ordinary human? Death's voice remained steady, but his words carried weight. His mindset might be dedicated to the curves of a woman's body, but how is that any different from one whose life is dedicated to money? Is it something so bad that you must condemn him so? Life found herself grappling with her own judgments as her brother made his points. She was beginning to see that perhaps her perspective had been somewhat one-sided. That's Death continued his persuasive argument, undeterred by her stuttering protests. And more to that boy resorted to no violence in dealing with the one who had killed him. Unlike what the gods did, even though he could, not once did he use my gift to him. Isn't that an act worthy of praise? Why sure, but above all else, Death's presence loomed over her, casting an eternal shadow on her ethereal form. The way you acted should be the answer to your question as to why I chose him. He's a boy who not even the weakest of gods would even consider glancing at once. Almost all will look down upon him, as you yourself have proven. No one takes him seriously and sees him as a mere annoyance. The same exact reason why Yahweh blessed him to carry the soul of the Welsh dragon. Life's eyes welled up with tears, her initial frustration giving way to a deep sense of remorse. Wah? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Death couldn't help but enjoy the occasional bout of sibling banter. Bullying gods, including his own sister, brought him a certain sense of twisted satisfaction. But even he knew when he had gone a bit too far, perhaps crossing the line this time. As Life sniffled in a way that only a god could, Death extended his shadowy hand to pat her head gently. Life, despite her earlier indignation, had a soft spot for head pats, and Death exploited it shamelessly. There, Death cooed, attempting to sound comforting. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lash out at you like that. Brother, you big meanie. Death couldn't help but grin at her accusation. Yes, I am, he admitted without remorse. But tell me, sister, am I wrong in thinking that the gods need someone to keep them in check? Life, still sniffling a bit, had to concede that he had a point. However, she couldn't resist adding a final jab, albeit in a more playful tone. "You're stupid." "No, I'm deaf." But in the same empty void, Issei found himself wandering once more. At least this confirmed that he wasn't just dreaming, and everything that had happened, indeed happened. Am I in the void again? He pondered out loud, attempting to jump, which resulted in nothing but futile, mid-air flailing. Swimming proved equally ineffective. How could he tell if he was moving when there was absolutely nothing of note around? Nope, not the void this time. "You're experiencing a lucid dream," a voice he recognized all too well chimed in. It was Balthazar, the wayfarer of the void. This time, the dragon's entrance was just as dramatic, surging through a swirling curtain of dark smoke. Issei couldn't help but think that Balthazar relished these grand entrances, probably because they made him look cooler. And he was indeed cool. "I only bring you here when I feel the need to talk to you face to face." Issei's eyes lit up with anticipation. "So, if this is a dream, that means—" He paused dramatically, formulating a brilliant hypothesis. "I should be able to dream myself surrounded by a harem of hot girls, right?" In the blink of an eye, Issei's dream manifested his heart's deepest desires. With a puff of anime-esque white smoke, a bevy of beautiful women materialized. They were the epitome of allure, boasting curves and assets that most people could only dream of. In Issei's eyes, big tits and big hips were the ultimate manifestation of hotness. "Era Issei-kun," purred one of the dream girls, a near-perfect replica of Rainier, striking seductive poses that seemed plucked straight from an anime. She oozed irresistible charm. Issei squeed. Just as Issei's grin was about to transform into something decidedly more debauched, Balthazar, with a single swipe of his gigantic claws, erased the dream harem in one fell swoop. Issei, naturally, screamed in pure horror. "Jaiya dash. My hot girls. Why did you do that?" "Very uncool," he wailed, clinging to the remnants of his tantalizing dream. "Not again, so close yet so far." Balthazar, however, seemed unfazed by Issei's complaints and instead wore a knowing grin. "Listen, boy. While you can dream up as many scantily clad ladies of various races as you want in your dreams, I should warn you that it'll desensitize you to them." "Nanny! What are you talking about? That's impossible!" Issei exclaimed, his face paling at the thought. To him, few things were more terrifying than the idea of becoming immune to perversion, second only to the idea of losing his Issei Jr. "Oh, but it is," Balthazar replied sagely. "Let me put it in simpler terms for you. If you play the same game over and over again, day and night, won't you get bored of it eventually?" Issei slumped to the ground on all fours, the weight of the harsh reality crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. "Impossible. I can do it, but I can't even enjoy this gift?" The thought left him utterly crestfallen. A perversion of fate that not even Issei could have predicted. "With great power comes great responsibility," Balthazar sagely advised, his words carrying a weighty wisdom. "But fear not. The waiting is part of the thrill. Imagine the joy you'll feel when you finally grasp your goals, the immense sense of fulfillment that comes from achieving your lifelong ambition, instead of just dreaming about it." Issei, inspired by the dragon's words, rose to his feet with newfound determination. "You're right. You're absolutely right. With these hands, I will grab them." He clenched his fists for emphasis. "And next time, I'll be decisive." Good. Balthazar chuckled, his laughter resembling a rumbling volcano, deep, guttural, mildly unsettling, and utterly overwhelming. "That's the spirit, boy. Let your ambition fuel your resolution. But let's cut to the chase. Your life won't be the same." "Great. My life was boring anyway." "Perhaps you won't mind it now, but you might start to miss its normalcy," Balthazar cautioned. "I'll spare you the sermon for now, though. As Death's chosen, you'll inevitably attract attention, some of it unwanted. Gods might even pursue you like a boar, boy." Issei had the sense to pale at that notion. "Gods? Wait. How am I supposed to outrun a god?" "Ah, you're looking right at the answer. Don't forget that my soul is linked to yours, and I will grant you strength." But right now, your body is about as sturdy as a noodle. Your right arm, however, is a different story, and I will not ask why. Issei coughed, feeling a bit self-conscious. Well, I have been working it out, in my own way, you know? I didn't remember asking for the specifics, Balthazar sighed. Regardless, you will need to exercise if you ever wish to have a taste of death's gift. But to better motivate you, let me say this. Some goddesses cannot be won by power alone. That gained his full attention. Wait, you mean even goddesses can be? Convinced? Balthazar chuckled deeply, the sound reverberating through the void. It's not just goddesses, lad. Be it goddesses, mortal women, or even dragons. There are those who are drawn to power. Sometimes, if you defeat them in a battle or outsmart them, betting them might as well become your just reward. I'll train like I've never done before. Issei said with a dead serious kind of face. People might start to mistake him as a battlemong MC where in truth he was just trash. Trash he might be, but an honest pile of trash with burning ambition. Balthazar's laughter echoed through the void like thunder. This vessel is entertaining. I must say I really appreciate your straightforwardness. I truly do. In this world of backstabbers and liars, your fervor is like a breath of fresh air. Issei scratched the back of his head, blushing slightly. Well damn. I never thought a dragon would be so supportive of my silly dreams. Oh, your dreams are indeed silly, there's no denying that. Many would find you intolerable, but there's goodness in you, boy. Believe in yourself as I do. You might not be a saint, but you're far from the worst this world has to offer. Issei was momentarily stunned. Wow, I never thought I'd get a pep talk from a dragon. Balthazar grinned, his colossal form radiating warmth and reassurance. Consider me your trusty motivational dragon, then. Issei felt relieved. Joy at the knowledge of having someone or a dragon as dependable and supportive on his side. With Balthazar's encouragement, he felt like he could conquer mountains, or at least take on a few gods. All right. Issei hammered his palm with a fist. Raz-sen, I'll do my damn bestest. I'll be relying on you, so please guide this perverted bastard and help me fulfill my dreams. Gales of laughter erupted from Balthazar. Gah, of course, but I'll always be by your side, and don't forget, death is on your side as well. That's a bit unsettling, but let's do this. Issei jolted awake, his right fist raised high in the air, his heart racing, adrenaline coursing through his veins. His mind raced as he saw the time on his square digital clock. 8:40. School would start at 8:45. Fuck. It appears that you are bound to be late. Issei scowled at Balthazar's commentary. Thanks for that insightful observation, Captain Obvious. But, alas, Issei might be death's chosen, soul-bearer of Balthazar, the wayfarer of the void, but he was late and got penalized accordingly, to stand in the hall through the first lesson. Which, he realized, turned out to be a blessing in disguise since it was a PE session for the seniors. Free sightseeing was always appreciated. His leering eyes locked onto the dynamic duo of the school, Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. For the moment, his attention was squarely fixed on Rias, the drop-dead gorgeous redhead bombshell who looked absolutely stunning in her bloomers and white shirt. She was beautiful in a way that could make even a devil blush. Wait, wasn't she there yesterday? He thought aloud, staring at very specific parts of hers that jiggled as she moved. Actually, what happened after I passed out? I advise you to think instead of talking audibly. You'll come across as weird, and people might think you have brain damage. Alright, yeah. Issei corrected himself, while still eyeing Rias. For once he wasn't stripping her mentally this time. So what happened? She brought you back to your home. Devils utilize magic circles to do the brunt of their work. More to that later. Balthazar said as he noticed Issei had developed new questions. Your parents have no memories of it as she had modified it. And if my suspicion is right, only you and the supernaturals remember the time you had with that fallen angel from yesterday. The fallen angel must have wiped anyone's recollection of her time with you. Dang. That explains why I don't have our pictures anymore. Damn it. They were cute pictures too. Does this mean I can't brag to my friends either? Nope, Balthazar said. But that's not important. The devil has set her eyes on you, boy, and it seems she's aware that you're no longer an ordinary human. Issei pondered for a moment, working his brain, connecting the dots. Should I be worried? I mean, devils are devils. They are the baddies most of the time. Don't be so quick to judge. Balthazar mentally gave Issei a head slap. A devil is just like a human. It's a race. Not all humans are unable to do bad, as not all devils are unable to do good. Same goes for them. Not to say you shouldn't approach things carefully, however. Issei spent some more moments scrutinizing Ria's pair of twins. Devil or not, it didn't matter as long as they have great racks, was his conclusion. A conclusion Balthazar dismissed blasely. She will make an attempt to contact you, or even recruit you to her side. In fact, I'd be surprised if she doesn't. Recruit him? Issei's mind had already traveled far and wide beyond his seas of wild illusions. Having Rias as a master, staying close to her side, keeping her protected and getting rewarded by being smothered her bountiful chests sounded like a perfect life. Oh ho ho, I know what you are thinking. Which is why I ask you this, boy. Would you rather have her as your master, or as the one who serves you among others? Issei's mind stopped. Being served by Rias? Doing anything as he bid? As he wishes? Giving him lap dances while dressed in a belly dancer's outfit? Count me in on that. Balthazar had gotten used to it. He was a quick learner like his vessel. Gua. It's important to weigh choices before you make one, boy. It is your life to live ultimately, but know that whatever you pick, I will support you. Thanks. Damn man, you're like the best. Ever. No, boy, thank you. Balthazar laughed a few more seconds. He really enjoyed this. It was much better than just wandering in the void for threats that mostly never came. Last moderately exciting act he did was disciplining another dragon for bumping into his arm. He forgot the dragon's name, as Balthazar himself wasn't that great with remembering names. However, Balthazar vividly recalled the crimson color of that petite dragon's scales. Either way, he sent that paltry dragon back to his dimension. No dragons should wander around the void but him. Unless they had a death wish and wanted to become a meal for the eldritch horrors. Or the devourer himself. Regardless, the void dragon thanked Death immensely for granting him this opportunity, which Death gladly accepted. I'll leave the choices to you. Balthazar continued their brief discussion. There are other devils in this school as well. Seems to be their main base of operations for this city. None are particularly worrying in terms of their strength and capability, but you won't be able to fend yourself should they gang up on you all at once. But don't piss off the devils, noted? Issei nodded, wondering if he could defend himself when the time inevitably came. He never learned any arts or skills related to fighting or self-defense, but he supposed he could always learn. You told me there's more? Can you sense them? Will I be able to? Say what you will, but the desire to learn of this with black and white Balthazar. It freaked Issei out for a good 3 seconds until he realized this was what Balthazar meant. Lend me your eyes, boy. If this is kinda creepy, Issei said. How do I do that exactly? His hands. They looked normal and had all the colors unlike everything around him. Wicked. In that second, look at Rias' consumed the world. He did just as told. All of the colors were drained. To his surprise, Rias had red all over her black and white body. Crimson colored, just like her hair. It was like a red light that was faint, but noticeable still. The color Raz, Issei muttered, mesmerized by the dancing lights. What do they mean? Red indicates she's a devil. Demons share the same too, albeit with a darker hue. It might get a bit confusing to separate one to the other. Balthazar explained. Now find the other one. Finding the other one was easy when only her and Rias had colors. Wait, there were others too. His seniors. Was that Tsubaki? Wait, isn't that Himejima-senpai? Wait, why is her color kind of weird? Blue and red, two swirling lights that meshed together as the girl moved. I see, she's both a devil and a fallen angel. An odd mix, might I add. Kinda weird that the two hottest girls in the school aren't human. Like, what a coincidence. Don't look at me. Probably the will of their god or Satan. Balthazar shrugged. But if devils and fallen angels exist, angels should exist too, right? What about angels? What's their color? Neon white. Figures. You will see them clearer and even see through walls or underground as you grow accustomed. Right now, as you are untrained, this is all I can show you. Not a particularly useful ability when you're surrounded by them, but it's useful to tell apart one another, or to detect an unnatural being through your vision. This is so cool. Can you make it so that I can see through their clothes? Dawn. It was worth a shot. How do I turn it off? Think of it. Issei did, and the black and white vision returned to his normal, colorful one. Oh. Do I just think about it again to activate it? It activated. Holy hell. This is rad as hell. Balthazar smirked. New discoveries lead to excitement, one he had been thirsting for so long. But seeing others finding joy as they discover new things was quite wholesome. I'll let you play around for a while, so you can get the hang of it. But later on, you should be able to use it even without my help as you raised your, say, the strength of your soul. How do I do that? Do I just train? I've no idea how I can train my eyes though. Do I just look up and down? Training your body, hone your intelligence, sharpen your wisdom and instinct, anything that is beneficial to you will strengthen your soul. They make the core foundations, so to speak. Of course, this will mean you will be more noticeable to others. But by then I should be able to defend myself properly, right? Of course, if you train correctly, which I assure you, you will. Alright, I'll count on you on that. But, you serious? What's he doing with her? Was one of the boys' envious words as they could only stare at him with obvious jealousy and slight confusion. The jealousy part overwhelmed the other emotion greatly though. Issei responded with a true and smug grin, and an apt heh, to boot. Balthazar guessed correctly. After school, the Kuo devils made their first contact with him with someone he would never guess to be a devil. His own classmate, the school's alleged and proven kindest girl whose long pale golden hair even paled to her heart, someone who had never treated the most perverted of boys, namely Issei and his co-felons, fairly, without prejudice despite their heinous acts of perversion. The only girl in his class that would talk to him normally without being disgusted by the idea that she was talking to a perverse incarnate. You guessed it, Yumi Kiba. And just to check if she was a devil as well, Issei had used his vision earlier. Just like Rias, she had a bloody red outline on her body. I can see why Rias-senpai and Akino-senpai are devils. Rias simply had that strange air around her that he couldn't quite put, like she came from another world. Akino was simply too enchanting and provocatively arousing. But Yumi Kiba? She won't even hurt a fly. You'd be surprised, boy. He tried imagining Yumi in a scene, in which she was laughing sadistically with a whip on her hand. A girl with Yumi's kind face acting like a sadist was rather unnerving, but Issei sensed he might be into that kind of gap. I guess they're just that good at hiding since I got no idea who. So, what do I do now? Don't outright reject their advances, Balthazar advised. See what they are offering you first and then we'll make a decision from that point. You're not strong yet, so should you choose to serve them, they can grant you their safeguard for the time being while you amass your strength. But what about my lap dances? You dream big or nothing, Balthazar huffed, sniggering warmly. That may have to wait, but you'll never know. Mayhaps she is willing to grant you one once you gain her trust and heart. That idea perked him up and tickled his motivation in the right places. That doesn't sound too bad. Also, boy. Yeah. Don't get distracted by your own illusion or dreams. Make it happen. Hell yeah. As he walked side to side with Yumi Kiba, earning himself a questioning and several condescending looks from both the male and female student bodies, he marched with newfound spirit. To them, he said, "Screw you." From all the way from his classroom to the back entrance of the school, Issei held his chin up and his shit-eating grin as irritating as possible. That grin vanished once he realized he was going out of the main school building. Wait, where are we going? Senpai is waiting for you in the old school building, Hide-sen. Ayumi. Ever so polite. How could you possibly become a devil? What kind of dark, troubled past did you have? And now that we are clear from the public, how are you holding up? What do you mean? Yumi looked worried. It made his heart throb like the sucker he was. Senpai mentioned you fainted yesterday. Were you hurt? Not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Physically, at least. Having Rainier's twin puppies taken away before they were in his hands was still mentally traumatizing. It pained him just to remember that lost opportunities. Is that so? I'm glad. Issei's mind felt refreshed as Yumi smiled. How nice. The girl has a nice smile. Yeah. Issei thought swooned already. Nice racks too. You just had to point them out. Course. That's the duty of a man. An idiot who thinks with his junk rather than his brain more like. But you do you, boy. Onward to the old school building they entered. It was his first time being inside the old building, which didn't really look that old. Windows weren't cracked, the floor panes, although wooden, were well maintained and clean, free from specks or dust bunnies. The air itself felt like a cozy, rustic building, not the musty, old, abandoned kind of smell this sort of building would suggest. Did they use magic to keep stuff clean? Thought so. Having powers was certainly convenient. Imagine how much time he could waste if he didn't have to clean his room. Yumi led him past the classroom after classrooms, arriving at the rumored occult research club, a club shrouded with mysteries that left the normal students wondering whether or not only hot girls were allowed inside since the members happened to be hot. Girls or irresistibly cute. Please come in. As Yumi opened the door, Issei felt like he just entered a different building. Everything was so westernized, which was thematic with the building's design, but this was fancier than the normal clubroom in the current school building. The layout of the sofa, the bookshelves, the tables, and even the decorations was a far cry from a modern Japanese high school. Or a normal clubroom. He wondered how big the budget this club had. But what took his attention most was the little girl on the couch. On her hands was a white plate with a half-eaten cake. Kaneko-chan. Have a seat, please. The president will meet you soon, Yumi said, gesturing towards the seats. When their eyes met as he approached her, Issei got a bit nervous. She was small but cute nonetheless. Supposedly the mascot, or some sort of this exclusive club of hot ladies. Kaneko was the odd one out in more than two ways. Hey there, Issei started. How's it going? To which she replied with a small nod as she moved her cake slightly to her side as if to hide it from him. I'm not gonna ask for your cake, if that's what you're worried about. That was what Kaneko worried about. Thus, the girl continued to eat in peace. A very small trust was gained that day. As Issei took a seat across from the tiny girl, his head wandered through the room, glancing around and being awed and questioning how on earth everything looked so expensive and what kind of bribe did their parents give. Can this room still be considered a school? This whole room looks high-end. Aside from that magic sigil thingy over there. That one's freaky. I'm not in a cult, am I? They are devils. Of course they use magic circles. Balthazar scoffed. You best not chat with me at the moment. You look dumb. First impressions, boy, first impressions. Issei mentally nodded. Oh. I'm Issei, nice to meet you. Tuju Kaneko. The girl spared a quick bat of her eyes and a small nod before returning to her food. Not a talkative one. Issei could appreciate that. Sometimes, he wanted to be left alone too with his thoughts of assess and titties. The sound of a clicking door took his attention as Issei turned his head, just at the exact moment Rias Gremory stepped out from what appeared to be a bathroom. Steams were rolling out of it, but that wasn't the thing that mattered. Rias being wrapped only in a pink towel was the only thing that mattered. Naturally, his jaw dropped. His eyes remained bolted on her figure, ensuring every nook, every curve, the cleavage, her skin definition, all the important bits were recorded and stored in his memory for other usage. HM? You've arrived. Pardon me, Rias coolly said as she stepped towards a wardrobe, unbothered by his leering gaze. Yumi, can you help me out? Yes, senpai. And Yumi walked to her, taking another towel from the wardrobe and held it up as a makeshift curtain, hiding Rias from his sight. Dawn. It was good while it lasted. She knows you are ogling her and using it to raise her ability to bargain, crafty. As should be expected. Thieves. Balthazar hit him mentally. Don't walk too early into their hands, boy. Your decision here would either make or break your dreams. Arith, hiss. Lap dance? With that, Issei wiped his drool. Meanwhile, Kaneko had decided she didn't like this guy, as shown by her eyes now filled with disgust and slight disappointment. So the rumors were true. HM? What rumors? Nothing. And Kaneko said nothing else, avoiding his stare purposely. But that was not the end of the surprises. As soon as the bathroom door swung open, out stepped another devil, Akino Himejima. She wore a towel draped precariously over her neck, performing a high-wire act that could put any circus performer to shame. It covered just enough to leave Issei in agonizing anticipation. He silently prayed for a sudden gust of wind to come to his rescue. But that was not the end of the surprises. As soon after, another devil emerged from the steaming bathroom, Akino Himejima. She wore a towel draped precariously over her neck, dangling over her breasts, covering only mere portions and leaving much to be seen. It covered just enough to leave Issei in agonizing anticipation, and the boy silently prayed for a sudden gust of wind to come to his rescue. She wore black-laced panties that were certainly not on the school uniform checklist. Issei couldn't help but wonder if there was a secret lingerie Thursdays section in the student handbook that he'd somehow overlooked. Era? Hein, you came early, Akino purred in a voice as smooth as molten chocolate. He might come early all right. Naturally, Issei dropped his jaw. But this time, he stood up, clapped his hands, bowed 3 times and said in earnest, "Thank you very much for the feast. Today I have been blessed." Oh my, you Fofun, you're an honest one, aren't you? How cute, Akino cooed, emitting a vibe that screamed, "Wani." Himejima Akino, pleased to make your acquaintance? Yes, boobs, I mean ma'am. True to my feeling I am. Hi Issei, very much pleased to meet you. Akino tittered quaintly when her towel slipped and fell to the ground, revealing her delightful, perky nipples. Era, she gasped, quickly using her hands to hide her modesty. Oh dear, please excuse me. Issei couldn't believe his luck. It was as if the universe had decided to align the stars in his favor today. Although, one thing did bother him. Why wasn't she fully naked? Wait, no. Weird, normally I'd be gushing nosebleeds and passing out by now. Then the realization hit him like an overenthusiastic truckun preluding all Issei misadventures. No way. See, could this be? You guessed correctly. I've erased that cumbersome curse off you. Balthazar smugly explained. Holy shit, can't you ever be more awesome? Tis but the beginning. He had always wanted to try and say that line. I always wanted to say that line. Staring at a lady's bare chest without getting knocked out because of a sudden blood eruption from his nose? That must have been the greatest gift of all. An ability so overpowered that every harem protagonist must be rolling in their graves right now, bawling tears of envy. Why are you looking at your fist? Rias asked, now fully dressed in her school uniform as she had taken a seat next to Kaneko. Her tone was genuinely puzzled. Does something trouble you? Issei's gaze snapped back from his clenched fists to Rias. Huh. He blinked, momentarily lost in thought. Oh no. I was just so fist-pumpingly excited about being invited to this exclusive clubroom. Kaneko chimed in with her characteristic deadpan delivery. You're just happy you get to see Senpai's chest? Goddamn right I am, Issei declared proudly, as if he had just unlocked a prestigious achievement. He didn't care who knew it. He was a devoted pervert and a loyal follower of the god of tits and wine. Well, if such a deity existed, that is. There is none. Way to knock the wind out of my sails, bro. Better that than allow your delusions to steer you away. Leech, Kaneko casually tossed into the mix, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The rest of the group had their own reactions to Issei's unabashed enthusiasm. Yumi offered a sheepish smile, her cheeks lightly flushed in embarrassment, a cute and innocent response. Akino, on the other hand, was thoroughly amused, giggling as she busied herself preparing drinks. Rias, the responsible leader, appeared slightly troubled but made a concerted effort to understand. After all, Issei was a teenage boy. Rias launched into the discussion with a straightforward question. Let me begin our discussion with this. How do you feel, Hayudo Issei? Issei blinked, feeling a bit like he was undergoing a pop quiz on his emotional state. I feel fine, he replied matter-of-factly. It was the second time today someone had asked him if he was feeling okay, and he couldn't help but wonder if there was something he was supposed to feel. Besides the boner that was currently wilting since Rias had put her clothes back on, he felt pretty normal. Should I be worried? Am I expecting anything? I'm not gonna just drop dead all of a sudden, am I? Issei rambled, a hint of paranoia creeping in. The world would probably be a better place if you did, Kaneko muttered, her words laced with a sharp sting. Issei winced, her retort hitting a nerve. Alas, I am but a misunderstood pervert. Kaneko went on for the hook. There's nothing to be misunderstood about you, senpai. True. I am nothing if not a pervert, Issei proclaimed, wearing his perversion like a badge of honor. This only seemed to irk Kaneko further, as Issei's self-assured smile implied he thought he was pretty cool. Rias cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on track. She maintained her composed and dignified demeanor. To return to our discussion, it's a relief to know you're unharmed. You might be wondering why Rainier targeted you, correct? Issei played along, acting as if he didn't know jack shit, even though Balthazar had already spilled the beans. Rias went on to explain the situation, reiterating what he had already learned from the dragon. She also enlightened him about Kuo being her territory, along with another high-class devil. As Akino served tea, Issei expressed his gratitude and continued his mental conversation with Balthazar. He decided to inquire about the hierarchy of devils, which led to an intriguing revelation. What's the deal with this high-class and low-class thing? Balthazar's response was as detached as ever. Does the concept of segregating groups surprise you? It's not so different from human society. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it. Meanwhile, Rias interjected his thoughts. I've known that the fallen angels were keeping an eye on you, Tutkin, although I'm not sure why they would want to get rid of you. Me neither, Issei fibbed, hiding his true knowledge of the situation. He had a good idea of why Rainier wanted him gone. His so-called horrible powers, sacred gears, and other supernatural stuff that had thrust him into this mess. Balthazar, always keen to provide a fresh perspective, suggested, why don't you ask her how they could lose sight of a fallen angel with clear intent to harm you within her own territory? Casually, of course. Okay, I'll try. Issei attempted to follow Balthazar's advice, though his execution left much to be desired. So, not to point fingers or anything, but, she nearly killed me, he stammered awkwardly, his nervous laughter punctuating his words. I guess I'm just lucky you were around, huh? Real smooth boy. I'm sorry I sucked. Why? I suppose you were. Rias took a sip of her tea, a subconscious act that confirmed Balthazar's suspicion. So they knew. And they did nothing to prevent your first death. Balthazar concluded. That hurt a little, but soon shook it off with Balthazar's encouragement. Don't be disheartened, lad. This is simply how those who hold power treat those without it. For now. We'll prove them wrong. You're right, no point in being mopey. Issei resolved, his spirits lifted by his dragon's unwavering support. Nevertheless, the reason I called you here is to prevent such an avoidable occurrence from happening again. To put it simply, I'm offering you a term, your servitude in exchange for our protection, Rias proposed. A fancy way of saying they want to keep you under their watchful eyes. To study the powers that make you so intriguing. Honestly, they'll probably do it whether you agree or not. Balthazar interjected. Issei gathered his courage and posed the inevitable question, and what if I refuse? Rias had an unsettling look in her eyes as she answered, then we'll have to erase your memories. Well, at least they're not going to kill me, Issei thought, his relief tainted by Balthazar's ominous addendum. Yet. Hey, don't say that. But still, you will remain in grave danger, Heitan, Rias persisted, her expression serious. At least with us, you won't have to face them on your own. And if I say yes? Then we'll protect you and squash those ravens that tried to hurt you? Rias said with full confidence. She had to show her confidence, otherwise, how would she convince him that her group could protect him? Issei pondered his options, going for Balthazar for his input, and if I say yes? Since they'll keep their eye on you even if you refuse, this means they'll try to keep you safe. In summary, they actually have no bargaining power over you. I leave the rest of the considerations to you. Issei's mind began to churn, but it quickly settled into its usual groove. He decided to look at the situation from his unique perspective, which mainly focused on two things: redeeming his past failure to grasp Rainer's breasts and hopefully avoiding Yumi's newfound talent for murder. He weighed the pros and cons as if they were melons at a fruit market. If he agreed, the chances of encountering Rainer would shrink considerably. On the flip side, the Devil crew might also eliminate her because she posed a threat. Issei shivered at the thought of Yumi being an unwitting accomplice in a supernatural murder plot. If he agreed, then the chances of him encountering Rainer would be slimmer. Worse, they might even kill her too since she was their enemy. He shuddered at the thought of Yumi killing someone, but he realized he was in much deeper shit where killing might have become a normalcy to them. However, despite the tempting offer, Issei remained a man with a mission. He needed to clear up the misunderstanding with Rainer, and yes, perhaps finally grasp those elusive angelic assets. His decision was clear. "I'm sorry, but I must refuse," Issei declared, his willpower radiating determination. "Thank you for the offer, but I want to face this on my own. I'm willing to bet my life on it, and if I die, then at least I have tried my damnedest." Ria's composed demeanor showed signs of strain, not expecting him to decline. She leaned forward, her voice carrying a touch of desperation. "Think this through, Hayadu-kun. This is your life you're putting on the line. Without power or skills, there's no telling if you'll survive another encounter with them." Issei met Ria's gaze with a blazing resolve. "I'll take my chances then. I don't have a great life anyway, but I dream big and I aim higher. Thank you for your concerns. It was nice to meet you all, and Haime-senpai, I don't know much about tea, but your tea tastes great." Thank you. "Goodbye, and be safe," Akino replied with a sweet smile. Rias let out a sigh, her shoulders sagging slightly. "Very well, Hayadu-kun. It's your choice and I respect that. But please, promise me that you'll contact us if you ever find yourself in danger." Issei nodded, his determination unwavering. "I promise." As the tension in the room eased, Kaneko couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What? An idiot?" "Hey, I heard that." Kaneko simply shrugged, her expression unimpressed. "I didn't exactly whisper." As Issei left, his departure left an impression on the room. Even Kaneko, who had initially dismissed him, had to admit that he was a little bit cool, albeit a bit foolish. If only they knew the true motivation behind his determination was, once again, a pair of breasts. "But I don't get it." Rias, still perplexed by Issei's decision, sank onto the couch. She massaged her forehead in sheer confusion. Why would he throw away such a good opportunity like this? Does anyone have any idea? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Nobody had a clue. Maybe he knows more than he lets on? Kaneko suggested, voicing her suspicion. Her remark had the group considering the possibility that the boy might be hiding something, perhaps orchestrating an elaborate ruse, but they just couldn't wrap their heads around that idea because he was merely a simple pervert in their eyes. That's unlikely, but he might have potential. I can't think of any other reasons why they would hunt him, Rias mused, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her chin. What's our next move then, Prez? Asked Yumi, her curiosity piqued. This is a high-risk gamble I'm taking, but I want you all to take turns watching over him. No doubt those cowardly crows will attempt another attack. Yumi, you'll be the first to keep watch. Kaneko, you're next. After that, it'll be Akino and then me. The servants nodded in agreement, ready to carry out their orders. As her servants made their preparations, Rias walked to the window to have another look at him, the boy who had made her heart skip a beat twice. Once during their first meeting, and once again during his pinpoint questioning. There was something about him that intrigued her, something beyond his apparent perversions, and she couldn't help but feel that there was more to him than met the eye. But as Issei walked back home under the reddening sky, his thoughts wandered once again to the all-important topic of Rainer's breasts. It seemed that the quest for those evasive orbs was never far from his mind. Strolling through the dimly lit streets of Kuo, Issei found himself deep in thought about how to orchestrate a fateful encounter with Rainer once more. Left to his own thoughts and Balthazar's scarce comments, Issei pondered how to actually encounter her again. They knew, though, that they were being followed. It was hard to describe it in his own words, but Issei could feel her presence. Maybe because you've encountered her once that you are tuned to her presence, lad. You think so? You don't know for sure? How could I be sure? You're my first host. It's my inaugural voyage into the realm of human souls. Issei nodded, accepting the explanation. It made sense after all. He didn't want to act too suspicious by constantly glancing over his shoulder, signaling to their pursuer that he was aware of their presence. So, what are your plans? I want Raynair's tits on my face. No, lad, that's your goal. Balthazar corrected, showing no concern for the lofty nature of Issei's ambition. A plan involves the steps you take to achieve that goal. I dunno. Issei scratched his head in contemplation. It was the first time Balthazar had a small tinge of doubt. Hope for the best and let death handle the rest? Oh, you shouldn't dare to test him, boy. Warned the dragon. He chose you, but he can unchoose you at any time. Issei immediately groveled in his mind and pleaded for forgiveness. Death didn't really care, but forgave him anyway because he asked. Then, Issei sighed in frustration. But anyway, I really have no idea. Even my phone doesn't have her number anymore. Thought Issei as he browsed his phone with a disheartened expression, unknowingly attracting Yumi's sympathy. She mistook his demeanor for that of a heartbroken boy. I'm drawing blanks here. I'll just go home actually, who knows, maybe she'll ambush me or something. And just as he finished that idle thought, he was indeed ambushed. And just as he finished that idle thought, Issei was indeed ambushed. A ray of blue light beamed down from the sky, at least according to Yumi's perspective. However, Issei had a front-row seat to the transformation of a living dragon into a human during its breakneck descent. Balthazar had given him ample warning about what was about to happen. Ichem? A shape-shifting dragon? Hadn't heard of one for a while. It's unnerving how quickly you attract others, boy. She might be onto you. Holy Mother of Tits? Issei thought. Holy Mother of Tits? Issei said. And the dragon was, for a fact, a she. And she was, for a fact, standing in her full glory, unashamedly naked. Her long, straight hair flowed down to the back of her thighs, and her eyes and hair were as blue as a clear morning sky. Some strands of hair strategically covered just above where her nipples should be, teasingly hiding them from plain sight. Even a ray of sunlight seemed to conspire, preventing him from getting a full view of her lower parts, as if an act of divine intervention to spare Issei from becoming a complete pervert. Somehow, for reasons unknown, this only made Issei even more furious. Her skin was as pale as white ivory, and her figure was nothing short of spectacular. With her arms crossed, her dragon breasts were slightly propped up, showcasing their grandeur. At the center of her cleavage lay a black emblem-like tattoo, but Issei was far too distracted by her ample assets to pay attention to inked skin. Before Issei could even think of bowing or expressing his gratitude for being graced with such wonders, she broke the silence with words that would forever be etched in his memory, spoken in a tone of utmost confidence and straightforwardness. I am Tiamat. I demand your seed. His brain crashed like a marathon runner hitting a brick wall. He stuttered, my seed? Like sunflower seeds? Poppy seeds? Sesame seeds? Pumpkin seeds? Tiamat's patience seemed to wane as she replied with a chilling tone, quit playing the fool. He mentally reached out to Balthazar for an explanation. With a certain bluntness only a dragon could possess, Balthazar clarified, seems to me she wants to make babies with you. Ah, I see. That sort of seed is significantly less crunchy? Issei thought to him and Balthazar, before freezing in shock. Huh. In the cosmic theater of gods and their divine aspirations, there was a recurring act that death found particularly amusing, the relentless pursuit of perfection. Each deity had their own vision of how the world, or even the entire universe, at least the one they were aware of, should operate. Take Yahweh, for instance, who longed for a world devoid of hate and crime. It was a noble concept in theory, a place where people joined hands, sang kumbaya, and faced Judgment Day with all the enthusiasm of a deer caught in the headlights. Sounds great on divine paper, but reality had a knack for being more complex than divine blueprints. Death couldn't help but chuckle at the cosmic irony. These gods, with their grand designs, had gifted their creations with free will, thinking it was a generous gesture. Little did they know, this generous gift had birthed sins and, in turn, unleashed tragedies upon the world. It was akin to handing out fireworks and being surprised when the neighborhood caught fire. And then there were the power-hungry gods, the ones who yearned to rule everything or, failing that, something. It was like a divine game of musical chairs, with each god vying for their own seat of power. Some merely wanted a taste of control, while others craved the adoration of them rising apes, or, as the less snootier gods called them, humans, a term that placed humans somewhere below animals and plants in the cosmic hierarchy, at least in their lofty opinions. But what truly tickled Death's metaphysical funny bone was how these gods, despite their supposed omnipotence, relied on the faith and worship of these so-called lowly humans to maintain their godly status. It was akin to needing a daily caffeine fix just to function. As humanity progressed and science eroded the foundations of religion, more and more gods found themselves fading into obscurity, their divine tantrums resembling nothing more than a child denied their favorite toy. Death had his own unique way of dealing with such divinely misplaced entitlement. "Hurt my sister again and you'll live and die as a fish," was one of his casual threats. It was a reminder to the uppity gods that even in the realm of the divine, there were consequences for their actions. A deicide, much like a homicide, except with gods playing both the role of perpetrators and victims. But it was far from an idle threat. Death took its divine punishments quite seriously. The first god to fall victim to this aquatic transformation experienced a rather fishy existence. They swam aimlessly, mouth agape, constantly filtering oxygen from the water, a far cry from the dignified existence they once knew. Their divine journey led them to a rather unsavory fate in a bustling Asian market, where they met their end at the hands of an unhygienic vendor. Yet, Death's morbid sense of humor didn't stop there. The disgraced god found themselves reincarnated as another fish, doomed to repeat the same unfortunate cycle, possibly spreading divine infections with each ill-fated journey. While some might find this divine game amusing, for a god, there was nothing more humiliating than being repeatedly gutted by unhygienic humans, perhaps even spreading a peculiar divine virus during one of these wretched cycles. It was a fate worse than death, or at least a very fishy version of it. This divine punishment stood as a potent reminder to gods and goddesses alike that even within the exalted realm of the divine, actions bore consequences. It succeeded in keeping most of them in check, at least for a while, though never indefinitely. Death preferred to observe and delegate when possible, recruiting others to perform the task of divine reprimand, which happened more often than one might think. In this particular instance, the unsuspecting high school student he had chosen played a vital role. As Death contemplated this celestial soap opera, he couldn't help but amuse himself by wondering how these heavenly theatrics would impact a certain perverted high school student. After all, while the gods entertained their divine aspirations, Issei's goals were refreshingly down to earth, or rather, chest to face. A chuckle escaped Death as he saw Hades, the god of the dead from the Greek pantheon, attempting to pull off his skeletal pope ensemble. That Hades fancies himself a fashionista, doesn't he? Dressed up like a skeletal pope. Perhaps I should grant him a pair of eyes so he can admire his own mirror image and fully appreciate the hideousness of his attire. While Death remained unapologetic in the face of his sister's rebuke, Life couldn't help but display her innate compassion. She scolded him gently, "Brother, that was such a mean thing to say." Death responded with a nonchalant shrug, utterly unrepentant. "Truth hurts, dear sister. And fools dress like fools until someone tells them they look like fools." He couldn't resist a scoff. God of the dead. God of tacky outfits, more like? Curiosity filled Life's luminous eyes as she questioned, "Why are you so upset with him? Leave him alone. He hasn't done anything bad." Death corrected her phrasing, emphasizing, "hasn't. I'm upset with him because the way he dresses insults my vision. In a way, he represents me. You know, Much as how Hestia represents a piece of you as the goddess of the hearth. That's it. I do suppose he is among the decent ones out of that mountain tribe. Life's ethereal form seemed to pulse with her concern as she asked, Mountain tribe? You mean the Olympians? Death hummed, considering. Not that it says much. He's a gray sheep in a family of predominantly ink black that dyed themselves in white paint. Seems to be a recurring problem with your gods, actually. Should I perform a bug fix? No. Life's immediate reaction was one of vehement protest, her ethereal cheeks puffing up and her luminous hair glistening with white light. They're not perfect as gods because if everyone's perfect, then no one is. It's supposed to be poetic. If you do that, I will hate you, brother. Forever. Small price to pay for salvation. Brother. Relax, mini sis. I was only messing with you. With a smoky hand, he gently placed it above Life's luminous hair, attempting to soothe her. I won't tell you if I ever plan on doing it. Life couldn't contain her exasperation and emitted a sound akin to ki, her cheeks puffing up like an overinflated star. She was on the verge of another cosmic outburst as she questioned, Why do you always bully me? What have I ever done to you? Existing. What? Life looked like she might burst into tears, and Death, recognizing his sister's sensitivity, decided to show a softer side. He consoled her with a touch of humor, I'm kidding. It's because you're my sister. He chuckled as he ruffled her hair, a poetic dance of strands that defied gravity, floating gracefully in the vast universe. I'm the only one who can be mean to you, and you'll still be a darling to me anyway. Although Life couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the truth, she didn't truly hate him. A more accurate description of her feelings would be mildly annoyed. I suffer from my own perfection, she lamented, unable to resist pulling away from Death's comforting touch, even though she secretly enjoyed it. Why can't I be mean like you flawed? She paused, searching for the right word, being. Because if I'm flawed then so are you? Oh right, mumbled Life. Death shook his head, the cowl hooding a pool of shadows that concealed his face. He glanced back at the spherical blue planet in the third dimension, several planes of existence lower than them. Would you look at that? Our little friend's about to make an acquaintance. Life, always eager for a distraction, inquired, Where? Her attention was immediately captured, and she gasped and shrieked when she saw the naked body of a woman. WHWHWH, what in tarnation? What's the matter with that place? Is everyone an open pervert? Death offered a whimsical perspective. Now, sister. It's not nice to kink shame. What even is that? Life, however, quickly changed her tune as certain knowledge filled her boundless memory regarding a word that starts with Cain and rhymes with think. Her ethereal form blushed furiously. Actually, I'd rather not know. But I'm Tiamat. I demand your seed. The request hung in the air like a surreal punchline to a joke he had never heard. Issei's mind raced, trying to process the absurdity of the situation. He had faced countless unexpected twists in his life, but this was beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Her demand was so frank and forthright that it had the same meaning as saying, I want your babies. Issei was taken aback, to say the least. He had never expected to hear such a ridiculous sentence directed at him. Then again, he also never expected to have the soul of a spooky dragon inside him, or to find himself staring at the thin line of light blue hair just above the slit between her legs. The curtain matches the drape, Issei mused, making an astounding discovery that held no weight whatsoever. What made it even more absurd was that despite the blood rushing through his head, his nose did not bleed, a power no man as corrupt as him should have possessed. Because Issei had been staring at the dragon's body up and down for a good 10 seconds, and all she had done was to return the stare with a more perplexed look. Did you hear me not? Tiamat tilted her head, her hands still crossed under her impressive draconic bazongas. I demand your seed, human. State your answer. I shall warn you that a dragon is not a being fond of waiting. After thinking, who the hell likes to wait? Issei was about to say, sure, go ahead, with the entirety of his perverted heart and soul, before Balthazar made him change his mind. This can't end well. Tiamat is no ordinary dragon. Normal dragons mate as you think they do, but dragons of her stature, a chaos dragon, they'll battle you first, boy. Balthazar warned, his voice too dire for it to be a joke. In other words, you'll get wrecked to the last inch of your life. Dread caused his stomach to sink. The perverted smile on his face fell. Oh, any reason she has to fight first? To determine whether you are worthy of her. Nothing like a good sex after a good fight, I suppose, is their adage, replied Balthazar with a certain grimness to his gravelly voice. A test of your mettle, simply put. Refuse her and she'll use force to get what she wants anyway. Should you lose which you will, she'll kill you once she gets what she wants to prevent other dragons from bearing your child. I won't be of much help since you haven't even started working out. Our chaos dragon's Amazonian praying mantis. Dude, it hasn't even been a day since I got into this whole supernatural thing. Can't I get a tutorial level or something first? The first 15 years of your life is your tutorial. Well, that's an entirely different game. And it doesn't teach me anything like how to face a goddamn dragon. Indeed. Balthazar sympathized. Humans had their priorities in important things to teach to children skewed. Run and hope for the devil's aid. I sense a faint magic exuding from the devil that was following us. She could be contacting the rest. And just as his panic started to leak, a chilling air emitted from the chaos dragon, completely turning the asphalt where she stood into sleek blue ice. It was so clear, like a mirror, that Issei found himself transfixed by its reflection, a glimpse to a place where he was once born and would spend his life trying to get back into. Hey, snap out of it. Are you so frozen by fear from the air she exudes alone? So, it's not that. It's that I'm mesmerized by something else. A pair of titties and a brief sight of Tiamat's private parts had rendered the boy stiff and motionless. Besides, she wants to have sex with me, right? I mean, she's banging yo. I should have known, Balthazar scolded himself. While it's true she desires just so, what good will that be if your first time ends up to be your last? Are you willing to give up your dream for at most 5 minutes of pleasure? Issei wilted. Dude, that was uncalled for. And who can say if a dragon doesn't play rough? You might break a few bones and then some, lad. Would you like to find out if you can break your junk? Something within Issei awakened that moment. Rainair's tits were yet to be felt, and so was the glamour of Ria's bombshell of a body and Akino's downright tantalizing figure. There were boys to be made jealous and girls to be annoyed just by him walking alongside Yumi. So much to do. So much to sacrifice. As for Kaneko, Issei couldn't think of anything yet for her in all his stupid honesty. She was cute, but she was flat as a board and quietly sassy. If he wasn't full-fledged to become the harem king, he was now. Meanwhile, back to the occult research clubroom, Kaneko unconsciously shattered a ceramic plate with her bare hands. I've calmed down. So how exactly are we gonna do this? What's my approach here? Issei asked with a little less worry, although it began to rise back up when he noticed Tiamat was tapping her fingers on her upper arm. Her smooth, lightly toned, spotless arm. She's a dragon, but you can use that to your advantage. She's shameless, as you can see, and a prideful one. But it shows that she has no tact as a woman. Right? So, how's that gonna help? Issei asked, still clueless, although he was confident since Balthazar knew what he was talking about. Hopefully. Use her pride and tactlessness against her. No dragons like to lose, boy, even at something you might deem pointless. Well, boy. The chaos dragon glowered. He could feel the impatience growing in Tiamat's resolute voice. Her voice was deeper than any other girl's he had met, but he might actually have a liking towards it compared to the screechy ones. How will it be? If you're so intent on keeping your silence, I'll make you speak instead. Before Tiamat was about to approach him, Issei raised both his hands. Hold on. Tiamat paused. She could see the fire within him burning through his eyes, and found it reason enough to wait and see what he had to say. You said you want my seed, eh? Then you have to prove your worth to me. As he was one with Issei's thoughts, at least most of his thoughts, Balthazar knew what his host intended to do, and was grinning in anticipation for its outcome. This gambit might cost him his life, But Issei's resolve was clear and Balthazar didn't want to do anything more than to watch and observe. The dragon grinned, lifting up her chin in a display of arrogance. "Oh? It seems I was mistaken then. I had thought you were but a meek human. Very well, prove me that I am mistaken, boy." That statement caused Tiamat to increase the intensity of her power. It was strange, and Issei couldn't exactly describe the feeling, but Issei could feel her exuding her strength. The air around her seemed more menacing than before, and every fiber in him was telling him if he screwed up, it'd be the last time he screwed up and being screwed. It was all or nothing at this moment, although he was scared shitless. "You can do it, lad. You got this." Balthazar's encouragement was the small push he needed to carry on with his act. "First of all, you might be a dragon with the ability to turn into a hot babe with an amazing pair of tits, but how can you prove to me if you're fit to bestow my seed? Can you, a literal dragon who looks like a human, actually bear the seed of a human?" Tiamat made a small noise of surprise as the atmosphere around her calmed down. "What nonsense! I've modified my body to look exactly as a female human. I am rightly fit to sustain the seed of a human in my womb. Compatibility should be no question. Then prove it. Prove that I am wrong." Tiamat scowled. "Tell me, how can I assure you?" With a straight face, Issei said, "Let me feel your body." Balthazar blinked. "Can't say this was the direction I had in mind." A request that would earn him a slap to the face if said to any sensible being, but Tiamat wasn't exactly the most sensible. She was a dragon for all that. She cared for. Confidently, she marched towards him, breasts swinging, her hips swaying as the result of her brief research regarding females and how to walk with a certain swagger, and she gave him a self-assured smile as she stood before him. He felt coldness immediately hugged his body, and up close, he noticed a thin layer of blue mist coating her figure. Her eyes were slightly higher than his, but he didn't let that bother him as two teardrop-shaped mounds of flesh were laid before his eyes in its full, unperturbed glory. Each was almost the size of his head. No doubt they wouldn't fit his hands. Their shape was unlike Rias or Aquino. There was a certain firmness that propped them up instead of sagging naturally, an undeniable evidence of her muscles. Her nipples leaned more to an orange shade instead of red, their small nub a tantalizing sight for his greenhorn eyes. But despite his joy, despite his eagerness to cop a feel already and Issei Jr.'s excitement, something felt missing. And he proved his suspicion as he for the first time in his life grabbed a woman's tit. He felt its firmness all right. It had a softness that was less mushy of a marshmallow and more of a steamed meat bun. Strangely enough, as Issei poignantly scrutinized her breast more, kneading it, giving it light squeezes here and there, the less excited he became. Tiamat bared a proud smirk. "How is it?" That very moment, Issei discovered that a woman's body was indeed not everything. With a lingering sadness from this mind-boggling revelation as well as a clear mind from his newfound discovery that would become a lesson he never forgot, Issei let go of her chest. "I see now." He did. He had been enlightened. The shape is perfect. They're flawless. But they're missing something crucial. Tisk, impossible. They lack emotions. Tiamat staggered back. What? Nonsense. What good are emotions for mere lumps of fat? That's the crucial part that you overlook. Issei chided, and this time, he wasn't acting. Issei was genuinely furious for the wrong cause. Mere lumps of fat? You kidding me? A woman's breasts contain the hopes and dreams of all mankind. Even womankind. Small is justice, medium is premium, a pay is truth. This is a creed that all men can agree upon. There should be a sense of achievement when you grab one, that glorious feeling of joy because you think, this is it. I made it. Grabbing one for the first time should be something that you remember every single day. The sensation should linger in your fingers, and when you feel down, you'd think of that one time you grabbed one, and your day won't be as bad. Something you can't have enough of and forever be left longing for more. It's an opium, not mere lumps of fat. How dare you? Tiamat widened her eyes. But I didn't feel a thing when I felt yours. I don't even want to grab them anymore, and I am an avid admirer of a woman's body. Do you want to know why? Because they lack emotions and so do you. Therefore you lowered their appeal. There was no reaction when I squeezed them. No timid shyness, no mature coyness, no nothing whatsoever. They're just like you said, lumps of fat stuck on your body. Your breasts are a failure of breasts. Issei clenched the air, as if grasping at some elusive truth. Indeed, personality is immortality. Tiamat fell onto her knees, a look of despair apparent on her face. Impossible. We've yet to battle and yet, what is this immense feeling of defeat? In an unexpected and somewhat futile gesture, Issei's school blazer appeared to cover her shoulders, draping on her upper body for the little protection it could offer. Issei had done it on impulse, thinking it might make him look cool. Balthazar, however, found the act utterly pointless. After all, Tiamat was too unwomanly to appreciate such a tiny gesture of chivalry. Yet, he couldn't deny that Issei's heart was in the right place, even if his actions seemed rather comical in the current situation. You might be a dragon, but you have no right to look down upon a woman's chest. Farewell. Issei delivered his unexpectedly profound speech and then casually walked past her, ready to move on with his life. The red ray of the afternoon sunlight beamed down his path, creating a dramatic exit. Balthazar was genuinely impressed. I don't understand how you did it, but you did. Excellently done. Never have I heard a speech so corrupt and yet moving. Thanks. That won't mean shit if she's chasing after us, is she? Words can strike like a sword, lad. Yours struck her like a bullet train. You shattered her confidence, it seemed. She's yet to move from her spot and the devil hasn't moved either. No idea as to why though. Probably equally as shocked. Balthazar then added in a quieter voice. Or concerned. Better to run than sorry. Oh God. Issei thought as he quickened his walking speed to hurry home. He had just delivered a sermon about female bosoms in a fit of rage. No doubt he had spread the good words, but now, with his adrenaline rush subsiding, fear was starting to creep its way back. After all was said and done, she was still a dragon, and Hayate Issei was still very much concerned about his life, or what was left of it. Nevertheless, there was no room for regret in Issei's heart. He may have missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime to bed a freaking dragon who could morph into a smokin' hot woman with an ice-cold stare, but he held steadfast to his self-proclaimed virtues and clung desperately to his harem dream. He was a man of unwavering values and unyielding dreams. Though he had been let down by his first-time experience of boob-grabbing, he walked the path back to his house with his head held high. Also, how are you going to explain to your mother that you gave away your school uniform? Balthazar chimed in. Issei paused dead in his tracks. Ah shit. But that should be the least of your worries, boy, because she's chasing after you. Balthazar's calm announcement of imminent danger caused Issei's stomach to do a somersault into a deep, dark pit of despair he liked to call extreme fear for his life. Oh fuck me. The boy unleashed a colorful string of expletives as he spurred his feet into a frenzied sprint. He ran fast and hard, faster than a caffeinated squirrel on roller skates. He ran like he was being chased by a swarm of killer bees. He ran like his life depended on it, because, well, it did. Haha. If you stop running, that's what she'll do to you, boy. In more ways than one. Wind splashed past his face, and trees in the road flashed by as he broke into a full sprint. Issei would have noticed he was running faster than he ever had in his life and had just broken the world record for the fastest human ever chased by a dragon if he wasn't too busy panicking. Keep running, boy. It won't do you no good, but it's a good exercise. Not what I needed to hear, thank you very much. Issei shouted. People might care, but he couldn't. Not with a dragon on his ass. Or head, since said dragon was up in the sky. Strange how no one seemed to be on the streets. It was as though everyone had suddenly decided to participate in a synchronized homecoming event, perhaps to watch TV dramas or those silly game shows, all as if it were the will of the gods themselves. Well, not gods. Just Death. Back in his tranquil as ever plane of existence, Death watched with an almost uncontainable glee as his chosen one ran as if the entire demon council of hell wouldn't be too far off the mark. Especially when Tiamat, the chaotic karma dragon, emerged in her birthday suit. Oh dear. Run, boy. Ruin? You're on his side now? Death glanced at his sister, Life, who seemed uncharacteristically concerned. I don't want him to just die. Life protested. Not like this. Death raised an incorporeal eyebrow. So now you're micromanaging Death's sister? Trying to take over my profession, are we? That's just a figure of speech. Life stammered, her vibrant lights flickering like a disco party. And it's beside the point. If that dragon gets to him, she'll make him toast. Well, at least not before she procreated with him. Life's lights jittered like a static wave. WW, brother. You're incorrigible. Mind your words. I have no tongue. I have no eyes either, so, by technicality it's impossible to watch my tongue at the moment. Then just create them. And be serious, sheesh. Are you going to just let him die after all that? At that question, Death simply shrugged as he continued to observe the mortal plane. It was amusing that Life demanded seriousness from him, considering she was often the root cause of his need to be serious in the first place, to maintain balance. Of course not. As Issei hurtled downward, he found himself perilously close to crashing into a pair of rather unexpected breasticles. Tiamat had landed right in front of him with a school blazer haphazardly draped over her shoulders, somehow managing to cover the sides of her breasts but leaving the center and lower parts tantalizingly exposed. Damn it! Issei cursed aloud, his mind racing in a hormonal frenzy. Why did I stop? I could have collided face-first into those natural airbags. No, wait. He decided to engage his brain for a split second. Would he prefer to be potentially squished into a pancake but experience the sensation of a woman's chest on his face, or avoid being flattened altogether but miss out on that unique sensation? Actually, yes. Why the hell did I stop? They were right there. Great dilemma, Balthazar sighed. Don't fret though. She won't kill you just yet. At worst, she'll leave you limbless so you can't run away, and only then will she finish you off after having your child. Thanks. That's really reassuring. Consider it food for thought. Balthazar chimed in. Maybe see if you can weasel your way out of this again. I'm really using all my luck today. Hello. Issei stammered, realizing he had burned through his entire reservoir of confidence moments ago. Shit. I'm running on empty here. Your words have led me to a realization, Tiamat purred with a chilling tone, a wicked smirk stretching across her lips. Do you want to know what that is? I simply cannot allow anyone else to bear your offspring. Issei's throat made an audible gulp as he realized the negotiation had veered off the path of sanity and careened straight into the dragon's den of madness. The woman standing before him smiled in an unnerving manner, and as she advanced, Issei took cautious steps backward. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a park, right next to the water fountain. A location that, unlike his past, didn't involve Rainer's deadly embrace. Is it me, or does this park have some seriously bad juju? Just you boy. Balthazar replied, savoring the opportunity to needle his host. The children are frolicking just fine, mothers gossiping as they should. Actually, in the not-so-distant future, a foreigner might trip and spill her luggage. Undergarments included. Oh, is she cute? Issei couldn't resist asking, despite the dire circumstances. Tiamat's smile morphed into something more sadistic, almost sinister, like a predator closing in on its prey. And though the smile complemented her generally evil vibe perfectly, Issei wasn't exactly thrilled about it. How is that information useful if I'm dead? Then survive, boy. But live so you can see that future. Hell, what do you think I am trying to do? Suddenly, a chill crept over his skin, and the temperature plummeted as though Mother Nature had decided to settle an old score by plunging them into an ice age. The air felt like a million tiny needles prickling his skin. Issei couldn't help but mutter, "Great, now even the weather's turning against me." What's next, a snowstorm with a chance of meatballs? As Issei stumbled back, he found himself pressed against a lamppost, a surge of dread washing over him as he spotted icy blades with black marks hovering menacingly behind Tiamat. They circled in the air like a flock of particularly sharp birds, all pointed directly at him. Oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit dash. Hang on, lad. Brace yourself. I'll try to make this less pointy. Issei felt an unusual sensation wash over his body, like a thin, inky mist creeping over him, only to retreat moments later. Hey, what the hell? Sorry. You're just too weak. I gave it my best shot. God damn it me. Why didn't I just listen to my dad and get a lesson in judo or some martial arts? I bet the me in other alternate universes would have. And he would have an edgy personality sharper than a knife. Who's also super handsome and somehow liked by everyone and totally unbeatable, and all the girls get their panties wet at the sight of him and he also totally gets the girl. There are no other universes. The same way that there is no justice. There is just us. It better be, because I'm gonna die again. Thanks, Raz, Issei thought in his resignation. It's been a short ride, but you've been great. Don't worry. It only hurts. Tiamat smiled as the swords made of frost behind her stopped to a full halt. A great deal. Issei closed his eyes, and all he saw was darkness, probably because his eyes were closed, but that didn't make the impending doom any less nerve-wracking. He did what? Rias nearly sent her desk flying in surprise with her knees. Her reaction was nothing short of spectacular after hearing the jaw-dropping tale that had just unfolded, courtesy of her trusted knight. Yumi, her face a delightful shade of crimson, stammered in response. Ichi started talking about, well, breasts, and I tried to keep on listening, but I got a tad embarrassed, Prez. My apologies. But he did offer some unique insights into my own anatomy. He's contaminating you, Yumi-senpai, Kaneko deadpanned from the sidelines, causing Yumi to giggle nervously, though that was about it. Wait, hold on a minute. You're telling me he outsmarted a dragon? And not just any dragon, but Tiamat? Where is she now? Rias demanded, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. She took off shortly after, Prez. I couldn't keep up with her. She's too fast for me to follow. Rias nibbled on her thumb's knuckle, one of her nervous habits surfacing as she pondered the situation. And she's no ordinary dragon either. If she's the real Tiamat, that makes her one of the great dragon kings. Rias's flustered expression was now a masterpiece of consternation. Why? Why would a great dragon king come out of hiding just to ask for that? Oh, how innocent of you to be embarrassed by that word, President, Akino quipped, her tone playfully teasing. Why not just say have sex with him? Rias shot Akino with a scowl. Her queen seemed far too relaxed about the whole ordeal. This is a serious matter, Akino. Even if she's not the actual Tiamat, she's still a dragon. What makes him so special that a dragon would go to such lengths? Is it the same reason the fallen angels want him dead? What puzzle pieces are we missing here? Who knows? Akino giggled mischievously. But, really, isn't it impressive for a boy to be so passionate about a woman's body? It's oddly endearing in a twisted sort of way. Am I a pervert too? Easy for you to say. Kaneko bitterly thought as her eyes glanced down to her chest, or the lack thereof. Akino's ample assets were galaxies apart from her own modest proportions. Her chest was like Pluto to the Jupiters of her senior club members. Oversized, overmatched, and no longer comparable since Pluto wasn't even considered a planet anymore due to its small size. Kaneko felt like throttling the author responsible for her character design. Akino? Rias sighed, shaking her head. Please, let's try to take this seriously. You're stressing out too much, Rias, Akino replied, adopting a more serious tone as Himejima Akino, her friend. I think it's safe to say that he possesses something we're not aware of yet, and he might not even be aware of it himself. Why don't we observe him a bit more while ensuring his safety? Rias sighed, relenting. I suppose you're right. But where is he now, Yumi? Oh, I actually lost track of him too, Yumi admitted, twirling a strand of her blonde hair. After Tiamat flew away, he just vanished. I don't know how he managed to disappear like that. I came straight here after losing him, Prez. I'm sorry. The entire club fell into a perplexed silence, unnerved by the revelation. Yumi was known for her incredible speed, and while Issei's passionate monologue had left her flabbergasted, he couldn't have moved far enough to elude her completely. It's all right, Yumi. Don't blame yourself, Rias reassured her, though a puzzled frown creased her brow. But how is that even possible? And then, as if on cue, time itself ground to a sudden halt. But back in the public park of unexpected occurrences, Issei braced himself for the impending pain. He expected his limbs to be ripped off like limbs that were getting ripped off. His mind couldn't conjure up euphemisms when facing a gruesome death, especially when it was lurking just seconds away. But that agonizing moment never came. Open your eyes, boy. The voice that reached him was strange, both familiar and unfamiliar simultaneously. It didn't seem to enter through his ears but echoed directly within his mind. It was reminiscent of Balthazar's, yet distinctively different. Balthazar's voice was gravelly, not the smooth, eerie cadence of this voice that sent shivers down to his very bones. Despite his instinctual wariness, Issei felt compelled to obey, and he cautiously opened his eyes. The world had once again lost its vibrant colors, all its colors drained, leaving everything in a monochromatic haze. Nothing moved, as if time itself had frozen. The sky was an uninspiring gray, the clouds only slightly brighter. Even the ice blades that had been poised to shred him to pieces hung suspended in the air, utterly motionless. They were also gray but strangely transparent, like ice made from murky water, Issei mused. But what truly caught his attention was the figure. Well, it appeared to be a figure, standing just beneath Tiamat's suspended ice blades. Her cleavage, even in this grayscale world, was undeniably magnificent. Issei decided that some things transcended color, like a truly impressive bosom. But even his instant attachment towards Mamoris were put to a halt as he couldn't help but stare at the mysterious presence. He couldn't fathom its appearance. It stood tall and gaunt, its form exuding an eerie and imposing aura. It towered over Issei, twice his height, with a haunting presence that made his skin crawl. It was a figure draped in a long, tattered black robe that seemed to defy the very essence of existence. Its attire was heavily armored with a silver-black breastplate adorned with enigmatic, otherworldly engravings that glowed with an ominous energy. A hood covered where its face should be, concealing any semblance of humanity. Instead of a visage, there was a swirling pool of abyssal shadows, a void that seemed to absorb all light and life. Rather than wings, Death bore a pair of skeletal, spectral appendages. They were not wings in the traditional sense, but ethereal white mists that spread out like tendrils behind it, moving with an eerie and deliberate motion through the air. Beneath its dark robe, and flowing like a chilling river at its feet, was a silky white mist that resembled a cascade of waterfalls. This mist gradually enveloped the once bright red bricks of the park, giving it an otherworldly, supernatural quality. The same sort of mist one that Balthazar attempted to create seconds earlier, except it was silky white instead of Balthazar's inky, murky black. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying, a spectral embodiment of the inevitable end. It commanded an aura of finality and dread. This entity was unmistakably death. Issei recognized it as surely as he recognized the sky. If it was anything at all, it had to be death. And given its timely appearance when time itself had halted, it was almost too obvious. Acute observation, a rarity coming from you, Death remarked, his voice echoing within Issei's mind. Issei couldn't help but gulp. It was an unsettling realization that Death could easily delve into his thoughts, but then again, wasn't Death his master? Hello, how do you do? I'm Issei. Hey Issei, very much pleased to meet you, Death's cowl nodded, or at least Issei perceived it as such. Well met. I had intended to meet you in my anthropomorphic personification. It's quite the surprise that you can maintain a degree of civility. I just thought it was proper. Issei swallowed again, his throat still dry from anxiety. Am I going to die? Death's response was surprisingly casual, given the gravity of the situation, and despite Issei swore his voice could kill. No, I'm not the Grim Reaper, boy. I'm not here to claim your soul. He then chuckled. Well, not yet. Issei was so scared, he forgot what not being scared felt like. His fear had fear. I'm scared, he muttered, his voice quivering with an intensity that could rival a blender full of nervous kittens. Holy crap, I'm scared. It's not even remotely funny. On the contrary, actually, I find this quite entertaining. Death chuckled, the sound empty, hollow, and downright menacing. Issei sniggered nervously in response, not wanting to inadvertently offend the embodiment of death itself. Don't you worry, strange one. There's nothing you can do to insult me. I know what you're capable of, and insulting me isn't one of those things. Issei wasn't entirely sure if that was supposed to make him feel more relaxed, but he did experience a tiny speck of relief as time continued to stand still. I stopped the current of time, all for you, boy. You should be grateful, not terrified. I am most terrifiedly grateful, sir, Issei replied, his gratitude expressed with all the stiffness of a military salute. That works, I suppose, Death mused, shifting through the suspended ice blades with an eerie grace. With a gauntlet finger, Death poked one of the ice blades, causing it to explode into black smoke. As if Issei needed any more reasons to be deathly scared, pun intended. Chill out, will you? Not exactly the phrase he expected to hear from Death. You look like you've seen a ghost when you're yet to see one. Issei couldn't help but quip internally that he wasn't sure if seeing a ghost would be worse than encountering Death's own personification. It was a clear answer that should have no follow-up questions. You may speak freely, Balthazar, the primordial being continued. Don't just stand there. Let's have a little group chat while I'm here. As you wish, my lord. Spare the civilities. I don't have a god complex, Death responded, a hint of annoyance seeping into his words, unlike those other gods he wished to be rid of. I'll be quick about this since my sister is starting to get jealous of me simply being here. Sorry, Balthazar replied, sounding remarkably like a child who had just received a gentle scolding from their father. Issei couldn't help but notice a hint of fear in Balthazar's voice, though the dragon concealed it much better than he did. Death has a sister? Issei wondered. Yeah, life. Oh, that's kinda poetic. Indeed it is, Death acknowledged with a certain gravitas, his towering presence once again invoking natural fear and stymieing the fight-or-flight instincts of anyone within his vicinity. You'll get used to me. Issei translated this to mean that it wouldn't be the first and last time Death would pay him a visit, and that thought sent shivers down his spine as he contemplated his ominous future. Quit it, will you? Now listen here, boy, Death continued, its gauntlet hand gesturing ominously. This is the kind of life you will have to walk through. That dragon there, Death pointed a silver-clad finger, is just the beginning of your encounters. There are beings worse than her, but there are also many who aren't as bad as her. Throughout your entire life, Issei, you will need to face beings like them, and you will never be able to live your life normally. Of course, there are rewards, as Balthazar has explained to you, but do you feel it's worth the dedication? Issei paused, contemplating this revelation for the first time. His entire life? Would he have to confront bizarre beings like the one he had just encountered on a regular basis? Well, not necessarily crazy beings. Maybe a few screws loose, but not always. Oh, okay, Issei replied, feeling a bit more reassured. Issei then continued his train of thought. Should he embrace a world of the supernatural, where the extraordinary would become his new normal, possibly surrounded by well-endowed women, building his own harem and entourage of charming and attractive girls? Or should he opt for a normal life, potentially extending his record of remaining a virgin until his mid-40s, if he were lucky? I think I'll take my chances, he finally answered. Of growing old alone? No. Issei suddenly realized that he had shouted at Death and immediately began apologizing profusely. Strangely, Death didn't seem bothered by it. I mean, I want to live this kind of life, Issei continued with determination, his voice steadying. I'll train real hard. I'll keep at it until I won't have to run from anyone. As I have expected, Death replied, and though Issei couldn't see or feel it, he had a sense that Death was smiling. Just wanted to hear it from you. Well, I say that, but I don't know what I should do with her, Issei admitted, sounding slightly lost. You owe me twice. Death informed him. Play along. Who? Issei began, but before he could finish his word, time suddenly resumed its course. Tiamat's ice sculptures burst into the same dark smoke as Death turned around, positioning himself between his chosen and the dragon. Tiamat swiftly adopted a defensive stance, forging two ice blades that materialized from the air and wielding them like rapiers. She pointed her blades at the enigmatic entity before her. "Who? What are you?" "A universal janitor," Death mused casually. Even Tiamat, the fearsome dragon, wasn't immune to the aura of terror that Death's voice exuded. "Feeling fear for the first time, dragon?" Tiamat glared, as if stealing her courage. "A dragon fears nothing." "That's not true. He scares me shitless. I believe that is the term." "Yeah, me too." Issei agreed silently, his thoughts in perfect harmony with his partner's. Issei watched in sheer disbelief as the fight between Tiamat and Death unfolded in a mere fraction of a second. He barely had time to draw a breath before it was over. Spikes of Tiamat's own ice had seemingly erupted from the ground beneath her, impaling her body in multiple places. One spike had pierced through her belly, exiting through her back, likely creating a hole in his school blazer. There were spikes in each of her thighs, each of her palms, and one in each of her shoulders, effortlessly cleaving through bone and flesh alike. Trickles of hot, crimson blood drenched the ice spikes that now impaled her. In less than a second, the once healthy dragon was skewered and bloodied, her body racked with pain and shock. Tiamat choked, coughing up a bright mouthful of blood, her eyes wide with disbelief and confusion. "What happened?" "A near-death experience, if you will." "Yours, that is," Death declared with a hint of delight. There was a certain satisfaction in witnessing the shattering of arrogance and the crumbling of confidence in someone who had been overly self-assured, and Death seemed to relish it. Tiamat's eyes, wide with disbelief, darted between the ice spikes that had impaled her and the enigmatic figure before her. She struggled to comprehend how the tables had turned so swiftly, her once confident demeanor now reduced to a bewildered and bloodied mess. Her breaths were ragged and labored, her body trembling from both the pain of her injuries and the shock of her sudden defeat. She tried to move, but every attempt sent jolts of agony through her body as the ice spikes held her firmly in place. After taking sadistic delight in nearly butchering her to pieces, Death turned his cowl toward Issei, an unsettling question lingering in the air. "Shall I kill her?" The weight of such a decision bore down on Issei, and despite the terror that still gripped him, the answer was clear. "No, please?" Death had expected this response. The frost that had held Tiamat captive erupted into a torrent of gray vapor the next instant. Though she had nothing to cling to, Tiamat managed to stand, her legs trembling violently as blood oozed from the numerous wounds that riddled her body. Issei wanted to shriek, but he was impressed as well by the dragon's sheer determination. But, like a cruel twist of fate, Tiamat's resilience was short-lived. She fell to her knees, then doubled over, red pooling beneath her as it stained her once light blue hair with a dark crimson hue. Her breathing was loud and painful, every inhalation a struggle for just an inch of air. Tiamat managed to lift her eyes, her gaze fixed on the being looming over her, the darkness beneath his cowl seemingly unending. "The boy spared you your life, Tiamat. He saved you. You owe him." Death summarized, his tone unwavering and cold. He allowed the weight of each word to settle in Tiamat's mind, waiting patiently until the harsh reality of her situation became undeniable. Only after she had accepted the truth did Death grant her respite, and her consciousness slipped away as she fainted, seeking escape from the excruciating pain. As Tiamat lost consciousness, a remarkable transformation took place. Her spilled blood flowed back into her veins, cleansing itself of any impurities. Death, ever a stickler for hygiene, ensured that she was restored to a pristine state. Her internal organs returned to their former, unharmed condition, her gaping wounds sewed themselves shut, and all the damage Death had inflicted was undone, erasing any trace of her previous injuries. It was as though the dragon had never been harmed in the first place. Issei stood stiff and awestruck as Death turned its attention to him. Or rather, the dragon swimming in his sea of consciousness. "You understand why I did this, Emi?" Issei stammered. "Of course, boss," Balthazar answered, his voice filled with reverence. "The dragon's honor knows no bounds." They'll do anything once they owe you their life. I'll use her to whip the boy into shape. Right, boss? At once. Balthazar eagerly complied. Issei felt an inexplicable urge to give a salute. Weiss Basu? No, not you. I changed my mind. You'll call me Death still, Death clarified. Sir, sir. And thank you very much for everything. Issei exclaimed with a mix of gratitude and trepidation. Good. Be grateful when it's warranted. Humility is the best policy, arrogance the worst. Don't get cocky, kid, or I will slap you. Issei absorbed Death's words, fully aware of their significance and determined to remember them for the rest of his life. Until next time, Death vanished just as mysteriously and tracelessly as he had appeared. There was no explosion of black smoke or drifting black feather. It was as if Issei had experienced a bizarre and vivid dream. Damn, man, he's terrifying. He's like the Batman of Batman, but without the cape, Issei remarked, a hint of awe in his voice. Batman? Balthazar corrected with a hint of amusement. It's normal to feel that way. He's the one who invented terror and introduced fear to gods. Everyone that chases after life starts off automatically afraid of him. Issei shuddered at the thought of gods from every pantheon cowering under their celestial covers, double-checking their closets for death, a pastime Death had indulged in when boredom struck. But that was a story for another time. Shaking off the eerie encounter, Issei turned his attention to the naked dragon lady lying on the ground in front of him. Well, what should we do? What do I do, rather? Get her home, of course. And use your thoughts to talk with me. Right? Issei reminded himself. I mean, she's naked. Which is great, but if someone sees me then I'll be lynched. And what if the devil starts sniffing around, asking questions? That's a valid concern. We'll figure that out later. For now, let's get her out of this public space. I agree. How though? Balthazar pondered for a moment while Issei listened to the distant cry of cicadas heralding the approaching dusk. Not many people should be out and about at this hour, but the occasional patrol could still pose a risk. I couldn't grant you protection, but perhaps teleportation might be feasible. I do sense a bit of growth occurring in you. From the running, no doubt. Issei smiled. Sweet. No, I won't let you teleport into the women's section of a bathhouse. Damn it. Enough chit-chat. Pick her up, lad. Be quick, and try not to ogle her too much. You can save that for your room. Righto. Issei exclaimed with eagerness, hurrying over to Tiamat. With careful consideration of her anatomy and a fair share of ogling, which Balthazar chastised him for, he used his whole free school blazer to cover her front. He then cradled her, holding her around her shoulders and waist. Whoa! He jumped as their shadows detached themselves from the ground, rising and enveloping them in blackness. The world around them dissolved into a void, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in Issei's bedroom. From his perspective, he was suspended in some place that he couldn't see or touch. The void, it must be, since it felt familiar to him. The next moment, the shadows reversed their process, revealing the boy and the buxom exhibitionist dragon lady he had carried. Damn, that was like something straight out of a horror movie, Issei muttered, looking around to confirm they were indeed in his room. Does that mean I can teleport around? It can be done faster once you're stronger. That was far too slow, you'll leave yourself vulnerable to attack. Man oh man, I've never been so pumped to work out in my entire life. Issei grinned, dreaming of all the possibilities when he had trained enough. For once not distracted by the bare breasts literally under his nose. Even a fool could dream, but only those who tried can achieve it. Issei planned to try and reach that dream. But first, how am I gonna explain her to my parents? Say you found her? Right? Maybe they'll believe me if I tell them I just found my long-lost sister that none of my parents know a thing about. You could hide her in your closet for the time being. You hide a lot of things in your closet. Adult magazines, mostly. Issei. I'm being serious here for once. And I'm being unserious for once. Their banter came to an abrupt halt as a woman's voice echoed from downstairs. Issei. Are you home yet? Your friend is here. Issei would have exchanged glances with Balthazar, but the dragon didn't have a physical form to share glances with. Shit, what do we do? And who the hell is that? Issei smartly used his vision, which would be a smart thing to do if he could see through walls and floors. God damn it. The devil. I just sensed her. No idea who though. The devils they had encountered so far were too similarly weak to differentiate between each other, but Balthazar kept that to himself. Crap. Alright, let's see, maybe I should just put her on my bed and lock the door? Good idea. You should try and do that more often. Hiding naked women and locking the door? No, you don't. Developing actual good ideas. Balthazar chastised but couldn't help sniggering from amusement. After hastily tucking Tiamat into his bed and silently praying to death for his guidance and assistance in keeping her unconscious a while longer, Issei dashed down the stairs, casually greeting his visibly perplexed mother, who hadn't realized her son was already home. She was too preoccupied with her evening drama series to question him further. I told her to wait in the living room. Who's the pretty girl? She commented as her son hurried down the hallway. She can't be your girlfriend. She's like a model. But if so, when can I expect a grandchild? And why are you sweaty? Go take a shower afterwards. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Mom, and it's when I have a girlfriend. And after I get married. Issei paced briskly to his mundane living room, where a devilish beauty had seated herself on one of the sofas. Gremry Payson? Gremry-senpai? Good evening, Haken. She greeted him calmly, as Rias Gremry graced a smile upon her lips. Would you mind a quick chat? But back on the lofty realms of existence, life found herself facing another reason to be wary of her ruthless brother. You were unreasonably scary, she remarked, employing her characteristic bluntness when referring to her rather fearsome sibling. Life was never one to sugarcoat her sentiments. No, I'm not. I'm Death, he replied, keeping things straightforward as always, not really concerned about how others perceived him, as long as they showed respect or fear. Or both. Either worked perfectly fine. I think you did it too far. Look at the poor girl, you just shattered her confidence. She's just a little confident in her skills, that's all. You didn't have to, hurt her like that. Dear sister, that was not confidence, that was arrogance. Unhealthy ego that needed a reality check. What I did was just some minor adjustments, Death mused, not one to second-guess his methods. I did help the boy, as you wished. What else do you want from me? Ichung, she grumped. Well, I guess you did heal her, but I can't say I agree with your teaching methods. I think it's too brutish. Everyone's a critic, Death shrugged, stroking his sister's ethereal hair, relishing the sensation of her softness between his fingers. Life appreciated these moments when he was affectionate, so she allowed Death to indulge himself. Yet, she couldn't help but pose a nagging question, why did you call yourself the universal janitor? She had a niggling question, however. Why did you call yourself the universal janitor? I take out the trash, Death replied matter-of-factly. Life recoiled in horror. Are you implying that my creations are garbage? Not all of them, Death said calmly. Just the majority. Life puffed up her cheeks indignantly. Fine. They might be a bit flawed, but they're my flawed creations. And I cherish every single one of them. I know, sister. I know, Death replied softly, acknowledging that it was Life's unwavering love for her creations that prevented him from simply erasing them all. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Humans could live with themselves without gods just fine, and it was in these rising apes that he had the most interest in. But what else could Death care for if not for Life's happiness? Issei stared at Rias' boobs. He locked onto Rias' assets as if they held or perhaps carry the secrets of the universe. She was clad in her school uniform, a design that seemed crafted to accentuate the chest area for well-endowed female students. There seemed to be no dress code ruling the length of their magenta skirts either. The dark shoulder cape and the corset of the same color seemingly framed the white button-down shirt in a way that made it pop out between the two pieces. Rias wasn't wearing the shoulder cape, but even without it, it was as if the corset was providing architectural support for her more than impressive bosom. As if Issei Haidu needed any encouragement. His eyes were drawn to the only things on his mind. Sometimes, epiphanies struck at the most unexpected moments. Like the revelation that breasts, a concept beyond his mortal comprehension until he'd seen the real deal, were somehow more enticing when veiled by clothing. He couldn't quite grasp why. But how could the shape of breasts confined and molded by layers of fabric and undergarments possibly be more appealing? What sort of sorcery is this? Then, it hit him like a splash of cold water on a sweltering day. Imagination. That was the key. Illusion and imagination were mightier than reality. At this very moment, Issei marveled at the existence of the myriad of adorable outfits that far surpassed men's choices in terms of variety. He silently thanked the genius who had designed their school's female uniform. Despite this newfound appreciation, Issei had not forgotten that breasts were still breasts, a marvelous and wondrous pair of appendages. Devil she might be, not even Rias Gremory, a proud devil born under the house of Gremory, one of the last remaining 32 pillars, could not withstand the sheer intensity of his unwavering gaze. She had shown him nearly everything, fully aware of the allure of her feminine charms. She had hoped that this display would seduce him to her side with his typical male reactions. She failed, and even if her seduction was successful, she doubted it would help her at all in dealing with his piercing male gaze. It certainly didn't help that the young man wore an expression of solemnity instead of the usual grin and drool. How much could one boy change from a single encounter with a dragon? As I was saying, Rias cleared her throat, consciously crossing her arms and unintentionally accentuating her assets further, which only intensified his stare and caused his russet brown eyes to practically scream. They got bigger. Hatin, I need to speak with you, preferably in private. Is your room available? Her voice broke the spell, and Issei snapped back to reality from his deep contemplation at the mention of his room. My room? Calm down, you Wally. Balthazar chided, temporarily adopting a strange southern British accent that vanished in the next sentence. Don't let her enter your room unless you've prepared a reason for why you have a naked chaos dragon in there. And no, saying, I found her lying on the streets, won't work. Issei cursed inwardly, his mind racing for an excuse. Yes, your room. Somewhere private. My room's messy, Issei stammered, scratching the back of his head as he searched for a more convincing excuse. Rias had collected herself. It's all right. It won't take long. How messy can a boy's room be? The solution finally revealed itself in Issei's mind. Oh ho ho, you underestimate the messiness of a teenage boy in his growing stage full of rampaging hormones, Issei smirked. Rias did the anime character surprised gasp at his supposed revelation. I haven't had the time to tidy my room yet. In fact, it's so messy that my magazines are all strewn across the floor. Rias persevered. That's fine, I can help you tidy them up. No can do, senpai. They're adult magazines, Issei stated matter-of-factly. I may be the most depraved young boy in the vicinity of, well, probably the entire world, but I can't let you do as much as pick up those magazines with your bare, clean, pretty hands. My room is unclean. Most unclean. She was mildly surprised at that statement but equally troubled, considering this boy had just admitted he had a stash of adult magazines large enough to cover his floor. You know what I am? She trailed off, hinting at her devil heritage, so it's fine. No, senpai, you don't get it, Issei half-shouted, causing Rias to flinch. It doesn't matter what you are, what matters to me is that you're still a girl in my eyes. I know you don't see me as a manly man, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I had you help me clean my room. An odd sensation crept over Rias once again, her heartbeat skipping, an unusual fluttering in her stomach, the kind of feeling people described as butterflies. How could he evoke this sensation, the same she felt when she first met him, with such levels of degeneracy? How could her heart skip a beat over being told not to touch someone's adult magazines, regardless of their intent, when she was a devil? Whatever it was, Rias blushed and abandoned her intention to enter his room. Very well, since you're so insistent, I'll respect your privacy. In that case, maybe we can take a walk outside. That wasn't much better, Issei thought. He didn't have a good excuse to avoid going outside. His mother would surely throw him out herself if he looked at her for a reason to avoid walking with the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Crap. What do? I can't just leave Tiamat in my room. What if she wakes up? Let's check her, change your clothes as a reason. Nodding to himself, Issei turned to the devil in his living room. Sure, just give me a moment to freshen up. Got chased by a pretty big dog, you know? Of course, Rias replied with a knowing smile, though she couldn't help but find his choice of words amusing. Interesting way to describe a dragon, Hayatsu-kun. Take your time. As Rias waited, she tried to dismiss the thought of Issei being a paragon of manliness. How could a pervert fit that image? It was a conundrum she didn't quite know how to solve. Meanwhile, Issei raced up the stairs, prompting his mother to shout, "No running in the house," after him. He quickly unlocked his bedroom door, slipped inside, and locked it with a comedic flourish. He nearly let out a yelp when he saw that Tiamat had awakened, sprawled on his bed with only his school blazer covering her back, though not her butt. However, that wasn't the main reason for his suppressed outburst. Issei was on the verge of yelling because Tiamat was openly perusing his book. It was none other than the copy of High School DxXXD, the 18+ rated one-handed exercise material that Motohama had lent him. He needed to return it to school tomorrow, as it was Matsuda's turn next. The book featured a boy with an awakened boosted gear who engaged in various encounters with girls and women from different mythologies. Trouble arrived when his arch-rival made his appearance and started to repeatedly shrink the size of his boosted gear, canceling his boost. The premise was as bizarre as it was intricate for a seemingly juvenile dick-measuring contest, not to mention the glaring plot holes. Still, Motohama had praised the character design. And really, who cared about plot holes in such pornographic literature? Issei hadn't had a chance to read it yet, given his recent demise and subsequent unconsciousness. However, the actual problem at hand lay elsewhere. Noting his entrance and his dazed expression, the lady on his bed reluctantly tore her pretty blue eyes from the questionable reading material to fix them on him. Issei felt himself freeze under her chilly gaze. Tiamat was still naked, but his thoughts were now consumed by the urgent task of preserving his life and preventing a dragon-induced rampage in his home. That, in turn, could cause his mother to freak out, possibly over a broken favorite vase. Am I screwed? I'm so screwed. How screwed am I? Probably in a few minutes. Both in literal and non-literal meaning. Tiamat set the book down on the bed, her hands initially clenched in fists. It worried Issei even more than the time his mother stumbled upon some of his forbidden ambrosia. However, he gradually relaxed as he noticed her loosening her fists. Her expression suggested she had recalled something she regretted but was now willing to acknowledge. "Master," Tiamat muttered begrudgingly, and Issei felt an odd mixture of relief and a tingling sensation from being addressed as "Master" by someone who clearly surpassed him in many ways. "Master?" Issei's oblivious question earned him a glare. "Must you humiliate me so? You spared my life. My honor as a dragon compels me to serve you unless you state otherwise." "Let's not state the otherwise. She might try to eat you again." "Right. Great idea." Issei wholeheartedly agreed. Any idea that would prolong his life translated into a good idea. "Okay. Good to know. What is it that you need of me?" "Well, isn't she docile?" "Not completely. A dragon's pride is, well, their pride. She might call you master, but her heart won't accept it until she acknowledges you." Balthazar explained. "Look into her eyes, boy. That pair of ice burns like flames. Better to ignore her apparent defiance for now. That devil will be suspicious." Nodding mentally, Issei responded to Tiamat. I'm gonna need to go out for a bit, so, could you, stay here? I'll have to lock the doors so my mom won't freak out, and please, don't let anyone know you're here. Pretty please?" It was clear that Tiamat wasn't one to blindly obey orders, as evident from the narrowing of her chilly blue eyes and the faint scowl on her pale lips. Nonetheless, she nodded. "Understood. I'll remain here in waiting." "Phew. I trust you." "A dragon has no need to lie," Tiamat snarled. "See, cool it, cool it, cool it." Issei waved his arms up and down in a panic. Okay, dragons are very trustworthy." "I don't doubt it. Could you find something to wear? Actually, never mind that. He didn't want Tiamat rummaging through his closet. Delving into his dresser, Issei stripped off his school's white shirt, along with a red t-shirt that was beginning to emit an odor reminiscent of dried sweat. He replaced them with another red t-shirt, feeling briefly like a cartoon character stuck in a recurring wardrobe crisis. Red shirt it was, again. But something didn't quite sit right with him in this bizarre situation. An exceptionally beautiful woman lounged on his bed, clad in nothing but her birthday suit, and his school blazer used more as a makeshift cape. She boasted a body that could make the girls at his school green with envy, complete with a pair of assets that seemed heaven-sent. Yet, strangely, Issei found himself curiously unfazed. Clothes, emotions, imaginations, these elements had proven to be even more crucial to his perversion than he had ever realized. What scrawny figure, Tiamat scoffed as she assessed him, her eyes tracing his form. No bulging muscles, no sculpted physique, just a plain average, leaning more towards the skinny end. I can't believe a human like you would be my master. Yep, that's me, the scrawny-ass master, Issei retorted with a snark. Well, he had an average build with just enough fat to cover his muscles. No need to deny that. Unlike most action anime protagonists, his body wasn't well-built or had buffy athletic muscles that swooned the ladies. But then again, he wasn't an action anime protagonist. This was real life he lived in, not some shounen anime or battle harem manga. And yet, for such a meek being to be safeguarded by death himself, Issei arched an eyebrow as he took a glance. You know who that was? Of course, Tiamat replied, visibly shuddering at the memory. She held herself tightly, her embarrassment over her first defeat still raw. There is none in this world whose voice can invoke the concept of an empty, meaningless death, a complete erasure of my entire existence, where all traces of my being vanish from history. To be reduced to nothingness. None whose mere presence inspires chilling fear and terror. Dragons are not creatures of fear, and yet I was petrified. He terrifies me, boy. Her icy blue eyes bore into his, unwavering. I sensed something foreign, a minuscule drop in the vast sea of reality where chaos and order hangs, yet that single drop stirred a colossal wave like no other. Something that far exceeds the bounds of comprehension in this world. Something that might even rival the forces of nature or subsume them. That's why I demanded your seed. Tell me, boy, how can a mere human like you find favor with a primordial being? How could you be granted such potential? Issei regarded her with a serious expression, her words echoing through his mind like riddles too complex to untangle. Maybe he should invest in a thesaurus. We'll explain later. Right now, just hurry. I don't have all the answers myself, but I'll try to explain later. There's something I need to take care of first. Issei remarked as he retrieved a hoodie from his closet. It was a plain white one, slightly oversized thanks to its previous owner, his university-bound relative. Nevertheless, it should provide better coverage than most of his clothes. Tiamat observed him with caution as he approached, offering her the white hoodie. Here, put this on. I'm familiar with this attire that you bipedal mammals use, Tiamat commented, her gaze scrutinizing the hoodie with a look of mild disdain. She regarded it as if it were a rather perplexing relic. It offers hardly any form of protection, yet you humans adorn yourselves with it as if it were armor. Why? Well, you see, us bipedal mammals have something called shame. We tend to get embarrassed quite easily. Tiamat's curiosity was piqued. Embarrassed? About what? It's your body. Natural and nothing to hide. Damn right. Let all the women in the world free their nips, Issei agreed, his mind initially wandering to a vision of a world with unrestricted displays of femininity. But he quickly reeled his thoughts back in. Well, yes, letting all the women in the world go au naturel sounds great, but, it's a bit more complicated than that when not all of them are as pretty as you, Tiamat-san. But clothes can be pretty amazing too, you know. They can multiply your attractiveness. Like a beautiful woman in a backless dress is sexier than the same lady in nothing because she has some part of her body covered, but also exposed so much that we men can't help but stare. Lad, quit sputtering. Anyway, long story short, stay in this room, you can read the books if you want, but please don't leave. I'll be back soon. Tiamat kept her silent, pensive stare as her new master left the room with his dirty clothes in tow. The sound of a locking mechanism clicking into place echoed through the room. With a huff, Tiamat regarded the room with mild disinterest, considering it rather trivial compared to her grand lair. Yet, even this mundane space offered more than her glorified cave ever could. Her thoughts returned to Issei's words, pondering the notion that by human standards, her human form was deemed attractive, or at least to him. She smirked triumphantly, mistaking the happiness of receiving a compliment for a surge of pride. It is only right for me to be attractive. Satisfied with her self-praising, Tiamat then turned her attention to the white article of clothing in her hands. She held it aloft, studying its size intently. Now then, to figure out how to put on this thing. After several attempts, she finally managed to get her right hand through the correct opening. It took even more tries until she stopped attempting to force her head through the left armhole or putting her left hand through the neck hole. It was strangely comfortable, she noted, surprised at the peculiar design of human garments. However, her curiosity soon turned to bafflement as she lifted the hood and had it engulf her entire head, plunging her vision into darkness. Tiamat pulled down the cowl, mystified by the strange engineering of mankind. What was the point of this face protection if it completely obscured her vision? Life playfully wiggled her luminous shoulders as she observed the Chaos Dragon's puzzling attempt to don the hoodie the wrong way around. She's quite adorable, isn't she? Amusing to watch her struggle, is it? Death acknowledged with a smirk, or at least, where his face should have been. What an idiot! Life playfully smacked Death on his ethereal shoulder, sending a dazzling display of black and white lights dancing through the cosmic void. That's hardly fair. She's not human, after all. It's only natural for her to be unfamiliar with their customs. Supposedly so, Death muttered, not eager to engage in a protracted debate at the moment. His attention remained fixed on his chosen, who, for reasons known only to him, had decided to take a leisurely stroll in the park. Why nearly everything must happen in that infernal park, puzzled Death. Goodness, you're terribly inconsiderate, Life chided with a grin. Hearing her mocking tone, Death shot her a glance, causing her radiant lights to momentarily stiffen. Just kidding? Death merely shrugged, and, in his characteristic fashion, idly prodded a white dwarf star, a star that had reached the twilight of its existence. With this simple nudge, he initiated a gravitational collapse within the star's core, triggering a brilliant supernova. A wave of dazzling light rippled through the vast cosmic void as the once feeble white dwarf reached its celestial climax, marking its final act after a lifetime of thankless service as one of the countless stars that contributed to the creation of the sun, enabling the existence of life itself. Pretty. Life couldn't contain her excitement and let out a gleeful squeal, reveling in the radiant spectacle before her. Even though one of her earlier creations had just perished, likely collapsing into a black hole after its last magnificent flare, she always found the fireworks of a supernova to be a breathtaking display. The eruption of thousands of colors was, in her view, a testament to the intricate beauty of the cosmos and a creation not easily replicated. Besides, it didn't cause any harm. With a touch of wistfulness, she figuratively closed her eyes. Unlike her more stoic sibling, Life was easily sentimental, even towards a seemingly insignificant blazing ball of gas drifting in the vastness of space. She reflected on the star's extraordinary journey, from its birth as a celestial body to its eventual demise as a white dwarf and, finally, its spectacular end as a brilliant supernova. One last show before its death. Going out in a blaze of glory. Brother, I find myself in a rather distressing predicament, Life began, her radiant form tinged with a sense of unease. Death, with an exasperated sigh that seemed to carry the weight of an eternity of existence, responded, "What is it now?" Life's luminous countenance dimmed slightly as she confessed, "When I close my eyes, I cannot see." Death regarded his sister with a mixture of irritation and curiosity, as though he were grappling with the profound realization that they were, indeed, related. Sometimes it's a wonder how we are even related, Death mused dryly. We may not share blood, But we are akin to two sides of the same cosmic coin, Life replied with a touch of ethereal wisdom. We grapple with the same existential dilemmas, yet our approaches to these quandaries differ. Our relationship is akin to that of siblings, companions, advisors, mutually respectful and affectionate. We possess a unique comfort in each other's presence, one that transcends the complexities of romantic entanglements. I hold a deep affection for you, akin to that of a brother, and you, for me, like a sister. Death's gaze, as inscrutable as the void itself, seemed to bore into life's very essence for a moment, eliciting a somewhat disconcerted reaction from her. Admittedly, he was a bit creeped out. After a few moments of this unsettling silence, Death finally broke it with a pointed question. If that's the case, why am I perpetually saddled with all your problems? Life, in all her eternal radiance, shrank under the weight of her brother's scrutiny. She regressed to a more characteristic demeanor, one of naive innocence and perhaps a touch of obtuseness, yet undeniably kind-hearted. Naive, innocent, kinda dumb, but doubtlessly kind. And not all of them, she stammered, seemingly unable to meet Death's gaze. It was as if the abyss were indeed gazing back at her, and she found it rather disconcerting. Fine, perhaps most of them. Death didn't budge. Okay. All of them. Life finally admitted, pouting in a manner that was quintessentially her. Why can't you just let me have my moments? I was speaking smartly for once, you know? Speaking smartly? For once. So you concede that wisdom is a rare occurrence for you? Life's frown deepened into a crestfallen expression. Now that's just mean. No need to strive for wisdom when simplicity suffices for understanding, Death remarked matter-of-factly. There's no need for you to speak smartly as long as I can understand you. Her frown transformed into a radiant smile. Ah, that's rather sweet. If I'm sweet, then you must be sour. Perhaps that's what lends our cosmic dance its unique flavor, Death contemplated. Death, the sweet release, while life, the tangy journey everyone must endure. Life's cheeks swelled with a sense of injustice. Why does life have to be so unfair? No one seems to think it's ever fair. The only injustice in life arises from the misguided belief that it ought to be just. Only in death that all becomes equitable. Life's pout intensified. Why do you always get to say the cool stuff? I can't help it, Death replied, his wispy fingers tenderly brushing Life's radiant hair. Your essence calls for me to be the cool one, to maintain balance in the grand cosmic tapestry. What's that supposed to mean, you big meanie? Speaking of cool, it was quite cold in the quaint city park of Kuro. The chilly air swept through, leaving Issei to rue his decision not to bring a hoodie or sweater. While the cold was tolerable, he couldn't help but ponder the missed opportunity to offer the hottest girl in school his outerwear, hoping to earn some affection points, if such things even existed. I should have brought my sweater. Sorry, senpai, I didn't think of that, Issei lamented. HM? Oh, it's fine. Rias tittered as the two walked to a bench. That's sweet of you, Hagen. She refrained from mentioning that, with Issei's straightforwardness and unabashed perversions, there was little room for misunderstanding his intentions. They found themselves a spot on a green park bench, and Issei's gaze meandered toward the darkening orange sky. Dusk had settled, and the park was nearly deserted, save for the eerie serenade of leaves rustling in the breeze. So, what's on your mind, senpai? Issei asked, feeling as though he was treading into the territory of a troubled boyfriend, though he had no first-hand experience in such matters. You, of course, Rias replied, casting him an affectionate smile before turning her gaze toward the park's ornate fountain, amused by his creeping blush at her bluntness. Truth be told, Hagen, I'm concerned about your well-being. It seems like you have an uncanny knack for stumbling into dangerous situations. Issei couldn't deny that a dragon with a peculiar fixation on his reproductive abilities fell squarely into the category of dangerous situations. This extreme Yandra obsession was definitely not his cup of tea. Feeling bashful under the weight of her concern, Issei fumbled for words. He wasn't accustomed to being the recipient of someone's worry, except perhaps from his parents, who expressed it rarely and usually in the context of his penchant for hoarding questionable materials labeled as childhood memories in a cardboard box hidden in his closet. Geez, why would anyone want something to do with me? I mean, I don't want to wallow in self-pity, but I'm just your run-of-the-mill average guy, Issei admitted. Rias regarded him with a thoughtful expression. Is that so? What makes you think that? Well, because I'm average. My grades are average, I'm not particularly good at anything special, I have friends. Not a lot, but enough. My face is pretty standard, and the entire school knows me. Not necessarily in a good light though. Rias nodded, acknowledging his self-awareness. I think you're pretty unique, she remarked with a soft titter, appreciating his humility and introspection. So you know that peeping on the kendo girls is wrong? Yeah. Issei's unflinching reply surprised her. I do think it's wrong, but it's not fair that me and my friends get all the blame when there are plenty of other guys doing it. Rias contemplated the situation, her thoughts drifting to her friend Sona. So there are others. Would you be willing to tell me their names? Sona would greatly appreciate this information. I ain't no snitch, Issei declared bravely. Sorry, senpai. Rias sighed, realizing that discussing school's peeping toms wasn't the primary reason for their conversation, and it was more of a trouble for Sona to handle anyway. It's fine. I didn't come here to discuss that with you, Hayato-kun. I apologize for sending someone to spy on you. But is it true that you met a dragon? Play dumb, lad. Dragon? Where? Not that dumb. Rias appeared perplexed. The lady with the sky-blue hair? The one who introduced herself as Tiamat? Issei raised an eyebrow, his brow furrowing. She's a dragon? He seemed genuinely puzzled. Well, she did mention she was one, but she looks like a naked lady to me. He couldn't help but glance in the direction of her ample assets. With quite the set of bazookas, a thought crossed his mind. Although, are they as great as the great one Isama's? Now, that's a question worth investigating. My eyes are up here, Haidun. She reminded him as a scarlet blush dashed across her face. Was this what Yumi mentioned back then? Right. Sorry. I have this condition, you see, where I'm easily distracted by, well, you know. He gestured awkwardly toward her chest. Rias chuckled, unable to suppress her amusement. Well, I suppose I can't fault you for having a healthy appreciation for the female form. Just try to focus, okay? Understood, senpai, Issei replied, his tone a mixture of seriousness and sheepishness. Rias continued with a serious tone. Still, believe it or not, she is a dragon. Whoa. Issei glanced up at the sky, as if searching for answers. That explains why she just kinda appeared out of nowhere twice. But no need to mention you saw her mid-transformation, Balthazar added with a hint of amusement. Heh, you might be getting the hang of this bullshittery quicker than I'd thought. Issei wasn't sure if being a good liar was a skill he wanted to perfect, but he took the compliment anyway. First, the fallen angels, and now a dragon. Rias mused, her tone laced with concern. Who knows what's next? I don't mean to freak you out, Hayato-kun, but your life isn't exactly running on the standard model. That makes you special in a way. Not sure if it's the kind of special I'd sign up for. Issei didn't find dodging dragon encounters particularly thrilling. Maybe in video games, but reality had a different flavor. He had no intention of testing his luck with another near-death experience that might end him inside a dragon's belly. It is, isn't it? Rias sighed, her expression carrying a touch of melancholy. It's like you're starring in your own reality show, and the viewers expect you to perform some crazy stunts just because it's entertainment. Can get pretty exhausting. She belatedly realized she might be oversharing her devilish troubles. Oops. Sorry, I went on a tangent there, didn't I? Issei responded with a thoughtful hum. Her little outburst sounded like she was venting some personal experiences. Senpai, you make my life sound like a cakewalk. Must be a real hoot being a devil, right? Rias smiled, a bit self-conscious. She wasn't asking for pity, but that wasn't pity he offered. Understanding and pity were two different things, albeit easily mistaken for one another. She wished her servants understood she wasn't pitying them and that she truly cared for them and the things they had been through. Taking a moment to reflect, she decided to open up a bit more. After all, he was already privy to the world of devils and the supernatural. Well, let's just say it's not all sunshine and roses. It's hard to get people to see me as who I am. Maybe not here, but in the underworld. What would you do if I tell you that I am a princess or some sort? Hiken. To. Issei nodded, then paused. What? Rias took a moment, gazing at Issei with an earnest expression. What if I told you I'm a princess, from a noble lineage? How would that impact your view of me? Issei couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat forming on his brow. A stunning crimson-haired beauty, exuding a fragrance that could rival a flower shop, had just posed a rather regal scenario. Nonetheless, he decided to respond honestly. Well, that came out of left field. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we just met, senpai. I don't want to get ahead of myself and start assuming things. But if we do become friends, I'd like to think I'd treat you just like my other friends. It might be a bit of a stretch, but if I were in your shoes, born into a fancy family and all, I'd probably prefer that. Being on a pedestal all the time doesn't sound like much fun, right? I imagine it gets pretty stuffy up there. Exactly, Rias exclaimed, surprised at how this seemingly perverted boy had such insight and could empathize with her situation so quickly. That's exactly what I'm looking for from everyone, just to be seen as Rias Gremory first, not some princess to be won over. I want to be Rias before Gremory. It's like wanting the freedom to do what I want and be myself. Maybe it sounds a bit selfish. Issei scratched an imaginary itch at the back of his head, deep in thought. She definitely had the speech and mannerisms of a noble, but her struggles felt genuine. He couldn't help but wonder what it was like to walk in her designer shoes. Do you not enjoy being a devil, senpai? He asked, curious about her perspective. No. I actually enjoy being a devil and fulfilling my duties, Rias explained. What bothers me most is being Rias Gremory, the title, not the devil part. Issei nodded, his mind churning with contemplation. He couldn't help but wonder about the complexities of being a princess. Did they grapple with the daily ordeal of choosing their attire? Or was it the relentless pressure to conform to society's expectations? Maybe she was just going through a rebellious phase? Did princesses even have rebellious phases? What am I doing? Rias huffed a sigh, smiling somewhat sadly. I meant to ask about you, but instead, we're delving into my problems. Although it's relieving that you can understand, Hayadu-kun. Thank you for listening. I hope that we can be friends in the future. She smiled sincerely at him, and Issei thought that Rias just got twice as prettier. Issei was about to respond with his own version of heartfelt camaraderie when he suddenly thought twice. What's wrong with now? Aren't we friends already? Oh, but maybe it's not a good idea, he added, causing Rias to stiffen. Maybe not on school grounds since people might start thinking strangely about you, senpai. I don't want to besmirch your reputation, he muttered aloud, momentarily patting his mental back for the effective use of besmirch. Rias' response had a tinge of hostility as she retorted, let them think what they want. At the very least I should be free to choose my friends. Issei widened his eyes, attempting to make light of the situation. You'll befriend a notorious perv? That can take a dive on your reputation, you know. We have our own flaws. Rias smiled, her demeanor softening. In no way am I saying this in a bad way, but you're a surprisingly considerate, Ah, shucks, Issei grinned, giving himself an imaginary pat on the back again. Trouble's brewing. What? Just as Balthazar's warning registered, Rias grew visibly tense, her eyes darting about nervously. Issei mimicked her actions out of nervousness, switching on his vision to scan for supernatural activity. Everything turned to various shades of gray, and his attention was drawn to two blue lights emanating from the trees behind them. One small dot appeared in the distance, growing steadily larger, while the other formed a distinct silhouette of a woman descending in front of Issei and Rias. TSK? Crows, Rias muttered with a hint of disdain. Was that some kind of bird-themed insult? Is that a bird brain question, boy? Good point. Just as they were settling into an unexpected, somewhat awkward reunion with Rainier, Issei couldn't help but reflect on her unapologetically scandalous attire. Two raven-black wings spread out behind her, overshadowing the moon and adding an eerie ambience to the situation. "I'm sorry, did I cut your date short?" Rainier quipped, her voice dripping with mockery. I mean Yuma-chan. Chan? San? What suffix do I use now?" Issei blurted out, his internal sensor momentarily malfunctioning. Rainier's face twisted in disgust as she glared at him. "Ooh, you managed to escape me once. That won't happen today, I promise you that much, after I deal with her." She turned her attention toward Rias, her animosity on full display. "You have the nerve to not only cross me once but threaten me as well in my own territory? This is the day you die, Rainier." A crimson magic sigil circled Rias's hands, radiating a dangerous crimson hue as it birthed a chaotic ball of destruction, sizzling the air around it. Rainier recoiled slightly at the sight, but she conjured a blazing purple light spear, shaped like a bolt of thunder, into her hand. Issei, realizing that these two were on the verge of engaging in a deadly magical showdown, instinctively took a few steps back. These attacks looked deadly enough to make him dead, again, before he could reunite with Rainier and her barely concealed fallen angel assets. No doubt those two behind you plan to attack the devil the moment Rainier attacks. "You need to warn her, boy," Issei thought. This was serious. How could he help without revealing his knowledge of those other fallen angels? Unbeknownst to Issei, Rias found Rainier's hesitance odd and sensed that something was amiss. It didn't take her long to make a decision. She hurled her power of destruction at Rainier, who had to veer to the side to evade it, narrowly avoiding damage to her wing. "Run!" Rias shouted as she dashed away. Issei naturally bolted, despite the fact that they were heading to the same direction where that lone fallen angel was heading. "Run, boy, but don't you run faster than her if you want to keep our secret hidden." "God damn it, again?" He almost soiled his pants when a purple light spear zipped past him, narrowly missing his side and vanishing into the ground. Another light spear, this time blazing blue, grazed the side of Rias' calf. The jolting pain made her flinch, but she continued running, glancing back and firing several magic bullets at the two pursuing fallen angels. "Senpai, there's another one up ahead," Issei warned, and Rias refocused her attention on the path ahead, firing her magic blindly behind her. "Goddamn, what a rack dash." Issei's genuine decadent compliment was cut short as Rias shoved him to the side. He tumbled to the ground, the fall expertly executed to minimize any potential pain. His quick thinking and cat-like reflexes in falling honed through. Years of being a reluctant goalkeeper during PE came to his rescue once again. It turned out that his talent for ogle dodging, avoiding glances at girls' bloomers until a soccer ball whizzed his way, had an unexpected, yet invaluable application in supernatural combat. Issei could only curse at his current predicament, but he couldn't help but be impressed by his own fall technique. It was as if his talent for perverted escapades had secretly prepared him for moments like this. As he picked himself up from the ground, he would have found a golden light spear lodged in the dirt precisely where he would have been if he had continued running. The menacing projectile had vanished into thin air, but the unnerving accuracy of its trajectory left Issei with a lingering sense of dread. His attention shifted to the newcomer who had delivered the light spear, a lady dressed in a maroon suit-like trench coat with an impressively high collar and a scandalously low neckline. Her matching skirt, tight enough to count as a second skin, barely covered half of her supple thighs. Two sleek black wings sprouted from her back, emphasizing her fallen angel status. Issei wondered how her breasts didn't spill out already. And as for the striking blue hair, he chalked it up to the quirks of the supernatural world. "Don't you think supernatural people have these strange, flashy hair colors?" Issei mused internally. "Magic, probably." "Oh yeah, like that makes sense," Issei sarcastically responded in his thoughts. "Prepare to die, kid," the lady threatened, her voice dripping with arrogance and a clear desire to cause harm. Issei, seemingly undeterred by the threat, continued his verbal antics. "Let me rephrase myself. Nice rack, W." He scrambled backward as another light spear pulverized the space right between his legs, mere inches away from putting a permanent dent in his family's future plans. Hey, come on. I was being honest. Silence, fool. The lady with scandalous suit said, her words brimming with arrogance and obvious animosity towards him. Her animosity was short-lived as Rias intervened with a compressed bullet of demonic power, forcing the fallen angel named Calawarner to swiftly evade it. The bullet detonated behind her, sending shrapnel pelting into her wings and causing her to wince in pain. In the meantime, Rias had conjured 10 magic circles, each preparing to unleash a torrent of her power of destruction. I'm your enemy, Calawarner, Rias declared confidently. Tisk. Seeing the futility of facing off against Rias, Calawarner conjured and hurled a spear directly at Issei. However, the fallen angel's attack was swiftly neutralized by Rias' homing black and red energy, which struck down the projectile in mid-flight. Hayadu! Get behind me! Rias commanded. Issei couldn't help but grumble at his lack of supernatural abilities. This is so not cool. He reluctantly scurried to Rias' back, realizing he was the only one without powers in this action-packed showdown. Hey, this would be a great time for me to awaken or power up or something because I'm seriously lame right now, Issei thought hopefully as he watched Rias and Calawarner trade blows with their impressive magical powers, creating a mesmerizing display of fireworks when the unholy and corrupted holy energies collided, except deadlier. Awaken what? Sure you're stronger than you were, but you're not exactly strong either. 0 + 1 is just 1. I've only made that much progress? All you did so far is running away. Damn it. Issei sighed mentally. Reality had one heck of an experience grind. Running away, my not-so-secret superpower. It's something, Balthazar added, his tone not quite genuine, as if he were an ancient dragon humorously observing a youngling's struggles. Despite his grumpiness, Issei couldn't help but notice 3 more fallen angels closing in on them. They were well within range to skewer them with their light spears. Senpai? Issei grumbled with a mix of annoyance and anxiety. 3 more are hot on our heels. Rias, maintaining her focus on deflecting another of Calawarner's light-imbued spears, clicked her tongue in mild annoyance. I can't reach my servants while I'm playing dodgeball with these crows. Individually, they're small fry, but 4-on-1 isn't a fair game. You need to escape while you can. Hayadu. They're all here for me. I'll hold them off as long as I can. Issei's humor-flecked frustration bubbled up as he protested. You know I can't just leave you here, senpai. But Rias offered a confident smile, all while keeping her eyes trained on the increasingly frustrated fallen angel before her, who struggled to break through her protective barriers. I knew you'd say that, but you have to. They'll kill you if I screw up, and I'm not exactly in peak condition right now. With a swift motion, Rias conjured a red barrier behind them, transparent but tinted with a fiery crimson hue. It flashed as Rainer's light spear, along with 2 others, collided against its curved surface. All the more reason to not leave you, what the hell? Issei gritted his teeth as he scanned their surroundings, desperate for ideas. Could he wear his shoes as makeshift gloves? No, he highly doubted those spears were mere bolts of electricity. The rubber soles of his shoes weren't going to perform miracles. Maybe if he believed hard enough in the power of friendship. No, that was just plain stupid. Fuck am I supposed to do? I can't just run. Well, you could pull a brave stand and fight, boy. But let's not kid ourselves, you've always been a sprinter, not a brawler. Balthazar's dry wit managed to sneak through his advice once more. Now gather those pebbles and fling them like your life depends on it. I'll give them a little boost. Issei hesitated only for a moment before grabbing a handful of sizable pebbles, each about as big as his thumb. He dashed behind Rias' barrier, testing the waters to see if he could effectively throw projectiles without exposing himself to the enemy. After a quick test throw, he launched into a frenzy, pelting the fallen angels with a barrage of rocks. The twist in this tale was that these weren't your average pebbles. Unbeknownst to him, Balthazar had secretly juiced up his projectiles. What were once mere stones had turned into tiny, high-speed missiles. As Issei continued his relentless rock-throwing assault, He couldn't help but wince empathetically when one of his enhanced projectiles found its target, striking the male fallen angel right where it hurts the most. A gut-wrenching howl of agony pierced the air, and the fallen angel crumpled to the ground, curled up in a ball of pain. It was a hit to the nether regions, the land of no return, the highly classified restricted area. Take that. And sorry, Issei yelled, his apologetic tone contrasting with the chaos of battle. He kept flinging stones as Ria's barrier slowly began to fade. He could hear her gasping for breath, the stress of maintaining two barriers and countering Calawarner's attacks taking its toll. And let's not forget her sleepless nights. Being a devil princess wasn't all glamorous. Fuck, stop moving already. Issei's frustration grew as he continued to miss the other two fallen angels, who had wisely adopted a more cautious approach after witnessing the unfortunate fate of their comrade. This is stupid, Rainier cursed, narrowly avoiding another flying pebble that nearly grazed her wings. As the barrage of pebbles continued, Rainier's frustration reached its boiling point. She couldn't allow this boy and his enigmatic power to roam freely, especially if he had aligned himself with the devil's forces. It was time to resort to dirty tactics, even if it meant temporarily humiliating herself. With an exasperated sigh, she halted her advance, and her companion Middlet followed suit. Say, Rainier called out, her sultry voice cutting through the chaos of battle. She slowly brought her hands to her chest, sensually massaging her own bosom as she locked eyes with the stunned boy. Put those rocks down. Issei gasped, and he stopped throwing once he saw Rainier was massaging her tits. Put those rocks down, Rainier's sultry voice called out, her hands sensually caressing her own bosom as she addressed him. Surrender, and you can have your way with these heavenly mounds. That's what you desire, isn't it? Issei gasped and immediately ceased his pebble-throwing spree, his eyes fixated on Rainier's seductive display. Her proposition had caught him completely off guard. You heard me, young man, Rainier purred, casting a sultry glance in his direction. Cease your attacks, and these heavenly mounds can be yours for 10 glorious seconds. Issei's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he considered this unexpected offer. 10. Rias, observing this exchange with growing concern, knew she had to intervene before Issei succumbed to his desires. She had a battle to win, after all. Don't listen to her, Haidu. Rias stammered, her voice trembling with a mix of desperation and determination. If you're that entranced, then I'll let you fondle mine for 20 seconds if you run. Issei's gaze darted between the two, his mind whirling. T20? Rainier, unwilling to be outdone, raised the stakes even further. A minute, and I'll even let you pinch and squeeze them. Fair real? I'll let you undress me from top to bottom, Rias declared, her competitive spirit kicking in. Issei was torn. Issei found himself caught in an absurd tug-of-war, torn between the tantalizing propositions of the two fallen angels. The decision weighed heavily on his shoulders, and he had no idea how to navigate this peculiar predicament. By this point, both Calawarner and Middlet, the yellow-haired gothic Lolita in a black and white ensemble with an equally impressive chest as Kaniko's, had completely ceased their light spear-throwing activities. They now stood in bewildered contemplation of their life choices, regretting their involvement in this bizarre spectacle. Danzydanz, the unfortunate fallen angel who had suffered a direct hit from Issei's projectile, lay on the ground nursing his critical injury, pondering the meaning of existence. I'll let you fondle Calawarners as well. Rainier threw in another tempting offer. Don't drag me into your twisted fantasies, you harlot, Calawarner deadpanned, uncaring about the situation's absurdity. As the situation descended further into chaos and hilarity, Issei grappled with the most challenging dilemma of his life, a decision between two sides, two sets of greatness, and the promise of squishy and softer places. It was the ultimate conundrum, and he found himself utterly perplexed. What good are the breasts of a fledgling teenage brat? Rainier taunted with a sultry grin. Come to me, Issei, and I'll show you pleasures beyond even a devil's wildest dreams. But no one desires second-hand goods for their first time, Rias countered, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. No one has ever had the honor of laying hands on mine. What one strangely depraved world I've been thrown into. Balthazar could practically hear Death's amused sniggering as the situation descended into further chaos. Even the mighty Void Dragon had to acknowledge the twisted sense of humor of the universe as the two ladies temporarily put their skirmish on hold to laud insults at one another. Raynair's lips curled into a wicked grin as she fired her parting shot. "You're just jealous because I know how to have fun, Gremory." Rias, her competitive spirit fully ignited, shot back with a sly smirk. "Oh, I have no doubt you know how to have fun, Raynair. But I have standards." Raynair raised an eyebrow, unyielding in their verbal duel. "And yet you're the one desperately vying for his attention." Rias chuckled, not willing to back down. "Well, I appreciate a challenge. Unlike you, who settles for leftovers." Raynair's eyes narrowed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Leftovers that you seem to be craving, considering your indecent proposal." Their verbal sparring continued, each insult sharper and more biting than the last. The fallen angels had temporarily set aside their differences, united in their desire to outwit and out-insult each other. Rias retorted with equal venom, "Classless whore." Raynair couldn't resist one final taunt. "Snob virgin." "I wonder what Lord Azazel has to say about this when we report back," Calawarner mused aloud. She and her companion had wisely chosen to maintain a safe distance from the ongoing chaos. They watched with bemused detachment as Raynair and Rias continued their petty squabbles. "At most, he'll just laugh it off," Middle replied, her disappointment evident in her blank stare. "How's your groin, Donasek?" "It numbs," Donasek uttered, his voice filled with horror. He had managed to stand up and join his fellow fallen angels, albeit with considerable effort. "I can't feel my legs." "Well, impotency does suit your age," Middle remarked callously, showing no concern for Donasek's very real distress. Donasek's expression twisted with horror, his legs trembling under the weight of his agony. "I can't believe this is happening. My wife is going to kill me." "More likely divorce you," Middle added casually, further fueling Donasek's sense of impending doom. "Stop touching yourself, you creep," Calawarner interjected, a hint of disgust in her voice. "I'm in constant torment of pain." Donasek shot back, glaring daggers at the one responsible for his agonizing condition. "I'll kill him. I swear I will kill that boy." "Shouldn't we just kill the boy and be done with it?" "This is getting ridiculously stupid," Middle suggested, her impatience growing. "It's like a poorly thought-out, uninspiring comical sketch, and yet here it lies right before our eyes," Calawarner agreed, watching as Raynair and Rias started to actually use their magic at each other while still verbally sparring. "Oh, there they go. Shouldn't we help? I don't think this world will lose anything if either of them dies," Middle huffed. "Hey, again, why don't we just kill the boy? I want to go home. My favorite show is about to start." Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Issei once again found himself lost in deep contemplation, pondering the most critical choice of his life. Rias' assets were, without a doubt, something to behold. They were undeniably great. There were various reasons why she had earned her status as one of the great One-E Samus of his school, and her body was a significant part of that reputation. However, as he contemplated further, Issei realized that Raynair's attributes were no slouch either. Her assets were not your average run-of-the-mill big Britius. They carried an aura of mature charm that was undeniably alluring. As his mind navigated this titanic conundrum, quite literally Issei couldn't help but contemplate the complexities of a woman's physique. Bigger wasn't always better. This mind-boggling lesson had unfolded before him today. After his inadvertent encounter with Tiamat's chest, it was more than just size. It was about the feel, the elasticity, the firmness, the fullness, and even the emotions conveyed by their owners. These factors had been relegated to the back of his mind until today's unexpected escapade. His sagacious deliberations were abruptly interrupted as Balthazar's voice broke into his thoughts. "Quit your daydreaming, boy. That bloke's heading straight for you, and he's mad." Issei barely had a moment to process that warning before he had to spring into action. Rolling to his side with practiced agility, he narrowly evaded the fallen angel's thrown light spear. "Oh, for the love of," Issei muttered under his breath. He knew he had given the man a valid reason to be furious, considering he had struck the family jewels with a rock, of all things. He scrambled to his feet, assuming the only stance that made sense, that prepare to bail stance. The parley? Parley this, you little runt. Danzydanz roared, charging toward him at breakneck speed, a blazing blue light spear clutched in his right hand. He's charging without regard for his own safety. Time your dodge right, and you'll catch him off guard. He's going too fast to make a sudden turn. Got it? Issei exclaimed, his voice carrying a mix of nervousness and determination as he vaulted into the air. It was at that moment, while soaring toward his impending confrontation, that he realized he might not have thought this through entirely. Not only had he leaped higher than he anticipated, much higher than anyone expected, but he was fast, ridiculously fast. Issei resembled a human missile, shot from a cannon, hurtling toward Danzydanz, who could only widen his eyes in sheer disbelief as the top of Issei's head rapidly approached, and then, with a resounding crash, connected squarely with his face. Guha dash! Gaia dash! Issei wailed in unison with his fallen adversary as they both tumbled to the ground, and, truth be told, it wasn't the most impressive of takedowns. Issei couldn't help himself, though. How thick is your face, man? I could ask you the same about your skull, you fool. Danzydanz, nursing his now bleeding nose, shot back indignantly. Enough. I'll slaughter you like the pig you are. Big words for a guy with a fedora. Issei retorted, the situation so absurd that even amidst the chaos, he couldn't resist a snarky comeback. Danzydanz lunged at the boy again, this time with a stronger intent to end it all. His compatriots had made the wise decision to assist Rainier, who was locked in a fierce struggle against Rias. As a light spear came swinging at him, Issei found himself strangely in sync with its movement, almost as if time had slowed down. Not wanting to become a literal splitting image, he instinctively ducked when Danzydanz aimed for a horizontal strike, taking them both by surprise with his newfound agility. Go for his legs, Balthazar's voice resonated in his mind. Summoning every ounce of strength and willpower, Issei drove his body forward, crashing into Danzyg's legs and sending him tumbling forward. The fallen angel hit the ground with an audible thud, his nose taking the brunt of the impact. Kick him while he's down. Don't hesitate. He's your enemy. Issei scrambled back to his feet as Danzyg's rage-filled bellows echoed around them. After a momentary hesitation, he took careful aim and sent a brutal judgment crashing down upon the unfortunate angel's less-than-divine nether regions. I'm so sorry for this. Gaawawa. Danzyg's fedora flew into the night sky as his agonized scream reverberated through the area. Issei couldn't help but shiver as he walked away from the incapacitated angel. He felt a pang of guilt and imagined the excruciating pain racking the fallen angel's body. However, it was a do-or-die situation, either the fallen angel's nuts or his own. Good job, lad. Don't worry about fighting dirty. All is fair in a fight for survival. Reason before honor, remember that. Mentally nodding, Issei shifted his gaze towards the ongoing battle where Rias had been confronting Rainier. Though he was still some distance away, he could see the torn school uniform and the angry red welts on Ria's skin. Attacked on three sides, she had been pushed back by the relentless onslaught of the fallen angels. 1 down, 3 to go. Let's do this shit, Issei steeled himself. As he jogged towards the battlefield, surveying the parched earth and the cut trees in the distance, the aftermath of Rias and Rainier's unholy powers, he couldn't help but ponder, how in the hell am I going to beat them? Women feel less pain when you kick their groin, but it should do the trick still. No. I can't do that. That's just wrong. Very well, let's stick with your debatable sense of chivalry. Balthazar huffed in mild exasperation. In that case, even if you can distract one of them, you're already a huge help for her. Issei took a mental note of that and clenched his fists. He could go with being a heroic distraction, couldn't he? After all, that was a significant step up from being the human equivalent of a fallen angel punching bag. Hey, you jerks! Issei shouted, announcing his grand entrance as well as his intention to save the day. All four girls momentarily diverted their attention toward him. Leave her alone. Oh crap. Unfortunately, Issei wasn't afforded the luxury of time for an eloquent heroic monologue. Calawarner shot toward him with the grace and speed of a rocket. Her intense gaze locked onto him, and her black wings propelled her forward. In a desperate attempt to avoid becoming a human shish kebab, Issei dodged at the last possible moment, narrowly evading the deadly light spear that aimed for his chest. He stumbled in his less than graceful evasion but managed to regain his balance. Shit, that was close, Issei thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Calawarner gracefully came to a halt a few meters away, her mature figure silhouetted by the glow of the moon. She wore a smirk that radiated danger. It seems I underestimated you. Killing you won't be as worthless as I thought. God damn it. Why is it that every time I encounter someone pretty with big tits, they instantly want to kill me? What kind of sick joke is this? Issei loudly lamented as Calawarner transformed her light spear into a sword-like shape and lunged at him once more. He turned and sprinted like a man possessed. Let me elucidate the basics of a fight for you, boy. Balthazar chimed in, his tone dripping with wry wisdom, as Issei scurried under a hail of light-imbued spears. A fight can end with a single, well-placed blow, be it for a human or a supernatural being. Of course, the latter often has the advantage with their magical powers. Sometimes, it might take 3 blows that would have knocked an adult man to end a scuffle against an ordinary supernatural being. Issei zipped past a lamppost, which promptly exploded as Calawarner's spear found its target. Shuddering, he continued his frantic escape, distancing himself from the chaotic battle sounds. And next, it's crucial to comprehend your strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of your opponent. Since this is one of your first forays into combat, I'll save you the trouble. You currently lack any control over magic, while she appears to have a firm grasp of it. Plus, she's got those impressive wings of hers, whereas you do not. Issei kept running, his heart pounding in his teeth, until the cacophony of battle grew faint in the background. But here's the good news, lad, you're outpacing her, and her magical mana pool has its limits. Not to mention, she's just engaged in a skirmish with a devil before chasing you. On your side, you've got your stamina to worry about. It was then Issei noticed something. Usually, after about 20 seconds of running, he'd be gasping for air, contemplating whether he'd just sprinted his way into an early grave. Yet, here he was, feeling remarkably fit, with no hint of fatigue. There was something else missing too, the ominous flying light spears. The barrage had ceased, and Issei couldn't detect a trace of Calawarner's presence. Gradually slowing his pace to a jog, he cautiously glanced over his shoulder. To his surprise, she was nowhere in sight. With a sense of relief, Issei activated his vision and noticed a faint blue blip in the distance, hidden behind a cluster of trees. Here's your final lesson for today, lad, and it's a crucial one. Sometimes, the best strategy to win a fight is to kick them when they're down. You incapacitate one hand, you go for the other. Disable one eye with a punch? Take out the other. Your goal is to cripple your opponent, to force them to acknowledge their defeat using the dirtiest, most dishonorable tactics you can muster. Whoa, that sounds harsh. I know it sounds brutal, but this isn't a show or a novel. This is life, this is reality. Honor is a hollow belief that people cling to in order to feel better about themselves. Remember, you can die, Issei. And if you do, that's it, no more free peeks at those glorious assets. You can't let that happen. Issei couldn't argue with that logic. He noted that the blue blip on his vision was beginning to move again, indicating that Calawarner was resuming her pursuit. Balthazar smirked in the back of Issei's mind. This is it. She's tired and weakened. Her movements will be sluggish. I understand your reluctance to hurt a woman, but remember, she wants to kill you and will do so if you hesitate. Chivalry is all well and good, but what good is it if it gets you killed? Issei hesitated for a moment, struggling with the internal conflict. Damn, Raz, you're really pushing me to be a ruthless psycho here. In a fight you need to be. At least for the duration of the battle. Once it's over, once your opponent can no longer pose a threat, you're free to be whoever you want to be. But in this situation, your life or the life of your new devil friend might be on the line if you don't act. Issei understood, though he didn't quite like the idea of having to beat anyone near death just yet. All right. I'll do my best. Keep guiding me, please. Issei swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for any makeshift weapons in the vicinity. Unfortunately, public parks weren't renowned for their stockpiles of armaments, and he couldn't expect to stumble upon an ancient sword hidden amongst the foliage. However, he had to make do with what he could find, and luck was on his side in the form of an iron bar from a broken stop sign. It wasn't a masterful blade or a mystical staff, but it was better than nothing. Lacking any formal training in swordplay or combat techniques, Issei relied on his limited experience, mainly swinging baseball bats. He knew he wasn't a home run hitting champion, but he figured the fallen angel's body was larger and less aerodynamic than a baseball. That should make it easier to hit multiple times without sending it flying too far. As Calawarner approached, flying across a grassy area that children often use to pick flowers for their mothers, her surprise at his preparation quickly morphed into an eager thirst for battle. With her wings beating, she rushed toward him with a predatory grin. Your weapon won't match hers in a direct confrontation, so don't bother trying to parry her attacks. She still underestimates you and won't anticipate your adaptability. Dodge when she lunges, sidestep to her blind spots, or rush in when her guard is down, and then strike. You've got this. Issei held his ground, gritting his teeth, holding the meter-length iron the same way those kendo girls held their wooden sword. His grip or posture was probably wrong, but he didn't give a shit. His adrenaline was pumping to his veins, and his heart was going crazy, but he felt intensely focused. Die! Calawarner roared as she closed the distance between them. Her light sword flashed in a horizontal arc aimed at his neck. Issei didn't flinch. Instead, he bent down, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. With a swift upward thrust, he jabbed the serrated edge of the iron bar into her solar plexus, the point of impact just below her breasts, dead center. To both their astonishment, Issei's seemingly simple attack sent Calawarner soaring into the air, her breath knocked out of her body. She landed back on her feet but was left clutching her chest, gasping for air as her breath grew shallow. Issei gulped, feeling a mix of shock and guilt. Holy shit. I just hit a girl. Good hit for your first time. We won't count your accidental headbutt earlier, Balthazar added. That was her solar plexus you struck, a cluster of nerves with few associated organs. Hitting it can induce shock and shortness of breath, as you can see. A well-aimed strike with enough force can even knock her out. Calawarner seethed with rage, her voice trembling with anger as she summoned another light's word, a dazzling golden hue imbued with both holy and unholy power. Her intent was clear, to make Issei pay dearly for his audacity. I'll slice you to pieces. Her attacks came in rapid succession, each swing of her sword a deadly arc through the air. Issei, though still inexperienced, managed to clumsily anticipate her strikes and take the necessary steps to avoid decapitation. While he couldn't capitalize on every opportunity to counter, he exhibited impressive agility, dodging and weaving around her deadly weapon. He rolled to the left as her sword descended, embedding itself into the earth. As Calawarner panted for breath, her sword trapped in the dirt, Issei saw his chance. Swinging his iron bar, he struck her side with all the force he could muster. The iron bar bent under the impact, but it elicited a cry of pain from Calawarner as she crashed to the ground. And Jiga? She knelt, clutching her aching side, grimacing in pain. What the fuck? How are you this strong? I don't know, but I feel great. But I feel awful for hitting you, so please stop trying to kill me. You've got great cleavage. I mean, you're a woman, and I don't want to hurt you. Nice rack still. Calawarner placed a hand on her knee, using it to push herself back up. But I'll only beat you half dead. That's honestly not what I meant, Issei muttered as she launched another assault. Issei's dodging skills proved invaluable as he evaded her relentless attacks, and he couldn't help but think that these moves would come in handy when he was caught peeping by the kendo girls. After all, they wouldn't be able to give him bruises if they couldn't land a hit. With his focus razor-sharp, Issei took a step back, narrowly avoiding a lightsword swipe that nearly grazed his neck. Feinting left, he caused Calawarner to miss a downward slash entirely, creating a perfect opportunity for him to strike her shoulder. The fallen angel clenched her teeth as she blocked his iron handle with her forearm, feeling her bones tremble upon impact. "You have legs. Use them." Without hesitation, Issei withdrew his hand and drove the sole of his foot into her belly with as much force as he could muster. While he lacked Bruce Lee's finesse, the kick sent her hurtling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. "Fuck, I just kicked a girl. But I feel awesome. Should I feel bad? Not a girl, boy. An enemy. You should feel awesome, obviously," Balthazar corrected. "Don't get ahead of yourself. As long as she can fight, victory isn't assured." Slowly, Calawarner struggled to bring herself to her knees. Her maroon suit had been dirted by dust and grime, with the lower buttons having come undone, revealing her white shirt beneath. While it piqued Issei's curiosity, she wasn't going commando, much to his slight disappointment. However, it did raise questions about her attire. Was it merely a white waist and stomach cover? Did that mean her trench coat was her only defense for her ample bosom? Yet another mystery to uncover. Alright, enough defensive lessons. You've learned how to dodge and strike. Now take the attack, lad. Right, she's an enemy. Issei repeated this mantra in his mind. It was a simple but necessary reminder. An enemy was someone he didn't have to hold back against. An opportunity for growth, combat experience, and most importantly, a green light to unleash his newfound skills without guilt. As Calawarner began to rise to her feet, presumably to unleash more venomous words in his direction, Issei made his move. In an instant he dashed toward her, resolve flaring in his eyes. Her expression shifted from arrogance to shock as the iron cylinder connected with her cheek, sending her world spiraling into darkness as she crumpled to the ground. With a few steps back to create some cautious distance, Issei watched her intently, half expecting some last-minute power-up or surprise attack. But none came. Calawarner lay motionless on the dirt path, unconscious and defeated. "Issei, you're not dead, right?" Issei prodded her side with the bent, blunt weapon, voicing a concern he never thought he'd have to articulate. "She's unconscious. You struck her quite effectively." "Well done," Balthazar chuckled, his amusement evident in his mental tone. Issei let the battered iron handle slip from his grasp, and it thudded to the dirt below. With an exuberant fist pump into the air, he couldn't help but revel in his newfound sense of accomplishment. "Yahaha." Balthazar joined in the celebration, his laughter echoing in Issei's mind. It was a moment of swelling pride, a feeling that he had achieved something significant for the first time in his life, even if it involved a certain level of violence. "Fuck yeah. Eat that you gorgeous cleavage you. You just got wrecked. Sorry for hitting you, but take that. The night's not over yet. Head over to the devil. She may still need your help." Oh man, Issei couldn't contain his excitement. He felt like his veins were coursing with pure adrenaline. Alright, senpai. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and chin, Issei picked up his trusty weapon, the bent iron bar. Despite its less than optimal condition after several clashes with the fallen angel, it was the best option available. A flimsy wooden stick just wouldn't cut it when facing supernatural adversaries. With Calawarner temporarily incapacitated, Issei remained determined to make a difference in the ongoing battle between Rias and Rainier. With renewed enthusiasm and the confidence that came with his recent combat experience, Issei marched purposefully toward the park's central fountain. He relied on his enhanced vision to pinpoint the location of Rias and her adversaries. Surveying the chaotic scene around him, he pitted the poor soul tasked with cleaning up the park after this supernatural showdown. Displaced bricks, shattered trees, and demolished benches painted a vivid picture of the chaos that had unfolded. Oddly enough, the park's ornate fountain remained unscathed amidst the turmoil. He spotted the Gothic Lolita, who lay unconscious amid the wreckage of a wooden bench he had previously occupied. However, neither Rias nor Rainier was in his immediate line of sight. "Above you." Balthazar's deep voice chimed in. Issei instinctively looked skyward, confirming Balthazar's observation. There, amidst the darkening sky, Rias and Rainier continued their fierce magical exchange. Black and red energy clashed with shades of purple, creating miniature explosions in the air. Issei couldn't help but notice the newfound clarity of his vision, allowing him to discern details like the black brassiere exposed under Rias' torn uniform and a small cut at the underside of Rainier's right breast. Before his thoughts could stray too far, Issei snapped back to the task at hand. Well, that sucks. Hell, am I supposed to do? Throw rocks at them? Use this thing as a javelin or something? No idea. I'd give you wings if I could. Well, I technically can, but your back might not appreciate it at this point. Yeah, no thanks. He was particularly eager to experience the painful process of sprouting wings. But you've made significant progress. Keep this up and you'll soon be able to fly. Issei couldn't help but smile at the prospect of soaring through the sky someday. Can I turn invisible at some point too? No, Balthazar's response was quick and firm. Damn it. You can always file a complaint with the boss. Actually, these are fine. Issei decided. As Issei and Balthazar continued their idle chatter, their attention remained firmly fixed on the battle unfolding beneath the moonlight. Issei reclined on the ground when the strain of constantly gazing upward began to wear on his neck. The stars look pretty tonight, Issei remarked casually. Those aren't stars you're looking at. Issei sported a wicked grin as Rainier managed to land a subtle blow, peeling away the last remnants of Rias' uniform that had veiled her chest. Right, Toons? However, that grin promptly vanished as the fallen angel struck the devil down with her light spear. Although Rias managed to conjure a protective barrier to intercept the assault aimed at her stomach, the impact still shook her. A rush of wind enveloped her, and she watched as her vibrant crimson hair filled her vision. Rainier seemed to diminish rapidly, leaving behind nothing but an abyss of darkness. Shit! Issei cursed, his sense of urgency kicking in as he rushed to catch the plummeting devil. He may not have possessed an extensive knowledge of devil resilience, but he was fairly certain that falling from a height equivalent to the third floor of a building wouldn't be a walk in the park. Mid-descent, Rias regained consciousness. The bizarre sensation of falling upside down prompted her to instinctively spread her bat wings in an attempt to steady herself. However, her weakened state and the speed of her descent hindered her efforts, making something that was usually effortless now feel near impossible. She struggled to maintain her balance, but her increasing velocity ultimately forced her to brace for impact. Closing her eyes, she anticipated a painful collision with the ground. Crash! But it wasn't as agonizing as she'd imagined. Curiously, the surface beneath her felt somewhat softer, and the hardness of the ground was conspicuously absent. Her body ached, but it was more from the battle than the landing itself. Confused, Rias cautiously opened her eyes to behold the familiar park surroundings and the ever-flowing fountain. Huh? Oh! A feeble mutter of pain emanated from beneath her, prompting Rias to look down. To her astonishment, she saw Issei, who had not only broken her fall but had cushioned it with his own body. How you do? She quickly sat up, inadvertently causing Issei to wince. Apologetic, Rias carefully moved away from him, attempting to stand. However, her legs betrayed her, and she awkwardly toppled back, landing in a sitting position. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Although still prone on the ground, Issei managed a thumbs up. Don't worry, senpai. You're soft. It's the ground that's hard. Rias smiled weakly, a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude gracing her expression. You idiot. Also, yes? Nice bra. It was then that Rias realized the dire state of her attire. Her uniform lay in tatters, leaving only her brassiere to cover her modesty, though one of its straps had suffered damage. The sudden realization momentarily eclipsed the pain from the numerous cuts and scrapes covering her body. Swiftly, she cupped her undergarment, guarding it from any further exposure as she muttered, Fool. This time, Issei gave an okay hand sign. Awesome expression. Solid 10. Exactly what Tiamat was missing. He sat up, brushing dirt off the back of his shirt before casually peeling it off, revealing his rather unremarkable physique, not too muscular, not too fatty. Despite its ordinary nature, a faint blush graced Ria's cheeks as her eyes inadvertently lingered. I'm sorry it's a bit dirty and a bit sweaty, but it's better than nothing, right? Issei shrugged, the cold wind causing him to shiver slightly. Bashfully, Rias accepted his plain red shirt, hugging it against her chest. Thanks. Tiki, so you beat Calawarner as well? A hostile voice from the sky interrupted their exchange. Raynair's arrival was far from glamorous, sporting a tapestry of cuts across her body and the exposed state of her pink nipples. This time, Issei couldn't help but crack a sly smile, which didn't go unnoticed. Raynair's sharp gaze darted to her compatriots, Middled, slowly rising from the wreckage of a shattered bench, and Donasek, sluggishly attempting to regain his footing. Neither seemed remotely prepared for another bout, and Calawarner was conspicuously absent. Ria struggled to stand but faltered, her trembling hands barely able to support her. In contrast, Issei stood resolute and confident, as if the battle had transformed him. They say battles can change a man, but Rias hadn't anticipated such a rapid transformation. Come on then, Issei taunted, raising a challenging fist. Get down here. I'll bash your face in. You only want to touch my breasts, not fight me, Raynair retorted with disdain. Damn right. Now get down. Raynair clenched her teeth, her face twisted in disgust. She chose to retreat, flying away to join Middled. With a heavy heart, Raynair admitted defeat. Wait, where are they going? They're fleeing, Rias responded, her weary smile bearing the weight of victory. We did it. You did it. Panic surged through Issei at the sight of Rias collapsing dramatically. He rushed to her side, cradling her head gently in his lap. Senpai? Senpai. Rias senpai. She's drained, let the girl rest. I've noticed the shadows under her eyes. Seems that she's been overexerting herself. Oh, well if you say so, man. And so marked the first step of Issei's journey into the supernatural world, a journey that promised many more challenges and revelations. Through his trials, he would learn to shed his emotional baggage, his burdensome guilt, and adopt the ruthlessness expected of a Death's Chosen. This was the path Death had laid out for him, and his success in battles would hinge upon embracing it. The sooner he could master these lessons and accept their grim reality, the closer he'd come to fulfilling his role as Death's Chosen. The battle had come to a close, leaving Issei with a curious mixture of relief and an unfamiliar hunger for more. He dismissed the strange sensation as mere hunger, given that he hadn't had dinner yet, though it gnawed at him persistently. She's exhausted, boy, let her rest, Balthazar's voice reassured Issei as he cradled the motionless devil in his arms. Rias' breathing was faint, reminiscent of those in deep slumber. You did well today, far better than I had expected. Most excellently done. Issei exhaled, relief washing over him as the surge of adrenaline began to subside. Oh, thanks, Rias. Couldn't have done it without you. Of course you couldn't. You'd be dead without me. Thrice now, perhaps. Yeesh. Weren't you just lecturing me about humility and keeping my ego in check? If I'm serious all the time, then I wouldn't be here. Yeah? Where would you be then, Raz? I'd still be drifting through the void, disgruntled. You haven't experienced true boredom until you've wandered an endless sea of nothingness, awaiting the awakening of an ancient menace. Issei shuddered at the thought but couldn't help experiencing a sense of déjà vu as he looked at the unconscious devil still cradled in his arms. Why do Bustigirls keep fainting when I'm around? First Tiamat, then Calawarner, though that was fully on him dash, and now Rias, his senior. I even fainted the first time I met Raynair. Could this be some sort of curse? An eccentric affliction that solely targeted generously proportioned individuals? It sounded preposterous, yet Issei couldn't shake the notion that there might be an underlying truth to it. Can't tolerate your presence, perhaps? Issei's jest had earned him a sardonic response. You did manage to beat that man earlier, though. He hardly qualifies as a Bustigirl, if you ask me. Oh yeah, fair point. Did you catch his name, by the way? I swear his name sounds weird. Actually, all of them do. Something tells me they're not exactly Japanese. No, I didn't bother to commit his name to memory. He doesn't strike me as significant enough for us to take note of. Just a run-of-the-mill antagonist you'd forget by the next day. He's about as memorable as elevator music, you hear it, but you don't really care. But enough chit-chat, let's make our exit. The young lady requires immediate medical attention. Right? Right. Issei shook off his daze and got back on track. Damn, that really happened, huh? They were throwing magic and shit. Boy. Focus, Issei, focus. He slapped his cheek a few times for good measure. So, where do I take her? The hospital? Oh. I'm aware that your country has free healthcare, which is great, but they'll ask too many questions. Besides, her wardrobe malfunction could land you in some serious hot water. We don't want to add indecent exposure to your resume, do we? I suggest we make a beeline for home. Thanks. You got a point. Issei contemplated the prospect of bringing yet another half-clothed woman into his bedroom. The thought of it struck him as bizarrely surreal, and yet it was starting to become a weird trend. If he did go that route, it would mark the third time a girl had entered his bedroom, and all 3 times they were unconscious. He couldn't help but wonder if there was something off about his room. But then he remembered that the first woman was still, hopeful, there, possibly leafing through his adult magazines. You sure that's a good idea? Not entirely, but what's the alternative? We don't even know where she lives. And about your parents, once she's back to her senses, she can use her magic to do a little memory tinkering if things go sideways. Well, you don't think much of my parents' memories, do you? What if they get actual amnesia? It's amnesia, Balthazar corrected, his tone tinged with mild exasperation. And let's not forget, she did a little memory manipulation act the first time she rescued you, didn't she? Oh yeah, you're right. Man, what I'd do to have mind-wiping powers like hers? That'll be chaos waiting to ensue once you're discovered. The Void Dragon asserted. Trust me, lad, discretion is your best friend here. So, let's stop chatting and get her home. Point made and taken. Issei held Rias close to his chest as their shadows stretched, their inky tendrils reaching out to consume them. They entered a brief period of complete darkness as they traversed what Issei's 3-dimensional mind could only grasp as the void. In truth, they traveled through a wormhole, granting Issei the ability to traverse space in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, Issei found himself back in his brightly lit bedroom. Unaware of the complex phenomenon he had just undergone, he gazed around, only to be greeted by the sharp tip of an icy rapier directed right between his eyes. Welcome back, me. The thin ice broke into tiny crystals that floated and melted in the air, like winter snow. It blew his mind that this was his new reality, a world where magic, dragons, and reverse-worn hoodies actually existed. Dragons, it seemed, were yet to grasp the art of wearing clothes properly. You defeated a devil? Tiamat inquired with mild surprise, her eyes scanning Rias' injured form. That's rather unexpected. I must say, you surprised me. No, actually, we ran into a couple of fallen angels on the way and... Issei paused as he glanced up to see Tiamat wearing his hoodie with the hood part resting on her chest. You put it on backward, by the way. One of Tiamat's thin blue eyebrows curled upward. The hoodie. You're supposed to wear it the other way around. Hoodie? This? Issei nodded. I see. Tiamat proceeded to lift the hoodie off herself, and as her breasts bounced mesmerizingly, she put it on the right way this time, with much less struggle than before, having already worn it incorrectly once. The show was brief, but it was massively appreciated. In fact, an encore would be massively appreciated. Again, please. Again? Sometimes I confuse myself. I think you wore it right the first time round. With a skeptical look, Tiamat took the hoodie off again, and her lovely pair of breasts made a brief, tantalizing appearance before being covered by the white cloth. Tits out of 10, Issei offered his rating, thanking his lucky stars that he had been spared the embarrassment of a nosebleed. I'm sorry, but I was right. You were wearing it the right way before. You're treading on very thin ice here. I also like to live dangerously. Are you making a fool out of me, boy? Shit. I told you so. Tiamat glared at him this time, her voice taking on an alarming tone that could rival any villainess. Her contralto of danger filled the room, and yet, she still proceeded to remove and then correctly wear the clothing he had handed her. Time to make a tactical retreat. No, ma'am. You're absolutely right. I was just enthralled by the grace with which you handle that hoodie. You find this entertaining? Humans are such peculiar creatures, she mused, her voice retaining its deeper, more commanding quality. Does it happen to arouse you? I've noticed an unexpected surge in your power. Yes and no, Issei stammered nervously. Also, I have an injured girl here. A devil, Tiamat stated with a scowl, making it clear she didn't hold devils in high regard. Issei couldn't help but wonder why. Did other races view devils in the same negative light as some humans did? She won't die from those wounds. Still a girl and injured, Issei replied, setting aside their differences for the moment. He cringed as he observed a deep cut on Ria's arm that would require at least 5 stitches. It was likely caused by one of those light spears grazing her. Can you do something to help? He requested, somewhat sheepishly. Was that a request or an order? Tiamat demanded. Both? Tiamat made an exasperated noise as she huffed out a sigh. With a scowl still etched across her elegant yet eternally mean-looking face, she knelt down beside him. Hand her over. Issei did as told and scooted away, standing up to wear a simple blue shirt. It bore the same brand as his red one, thanks to a buy 2 for the price of 1 offer he couldn't resist. He then sat on his bed, which had a dozen of his questionable reading materials scattered open at various pages. In a haste that was almost blinding, he quickly gathered them all and stashed them underneath the mattress where they rightfully belonged. His legs were beginning to feel a bit sore now, perhaps because his adrenaline had been completely drained. Yet, he wasn't tired enough to consider taking a power nap. Sleep was the last thing on his mind as he watched the intriguing scene unfold before him with eyes wide open and mouth agape. Cradling the unconscious devil, Tiamat casually tossed aside the red shirt Rias had clutched, revealing her mature choice of black lingerie. The sight briefly confused the dragon, but she thought nothing of it. Tiamat then lowered her head, her red-hot tongue snaking out to press against a wound located on Ria's bare shoulder. As if by magic, the cut skin seemed to mend itself not long after Tiamat's peculiar, intensive care session. There was no trace of saliva left on the now-healed spot, leaving Issei with a mix of awe and jealousy. Tiamat moved on to the next couple of cuts, conveniently placed on Ria's sides and stomach, giving Issei quite the stimulating show of nursing. I think I just found a new kink. I kinda wish I got hurt now, Issei thought with massive envy as Tiamat continued her treatment, making Ria sit on her lap as she nurtured her back. Why didn't you tell me she can do that? What? That a dragon can quite literally lick wounds? Yeah, I forgot. Balthazar blithely said. No, seriously. I didn't mention it because I was afraid you'd start trying to get hurt intentionally, and we'd have to deal with you dying in just one hit. God damn it. Why am I so weak? And thus, Issei added more fuel to his burning resolve to get stronger, partly so he could injure himself and be treated with the utmost care by the Chaos Dragon. Before long, the cuts that had marred Ria's fair skin had vanished, leaving behind nothing but several darkening bruises, as if the battle had become a distant memory. I can only offer aid for external injuries, Tiamat remarked without a hint of humor, wiping her mouth as she looked as though she had eaten something obscene. For her internal organs, she'll have to do the heavy lifting herself, or simply wait for those pesky bruises to heal naturally. Devil's blood still tastes as foul as I recall. Don't you have something to cleanse this palate of mine, master? The condescending tone remained firmly in place. Well, Issei thought to himself, his self-esteem clearly not rooted in the realm of pride. Being treated like garbage was pretty much his daily life. Thus, insults hurled at him just rolled off his back without much fuss. Right? He climbed to his feet, and as he descended the stairs after unlocking his door, his stomach issued a growling protest, reminding him of his ignored hunger. Simultaneously, his parched throat begged for relief. But there was a more perplexing issue at hand. How does one feed a dragon, exactly? Issei pondered if his usual human meals would satisfy Tiamat's colossal appetite, or if she'd demand a sacrificial bull or a whole cow. Dragons don't eat. Balthazar then answered for him. They're creatures of magic, boy. They feed off the world's magical energies, and a simple drink of water can keep them going for a month. Although, occasionally, they might indulge in hunting livestock just for fun. Issei scratched his head, trying to wrap his mind around the idea of a creature that didn't require any actual sustenance. So, they're like magical camels with wings and fire breath, minus the need for snacks? Hey, a camel can last 6 to 7 months without drinking anything. I'd say camels are quite impressive considering their size. Holy dromedary, camels are scarily amazing, and they're not even, fantastical? Indeed, some places on Earth force you to adapt or perish, and deserts are one of those locales. Balthazar explained while Issei drank some water for himself, filling up the other 2 glasses from the water dispenser. Have you seen any dragons in a desert? No, but I've never been to one myself. Well, you won't find any dragons there. Is it because they died? They hate sand. It gets everywhere between their scales and teeth. Balthazar said. Well, that was anticlimactic. Balthazar nonchalantly shrugged again, showcasing his flair for witticisms. They're rather like picky beachgoers in a way. They'd prefer lounging by the sea over getting sand in their swim trunks. Issei raised an eyebrow, marveling at the depths of knowledge his dragonic companion possessed. You really know your stuff? Well, I've been around for a while, boy. Balthazar replied modestly. But let's focus on Tiamat and your current situation. Issei nodded in agreement but couldn't help but be intrigued by the vast world of magic and its myriad elements. But Tiamat has ice powers, right? I always thought dragons shot out flames, like in those fantasy books. I mean, you even have purple smoke coming out of your mouth. Regular dragons do, the weaker ones, that is. Tiamat, on the other hand, is a chaos dragon. Her magic isn't bound to any specific element. While she may have an affinity for ice, elemental magic is just one piece of the magical puzzle. There's a vast array of elements, from the basic 4, fire, water, earth, wind, to more exotic ones like metal, beast, dragonic, shadow, light, life, death, and so on. Sounds like a lot of theory. Don't worry, lad. You'll pick it up as we go along. I'll explain what you need to know when the time comes. There's no point cramming it all in one day. Tell that to my biology teacher. No, boy, you cram right before the night of a test. Getting bad grades is on you. Issei made his way toward the stairs, ready to head to his room, when he was intercepted by his mother, who was on her way to the kitchen. Issei? When did you come home? And take off your shoes. You're tracking dirt all over. Oh crap, yeah, I forgot. He then hurriedly made his way to the entrance, ditching his shoes that had dirt and sands on and under it. Is someone here? His mother inquired. Issei expertly maintained his poker face. Yeah, just a friend. I was getting them some water. Oh my, the girl? No? His mother's expression mirrored the one he'd wear when he found out a particular website was under maintenance. Mild disappointment. It's getting late soon. Don't stay up too long now. You still have school tomorrow. With that not-so-sagacious but very parent-like advice, Mrs. Hayadu marched off to grab herself a cup of tea. Definitely not influenced by a British show she had been watching for the past few weeks. Safe and sound, Issei scurried back to his room, only to nearly drop both his glasses at the spectacle in front of him. Son. Those quiet yet provocative moans belonged to none other than the crimson-haired devil, currently lying on her back while Tiamat, with all the finesse of a distracted chef tossing salad, was handling her assets from behind, her hands expertly navigating beneath the black lacy bra. Oh my God, what on earth are you doing? Feeling her body, Tiamat said with a straight face, still absorbed in the book lying open at her side, trying to replicate the foreplay scene described in it. You said that I lacked emotions. I'm starting to understand what you mean by that now. Strange why she keeps emitting these strange noises, however. Those would be moans, Issei corrected, but that wasn't the point. Anyway, let go of her. You can't just do that to anybody without their permission. That's immoral. Even I have that much self-restraint. although he couldn't help but feel envious. Is that so? Tiamat raised an uncaring eyebrow as she withdrew her hands from Rias' bosoms. They dangled tantalizingly as the devil rested on the floor. These morals you humans follow are rather confining. Humans claim they are free, and yet they have a certain set of rules they must never break. Well, yeah, because we're humans. If we don't have morals, we'll just be, I dunno, animals? No offense, these rules, we've had them since birth, so. Issei explained as he handed her a glass of water. Tiamat curiously studied the very normal water container for a moment, sniffing it before taking a sip. Her innocence was rather endearing, surprisingly. Also, can you put those back properly? Put what? Despite his body telling him to indulge, Issei was determined to stave off his degeneracy for a while. It would be a different story if Rias were conscious. Tiamat narrowed her eyes. What's a bra? Be concise, will you? That thing that was covering her chest? This? Tiamat turned her sight at the strange piece of whatever a bra was defined as. She pushed the black lace thing up, shoving in Rias' right breast back inside as the devil let out another subdued moan. Issei sported a contemplative expression, the recent scene playing out in his mind like an absurd sitcom. I feel like I just betrayed my inner perv. You did a commendable deed, lad. It's not every day you can be a gentleman and still have a dragon lady fondling breasts in your room. There's nothing redeemable in undressing an unconscious girl, but convincing a conscious woman to strip herself for you? That's called charm. I can't believe you just cheered me up by motivating me to get a girl to strip, but thanks, Raz. You're welcome. He picked up his pillow and placed it gently under Ria's head, draping a blanket over her unconscious form. The room had noticeably cooled down. It was as if he had his very own personal air conditioner in the form of Tiamat. He didn't even have to worry about rising energy bills. With the storm of the evening behind him, Issei faced a conundrum as he took a seat on his bed, casting a bemused glance at the two women in his room. Now what? Why didn't you just relocate her to your bed? You've just turned your pillow and blanket into a makeshift hospital bed. Oh, and so, at Balthazar's suggestion, Issei had Tiamat handle the situation. It wasn't that he couldn't lift Rias on his own, he was fairly confident in his strength, but more so because he couldn't bring himself to do it. He preferred to avoid any potential misunderstandings, especially if Rias woke up while he carried her. Right then, now what? Do you want me to be your personal tour guide for every situation, boy? How will you grow? If you keep relying on my advice? Issei took heed of the Void Dragon's words, acknowledging that he needed to take some initiative. Gathering his thoughts, he attempted to navigate the puzzle at hand, applying a skill he had actually learned in school, problem-solving. First, defining the problem. His dilemma consisted of having two women in his bedroom, one a devil, the other a dragon. One was currently unconscious, and the other was engrossed in his rather explicit manga collection. He wasn't sure when Rias would regain consciousness, and he had no inkling about her place of residence to ensure she got home safely. As for Tiamat, he found himself grappling with the perplexing question of what to do with a chaos dragon in his room. Next, he needed to determine the order of importance for these predicaments. At this moment, he thought that his master-servant relationship with a bona fide chaos dragon was the larger dilemma here, one likely to crop up again if the devils decided to start probing him with questions, which they almost certainly would. Beyond that, how was he going to explain to his unsuspecting parents that a stunning lady with no knowledge of human etiquettes would soon be taking up residence in their home? In fact, the larger question loomed. Was she planning to stay here? Tiamat? What? Tiamat replied brusquely, her attention remaining firmly on her reading material. Where do you live? Wherever I need to, she responded, her voice swelling with pride. A dragon doesn't require shelter, boy. I can endure the harshest of conditions, where flames scorch the skies and poison taints the very ground. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I fear no evil, for the valley of the shadow of death is wherever I tread. After a few moments of slack-jawed awe, Issei closed his mouth. Holy shit, that was badass as hell. He muttered. But seriously, are you planning to stay here? We don't have poisoned air or other deadly stuff you mentioned. We tend to live rather than just survive. But why not try having a home for once? It can't be that bad, right? Issei watched as a look of shock crossed Tiamat's radiant blue eyes. She fell into contemplative silence for a moment. I suppose I'll see for myself, she finally conceded, turning her head away from him and concealing a small smile. Impressive, Balthazar commented. You just won her over. A small one, but it's a progress. Maybe soon she'll call you master, without being scornful when saying that word. Ah shucks. Grinning like a fool, Issei scratched the back of his head, feeling a slight stiffness in his hair. He hadn't taken a shower since yesterday, which probably explained his sluggishness and faint odor. But then it hit him. Had he just agreed to let her live in his house without a vacant room? Yet. Well, me and my big mouth. Issei sighed inwardly. Things would work out somehow. Hopefully. I could really use a shower now. Do you think I can leave them alone? She seems enraptured with your books. I can't tell if the devil's waking up soon, however. Your call on that one. I'm off to take a shower. If she wakes up, well, I'll wing it. Not like I have a master plan for this supernatural sleepover, Issei muttered under his breath, imagining the impending chaos of explanations. You haven't explained as to why you're the chosen of death either. Mark your words, master, Tiamat chimed in, her tone a blend of curiosity and something Issei could only describe as dragon sass. We'll delve into that Pandora's box later. Just promise me you won't spill the death part if she regains consciousness, Issei pleaded as he scooped up a fresh set of clothes and vacated the bedroom, leaving Tiamat to her unconventional reading material. The bathroom was just a stone's throw away from his room. But before he could strip down, he hesitated and mentally asked, Are you? No, I won't be your shower buddy. Our souls might be tight-knit, but I value personal space. No need to worry, I'm here to guide you in battle, not ogle your naked form. Issei chuckled nervously. Huh, good to know. I guess. Although, go for the ice-cold water. It'll do wonders for your circulation, prevent any swelling or bruises, and it's like a mini workout for your heart. Trust me, when you're deep into your supernatural training, you'll thank me for this icy advice. That skirmish you had today? Child's play. Damn, Issei muttered, realizing that his journey into the supernatural realm was quickly becoming the world's weirdest internship. Luckily, his shower turned out to be the most uneventful part of his day. No unexpected guests, no impromptu spa sessions, just the comforting rush of cold water washing away the day's grime, and his thoughts churning like a blender set to liquefy. This whole situation feels like a B-movie plot twist. But who am I in this supernatural melodrama? The hero, the anti-hero, or the guy who screams and runs in the opposite direction? Issei pondered, wondering about his role in this surreal tale. Heroes, villains, devils, death, and dragons. It was like an all-star cast of the absurd. Strange stuff. Strange stuff, Issei muttered aloud, shaking his head as he reached a somewhat haphazard conclusion, about as coherent as a scrambled Rubik's Cube. He had been given this extraordinary gift for a reason. Death, a being far more powerful than a chaos dragon and capable of making Balthazar whimper in his presence, had chosen him. In the grand game of life, Issei was no longer the player but rather the pieces themselves. He was the king, the queen, the rooks, the knights, the bishops, and the pawns, all at once. But he was not the player. His role was simply to be the pieces. Death's pieces. Every move he made, Death watched, like a chess master with a front-row seat to the world's most bizarre game. His life was no longer his alone to control. His life was no longer his alone to control, and strangely enough, he didn't mind it much. After all, he had seen multiple pairs of tig-ol biddies, all in the span of a single day. Sure, his life had taken a turn for the chaotic and slightly scary with all the supernatural shenanigans, magical battles, and impending threats among breasts, but it wasn't as if he was left defenseless. He had Balthazar, the Void Dragon, backing him up at all the right moments, even teaching him how to fight back against the mystical forces that sought to harm him. Talk about having the ultimate wingman, or rather, wing dragon. And when things seemed to spiral out of control, when events started straying from Death's plans, The enigmatic force of death itself descended upon them, stepping in to protect him. It was as if death never abandoned its pieces on the board. Issei felt a strange sense of assurance, knowing that he was more than just a pawn in some cosmic game. Moreover, death had bestowed upon him a new purpose in life. Where once his greatest aspiration was to avoid getting caught peeking at the kendo girls, now he had a loftier goal: to become stronger, not only to fend off supernatural threats but also to continue his extracurricular activities without ever getting caught. For a guy who had never believed in any gods in the first place, death had proven to be a more tangible and dependable deity than any he'd ever heard of. While others might say their gods work in mysterious ways, Issei had witnessed death's actions firsthand with his very human eyes. There was no subtlety in death's presence. It was as clear as day. Death was there, ever present, watching over this foolish, perverted young man. A sly grin crept onto his face. Issei couldn't say for sure what grand plans death had in store for him, but whatever they were, he pledged to give his all in fulfilling his role as death's chosen. After all, when you're handpicked by death himself, you don't just sit on the sidelines. You play the game of life, even if it involves devils, dragons, and a whole lot of supernatural shenanigans. And maybe, just maybe, along the way, he'd get to see a few more pairs of tiggle bitties. But as Issei re-entered his bedroom, he couldn't help but harbor a secret hope that Tiamat would once again be engaged in her peculiar hands-on study of Rias's assets. However, fate had other plans, and he was met with the sight of the crimson-haired devil still peacefully reclining on his bed, exactly where he had left her. Meanwhile, Tiamat was deeply engrossed in another one of Issei's literary treasures. This particular tome featured a generously endowed woman striking a seductive pose on its cover, a scene not entirely unfamiliar in his eclectic collection of illustrated narratives. A dragon is studying my porn mag like I'm studying for exams. I'm not sure how I should feel about this. Why not ask her? Balthazar's voice chimed in, catching Issei off guard. Gones, ask her why she's so absorbed in your diverse literary selection. Is that really how you make a conversation with a girl? Certainly not with a stranger, but with someone you're comfortable with, like a girlfriend, for example, if you've ever had one. Issei winced at the reminder as he took a seat on the floor, maintaining a modest distance from Tiamat, who was currently sprawled out on her belly. But she's neither of those. She's a dragon boy. One blissfully ignorant of the common norms of your world. Balthazar clarified. Belittling her could lead to trouble. Besides, what have you got to lose except a bit of time? I'm curious myself, I must admit. Issei succumbed to the gentle nudge from his inner dragon. Hopefully, he'd be better at resisting peer pressure in the future. All right, but you're curious about it too? Why, of course. I've never seen a dragon who enjoyed reading. I thought you're curious because she's reading porn. That does play a part, though not as grand as you might think. Typically, dragons don't indulge in reading. They believe they've mastered everything there is to know, learning solely from practical experiences, never from books. So, her scholarly demeanor is rather irregular, especially among dragons. Despite his palms growing clammy, and his heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension, Issei gathered his courage. Sen? Tiamat emitted a gruff noise in response, her attention remaining fixed on her literary conquest. What is it now? Do you find anything interesting? I mean, after reading all of those manga? This time, she met his inquisitive gaze but didn't bother shifting her posture. Manga? What is that? Some sort of fruit like mangoes? No, it's the name for the kind of book you're reading. It's a book filled with hand-drawn people. Basically, comics in Japanese. I see. She replied in a disinterested tone before returning to her scholarly pursuit. What I find captivating. The expressions these hand-drawn humans make as they copulate. What's copulate? Engage in hanky-panky. Issei nearly snorted at Balthazar's candid explanation. Got it. That clarifies things. Why do you find their expressions so captivating? Dragons do not make these kinds of expressions. They smash and go. Issei felt pity for those dragons with their limited emotional range, until his imagination conjured up images of how dragons might actually do the deed, and he immediately regretted diving into that mental rabbit hole. Damn you, Rule 34, and the twisted artists of the internet. I do think humans can be more expressive with their emotions compared to dragons. More facial muscles and stuff like that. As I have noticed, Tiamat closed the provocative publication number 15, gently tucking her index finger between the pages to mark her spot. Back then, you told me I lacked emotions, that this body I have devised is imperfect. Flipping open the book, she then rested her hand on her chest, pushing the hoodie against her form, accentuating the outline of her breasts, all while maintaining a facial expression as flat as a certain Nekash's chest. When you touched me, are these the kinds of emotions I lack? Issei gulped audibly. His original question had opened a Pandora's box of unexpected topics. No offense, though? I see. Tiamat muttered in a dead serious tone, as if she had attained a grim realization. So it exists, a flaw within this body. What a supercilious thing to say about oneself. Take her as a lesson, lad, pride blinds. I think that's more of a personality flaw than your body, though. Issei blurted. You can't get embarrassed if you have no shame, which can't be helped since you're a dragon in the first place. Also, some of those expressions are exaggerated. I see. Tiamat's response was delivered in an alarmingly serious tone, as if she had made a grave discovery. So it exists, a flaw within this body. What an oddly self-critical dragon. Pride blinds, lad. Balthazar commented. I think that's more of a personality trait than a flaw in your body, though, Issei interjected quickly. You can't get embarrassed if you have no shame, which is understandable since you're a dragon. Besides, some of those expressions are exaggerated. I see, Tiamat repeated, in the same dispassionate manner. Then, I don't think you felt anything back then either, did you? When you examined me? Nothing but confidence in my body. Why do you ask? Examined, Issei would gladly offer his services for examination to anyone willing. Free of charge. Well, that's the thing. Your body might be a female, stunningly beautiful and smoking hot, but your mindset is still that of a dragon. Of course, you won't have those emotions. But that's just my 2 cents anyway, and I'm a guy, so what do I know about the mysteries of a woman's mind? Tiamat eyed him. But unlike earlier, instead of thinly veiled contempt, her icy blues were filled with inquisitiveness. Apparently more so than I. It appears you do have something to teach me, master. That wasn't the first time he had seen her smug smile, but unlike the previous instances, Issei felt a warm sensation wash over him. It was as though he had just stumbled upon an unexpectedly heartwarming plot twist in a trashy Isekai manga. Hey, would you look at that? Balthazar's gravelly snigger echoed in Issei's mind. A subtle one, but that was a compliment, lad. Quite an achievement for a human being. Thanks. Issei couldn't help but wonder if it was his vast knowledge of adult content that had earned him this compliment. These peculiar expressions they make, are they driven by pleasure? Tiamat inquired as she handed him the book, pointing to a page featuring a rather healthy-looking nun with exceedingly exaggerated expressions of ecstasy. The villainous protagonist had, quite literally, embedded the titular Excalibur inside her, forever tarnishing her reputation as the Holy Virgin. Both of her eyes were rolled back into her head, and her tongue dangled wildly. Issei gulped audibly, his reaction more physiological than verbal. Something about being shown an explicit scene from a book by a beautiful and curvaceous woman was, well, stimulating. Why? Her expression is exaggerated though. I don't think real girls have that kind of O-face in real life. He had watched a few adult films where the actresses rolled their eyes upward, but he was fairly certain that was more for dramatic effect than an accurate portrayal of reality. Not to mention they looked like they were in the middle of a demonic possession. Quite the boner killer. O-face? Face they make when they climax? Discussing these matters with a woman felt entirely different compared to his previous conversations with the Eminem gentleman. Is that so? Tiamat mused, studying the scene for a few more seconds before furrowing her finely arched eyebrows and turning her gaze back to him. A confident smirk graced her alluring visage. How does one climax? If Issei had been drinking water at that moment, he would have undoubtedly spat it out upon hearing her innocent inquiry about such a vulgar topic. Come again. How do I climax? Tiamat repeated, her curiosity unabated. I want to see if I am incapable of replicating these emotions you hold in high regard. So, tell me, how does one achieve climax? I would have answered by saying through copulation, but it appears that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. She flipped a few pages, revealing another scene with a different girl but the same depraved villain protagonist, who seemed to be quite busy. The girl in question was a fierce female warrior who had failed to defeat him, and thus he had his way with her. Look, Tiamat pointed out, she exhibits the same expression on her face even though they have yet to engage in copulation. Issei had to do another mental double-take. Why yeah, because, well, girls in general have several erogenous zones, like their tits, breasts, and their clit. What is a clit? Tiamat interrupted, her gaze locked onto him, seeking enlightenment. Short for clitoris? I see. Tiamat nodded thoughtfully. You do have much to teach me, master. Your appearance conceals your knowledge. As Issei found himself discussing the intricacies of female anatomy with a naked dragon while a partially clad devil rested on his bed, he couldn't help but question whether he was truly awake at that moment. But that's it. I'm intervening. Life's radiant presence pulsated with distress. Wait, just a little bit longer. Death's voice echoed through the cosmic void. Life's luminous tendrils flailed in exasperation. No. This is vile. Then don't watch. Death snickered, seemingly unaffected, his form resembling an abstract concept of darkness and starlight. Yeah, brother. Your chosen one is corrupting everything. Life wailed, her energy tendrils flailing in distress. She seemed on the brink of a celestial explosion from sheer embarrassment. Look at the irreplaceable damage he has caused to a dragon. A dragon? Let's not ignore the fact that she asked him herself, reason death. His voice was like a whisper from the cosmic winds. It was her own curiosity that led her to read those books and arrive at the question she's asking now. Is it really his fault for sharing his knowledge? As she wouldn't have asked if he hadn't said those words in the first place. Perhaps not, but then he would have perished. Is that what you desired, sister? To let him meet his demise on his very first day of duty? Life loathed how death had an uncanny ability to sway their discussions, regardless of her convictions. She whimpered softly, her radiant presence diminishing. You could have just intervened and stopped it yourself. Like you did anyway. I did so because he would have perished if I hadn't. All roads led to his death at that point, regardless of the choices he made. Death responded calmly. Don't you understand? He survived their initial encounter through his own determination. Not because of me. Not because of my emissaries. But because of his own resilience. Just as he did when facing the first fallen angel that had taken his life. If I had assisted him then, what would be the purpose of appointing him as my chosen if it still required my direct intervention? But why him? Death's deep blue lights flared like neutron stars as he stared at her. As I've said, you're too severe in your judgment of him. You focused excessively on his flaws and paid little heed to his virtues. Virtues that many of the creations lack. You've allowed his proclivities to overshadow his humility, his eagerness to learn, his unwavering commitment to fulfilling his role, regardless of how unconventionally perverse you perceive it to be. He has embraced his role and stands ready to dedicate his life to it, a commitment that I am confident would make even Yahweh envious. And you, dear sister, with your compassionate heart, still underestimate him. If even you harbor such doubts, what of other gods? What of those who are less compassionate? Those who hold him in even lower regard simply because he's a human? Even the devils saw him through a similar lens. His own peers consider him inferior. Life whimpered as death and his living shadows loomed over her, enshrouding her radiant presence. I've idled for too long. My inaction appears to have emboldened numerous ambitious gods who mistake it for negligence, believing that retribution won't be visited upon them again. For me, dear sister, there is no greater satisfaction than witnessing their arrogant smirks crumble when they recognize their errors. the gradual realization that Hayatu Issei possesses every right, and soon every obligation, to humble a god. Death allowed a few moments to pass, maintaining his steady gaze upon life, conveying that he had no desire to revisit such discussions in the future. Once the gravity of the situation had fully settled in her, he continued. And inhumanely perverse, his tone shifted to a more playful one, dispelling the prior aura of menace. Did I scare you again? Too little, too late, as life had already puffed up her radiant cheeks, tears threatening to cascade like cosmic waterfalls if she didn't have her way. You're scary all the time? Of course, death provided just so, gravitating his smoldering hand over life's clear, pure, and beautiful strands of hair. What could life ever hope for, if not care from death? I want ice cream. Come again. Ice cream. I want to try it. Life muttered, glancing up to see her brother's ethereally sculpted jaw. You visited the third dimension. Twice, even. Why can't I? Death blinked owlishly a few times. His glacial lights that served as his eyes in the cosmic abyss shifted to a lighter hue as he grappled with life's request. Excuse me? Why can't I? I thought it was just a one-time thing. What led you to believe that? Isn't it because we should refrain from intervening in creation? But you did so once. And on a grand scale. So why can't I? Because I'd be the one left to rectify the mess you create as usual, Death asserted, which led to life intensifying the fervor of her celestial pout. Fine. What makes you think such rules exist, anyway? You are a goddess to the gods you've created. The only restrictions are those you impose upon yourself. I aided the boy once, leaving him to his own devices when he was capable. How else could he evolve? Death examined life's doubtful expression. She didn't seem to grasp it fully. What do you think can change just? From buying you an ice cream, anyway? Upon hearing Death's explanation, life blinked owlishly, her luminous purple lights radiating an aura of inane confusion. But, then doesn't that mean I've been holding myself back for nothing? That I could have savored the taste of those sweetened frozen milk since the very first time I desired it? Yes. A storm of frustration and celestial indignation brewed within life, and she erupted with a strangled sound. As Death observed his sister's fit, she flailed her radiant arms in a spectacle of celestial frustration. She was careful, however, not to accidentally collide with an innocent planet, moon, or even a nameless asteroid, each living out its existence while circling the vast universe, never once encountering humans or being seen. Life meticulously avoided contact with any celestial bodies, her reluctance to cause harm even extending to inanimate rocks that couldn't possibly feel. She was a goddess of life, after all, and her compassion knew no bounds, even when it came to wayward celestial objects. Now, Death chided gently. Why don't you channel that goddessful energy into creating your vessel instead of throwing a celestial tantrum? And perhaps think of a name for yourself to use. The prospect of creating something for herself swiftly extinguished her petulant rage. I've actually thought of a name. Death's ethereal presence seemed to lean forward in interest. A good name, I hope? With a twinkle of mischievous cosmic humor in her radiant eyes, Life quipped, Well, Bob's a good name. No, it's really not. Life gasped, horrified. Brother, apologize to all the Bobs in the world now. I'm sorry, but I can't fathom Bob the goddess of life. Just the thought of it makes me question your sanity. Fine. Keanu Reeves it is. Death shook his abstract form, the cosmic equivalent of shaking his head. No, that's an actual person. It might confuse people. Life's radiant energy pulsed with determination. Well, fine. Margaret Thatcher. Also a person, Death pointed out with cosmic patience, a deceased one, and widely renowned. Undeterred, Life pouted adorably. Marilyn Monroe. I can go by Eminem for short? Again, a person and famous, Death reminded her with a celestial sigh. Queen Elizabeth. Life folded her radiant arms across her celestial chest in mock annoyance. The fifth. You're pulling my leg. You don't have a leg, brother. It's an expression, you dolt. Before life could rebuke death's mockery, he continued. That's it. I'm naming your vessel. Wadash. B, but it's mine. You've had your fun with naming, remember? That was a long time ago. That was literally from the dawn of time. Their time. Death nudged at the creation's plane of existence, the universe they lived in. I've only named one being. What? Won't you be so kind to your brother and let him have the honor of granting a moniker to your three-dimensional vessel? With great reluctance, life yielded. She was no match for death's wordy words. Or a request, for that matter. But, Issei's keen ears picked up the faint sound, and he reacted with the practiced speed of someone well-versed in avoiding embarrassing encounters. He swiftly sat on his magazine, a move he had perfected through countless close calls with his parents, who never seemed to grasp the concept of knocking. Hey! Tiamat protested, her annoyance evident. I haven't finished asking all my questions yet. Shoo, please be quiet. Issei implored, nervously eyeing his senior as she blinking her eyes. I'm sorry, but we'll have to continue later. Tisk. Tiamat, though irritated, reluctantly complied with her master. She secured a random magazine from the small space under Issei's dresser, a place his mother never bothered to check due to the inconvenience. The dragon guarded it protectively, ensuring he couldn't snatch it away. Issei blankly stared at her. I really need to hide them better. At least the cover of the magazine wasn't as provocative as some of the others. Rias would have to delve into its content to decipher the nature of the book. Issei's tension escalated as the devil on his bed began to sit up, clutching the blue blanket to her chest to prevent any unintentional exposure. Dawn. He was hoping he'd get to catch another glimpse of her black lace lingerie, which was by no means a normal bra worn high school students should be wearing underneath their uniform, but she was a devil. Maybe devils wear sexy lingerie all the time. Little did he know that her choice of undergarments was due to the difficulty she faced in finding ones that fit her size. While her front remained concealed, Issei caught a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth skin along her side. It was an unexpectedly pleasing sight. Rias surveyed the room, her gaze landing on the two individuals seated on the floor before her. One sprawled out, engrossed in reading a magazine, while the other sat cross-legged, his eyes locked on her. Hayaru, she murmured, wincing as she tried to shift her position. This is your room, isn't it? Yes, ma'am. Issei replied, his posture straightening. I, brought you here because I've no idea where you live, and the hospital is kind of far, so I couldn't carry you there. He hoped his explanation would distract her from questioning how he managed to transport her here. I see. Rias mumbled, burying her face in the blanket to stifle her headache and soothe her aching body. Are you okay, senpai? These bruises will heal, she sighed. I'm surprised I'm not more injured. Perhaps I underestimated my recovery as a devil. It's been a long time since I've been injured. TSK? Those damned vultures. They'll pay for what they've done. Issei shifted uncomfortably. He didn't want to mention Tiamat's role in her recovery, and something about Rias's statement troubled him. She doesn't mean she'll kill them, right? You're wondering if it's normal for supernatural beings to kill, right? To put it simply, yes. There are some peaceful races, but they won't shy away from violence or even snuff out a soul if necessary. Am I going to have to kill someone? Issei thought with trepidation. Because I don't know if I have it in me, Raz. I mean, killing is, killing. Not if you don't want to. Balthazar had anticipated this question. For a simple-minded human boy who had been thrust into this role, the idea of taking a life was understandably a bit much. Sometimes, humiliating your opponent, breaking their spirit to the point where they can't face anyone works just as effectively as killing them. So no, you won't have to literally kill them, you can figuratively defeat them. After a moment of silence, filled only with the sound of a paper page being turned, Rias finally addressed the unusual presence in the room. Or rather, the dragon. Who is she? Tis my distant relative? Issei ventured, trying to find the right words. Relative? Rias arched an eyebrow, her skepticism cutting through the air like a finely sharpened sword. Despite her recent skirmish with the fallen angels, she was far from gullible. That's a rather striking hair color she has. As Tiamat lay sprawled out on her toned stomach, feigning disinterest in the conversation of mere mortals, Issei couldn't help but gulp in response to Rias's astute observation. Complications may arise, but it's better to let her in on the secret. Keeping it hidden will only lead to more questions about why you're concealing her identity when you supposedly don't know who she is. And trust me, you don't want to be caught in that web of deceit. What she mustn't yet know is that your death's chosen. Well, actually, she's Tiamat. Tiamat? Rias rolled the name around on her tongue, and it didn't feel entirely foreign to her. Not at all. Not even a little bit, especially considering her recent conversations with Aquino. Tiamat. The Chaos Karma Dragon? Tiamat, in her typical fashion, remained silent and preoccupied with studying various human activities, particularly the more intimate ones. Good, she's shocked. Use it to cover up your blunder from earlier, attempting to hide her identity. Yeah, I thought you'd be surprised. That's why I, attempted to lie, Issei admitted, a sheepish grin tugging at his lips. Rias, still processing the revelation, stuttered, I'm sorry for shouting, but she struggled to find words, her gaze locked onto the rumored Chaos Karma Dragon, who had found a new topic of interest to explore. Her brother's dragon had taught her how brittle a dragon's pride actually was. Why is she in your room? If you don't mind me asking. Apparently, she's here to conduct extensive research on the unique literary works of the third dimension, namely, pornographic comics. Issei managed to keep a straight face, luckily. Balthazar had a knack for succinct one-liners and an unconventional sense of humor. I kind of offered her a place to stay? Issei replied in a hushed tone, much like he would when confessing to Matsuda that he had broken a +18 game. What? To study porn. You what? Rias had to lie back down briefly to digest this unexpected information before rising once more. Why? Issei coughed. I didn't mean it that way, but one thing led to another, so she's going to live here, I guess. And she chose to stay for what reason? Rias inquired, a hint of curiosity and apprehension coloring her tone. Lady Tiamat, may I inquire about your reason for staying in a humble abode? Spare me your flowery phrases, whelp, Tiamat responded bluntly, still engrossed in her study. I decided to stay here because I deem him worthy of my attention. He's earned my respect. You, on the other hand, have not. Don't speak to me until you do. Issei felt a mixture of warmth and discomfort at Tiamat's acknowledgement. He didn't relish the idea of conflict between people he knew, but he also had no idea how to defuse the situation brewing before him. Rias, though slightly stung by the insult, had learned to swallow her pride when dealing with beings of far greater power than herself. My apologies. Countless questions swirled in her mind. It marked the third instance that day in which this seemingly harmless, perverted boy had raised eyebrows and skepticism. What set him apart? Why did a dragon, Tiamat no less, single him out in such a manner? That reminds me. You faced those fallen angels earlier, and you won, Rias began, her beryl-hued eyes assessing his physique. Issei squirmed a little, not out of fear, but out of a desire to hide a certain hidden magazine. And you didn't just win, you emerged unscathed? Just what? Just who are you? Issei? Issei replied, somewhat uncertainly. But to be honest, senpai, I do feel somewhat different. It's like I've transitioned from being a regular human to something more. I can't quite put my finger on it. So you feel there's a power residing within you? Rias mused. When did you feel any different? When I first saw Rainier-chan. Rias narrowed her eyes at his use of chan, which suggested that he didn't yet consider the fallen angel his enemy. Humans and their moral complexities. Nonetheless, Rias maintained her composure. Then it's possible that whatever it is, awakened when you encountered a supernatural being. Your encounter might have triggered it, although I can't pinpoint exactly what you have, but it's possible that you possess a sacred gear. Yeah. That thing you mentioned back at school, right? Issei scratched his head, trying to recall their earlier conversation amidst the whirlwind of events. Indeed, Rias nodded. It seems it's still dormant. I caught a glimpse of your bout with Danzydanz. The way you moved and avoided his attack was quite remarkable for someone who had never been in a fight. It's likely it has enhanced your strength without you realizing. It's fine. Tell her. Yeah, Issei agreed, growing more animated as he discussed it. My body feels lighter. He mimicked a punch, winding his arm back as if preparing to take on the world. It's pretty awesome. Rias chuckled a soft titter of giggles. He was so naive despite his perversion. So true to his feelings. Something Rias was quite envious of. She felt glad, nonetheless, to see that he was unhurt. Placing her cheek on her blanketed knees, her lips curled to a smile as she looked at him with a certain kind of odd fondness. See? You're not so average, are you now, Haikun? Issei felt his cheeks warmed as he was once again reminded of her beauty. Heh, yeah, I guess. Rias chuckled softly, a melodious titter escaping her lips. Issei's innocence, despite his perversion, was endearing. He wore his heart on his sleeve, something Rias sometimes found herself envying. She felt a sense of relief and warmth seeing that he was unharmed. She rested her cheek on her blanket-covered knees, a warm smile gracing her lips as she regarded him with an odd fondness. See? You're not so average after all, Hayudu-kun. Issei blushed at her compliment, unable to resist the allure of her beauty. Heh, yeah, I guess. Rias's smile lingered, and her voice took on a teasing tone. You're pretty cute, despite your unashamed bluntness. No offense, Hayudu-kun. I appreciate your honesty, as stark as it is. Thank you, senpai. Issei beamed, though he couldn't help but let his gaze wander, his eyes catching a not-so-subtle glimpse of Rias's uncovered back and the tantalizing straps of her black underwear. I also appreciate your taste in choosing your bra. They're very mature and have this effect on my eyes. It keeps them glued. Oh. Rias shook her head playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She purposely allowed the blanket to slip off her lap, revealing her alluring black lace brassiere and the treasures it cradled. Ignoring Tiamat as she had ignored her, Rias reveled in the sight of Issei's widened eyes and slackened jaw, thoroughly entertained by his reaction. Thank you for this very blessed day, Issei exclaimed, clapping his hands with theatrical appreciation, complete with a faux tear rolling down his cheek. His eyes continued to feast upon Rias's exquisite form as she gracefully moved to the edge of his bed, giving him an unobstructed view of her sinful curves, as well as the faint bruises that marred her otherwise flawless skin. She huffed, running her palm across the planes of her stomach, upset at the ugly bluish contusion. It's unfortunate, but it seems you won't be needing my protection as long as you have her with you, Ain? HM? Sure. Awesome. Rias sighed. Eyes are up here, Hayudu Issei. Damn it, that was my illness acting up again. Ugh, to be cursed with this chronic disease. What disease? Lust? Lust is not a disease, Hayudu-kun, Rias teased, her laughter tinkling like a bell. She couldn't believe she was getting along with this massive pervert. Still, there was something endearing about him, and she had started to see beyond his perverse facade. With a simple wave of her hand, Rias conjured her school uniform back onto her body, much to Issei's disappointment. His crestfallen expression was almost comical. I'm sorry, but I'm not a painting you can ogle at, she chuckled. Thank you for helping me, Haikun. Crimson magic gathered beneath her feet, forming a glowing circle adorned with Gremory's rose petal-like emblem. Don't sweat it. Happy to be of help, senpai. Issei watched the magic circle forming, thinking that this took longer than his method of fast travel. I doubt you'll need me, but don't be shy and ask me if you need some. Thank you. Rias smiled. A pervert he might be, but an earnest boy. She was a devil, and this boy had power, as little as it might be. She had an inkling he would grow to be someone that far surpassed her expectations. He might be the perfect addition to her peerage to fill the gap, someone who could exceed her expectations. However, the more she got to know him, the less she wanted to manipulate him or involve him in her complex devil life. He had inspired her in unexpected ways. If he could deal with his problems, why couldn't she handle her own? He was a mere human with fledgling power, whereas she was the heiress of House Gremory. Rias was born and raised in this world. She had inherited the deadly power of destruction from her mother. She had inherited the cunning of her father. She was Rias Gremory, the Crimson Princess of Ruin. She might have taken another step closer to the edge, but she would not waver. The immortal phoenix or not, she'd simply turn them into cinders however many times as necessary. Tonight, it was time to bid farewell. Closing her beryl-hued eyes, Rias took a final look at Issei. Farewell, Hayudu Issei. Get her to alter your parents' memories, boy. You have a new tenant in your home. All right, senpai. Issei's sudden shout interrupted her teleportation. Yes? Rias tilted her head, her moment of dramatic departure disrupted. Can you do your mind thingy to my parents? I kinda haven't told them about Tiamat-san. Rias sighed, torn between her desire to respect his request and her growing reluctance to manipulate anyone, especially his family. But she understood his predicament and nodded. Very well, Hayudu-kun. I will ensure their memories are adjusted accordingly. It played out like a scene from Men in Black, only with magic instead of flashy gadgets. Rias cast a hypnotizing spell on Issei's parents, leaving them comically dazed and susceptible to her influence. She wove her narrative with skill, making it seem as though Tiamat was their long-lost European relative, visiting to immerse herself in Japanese culture. Issei couldn't believe the absurdity of the situation. Rias departed shortly after, exhaustion evident from the use of her magic and the teleportation she still needed to get back home. Issei felt a pang of guilt, knowing he had inadvertently put her through this ordeal. But there wasn't much he could do now except make sure everything went smoothly from here on out. With the devil's departure, one major problem was resolved, but it led to another predicament, where Tiamat would sleep. Issei stared at his bed, then at the aloof dragon who now had no reading material in her hands. Right, he muttered to himself, where are you going to sleep? I rest wherever I want. Tiamat declared proudly, her attention fully on Issei. She had stashed the manga where she had found them, discreetly tucked within a thick encyclopedia. I've slept in harder, hotter places than this floor. This will suffice. You know, not letting you do that, Issei replied firmly. He might see her as a dragon, but she was also a woman with a voluptuous body, and a woman shouldn't be sleeping on the floor when there was a perfectly good bed available. Then where do you lie to rest, master? This is bed, he introduced. His garbage humor was well received by Balthazar, who let out a snicker. We lie on this thing to sleep comfortably. Is that so? Then so shall I. Issei contemplated his twin bed, then glanced at Tiamat, back at the bed, and finally at his dresser where he stored futons for his friends when they stayed over. He then resumed his assessment of the bed and Tiamat herself, her alluring legs not escaping his notice. Should he do the morally right thing and sleep on the floor with a futon? Or should he indulge in the temptation of sharing a bed with a beautiful woman, even if it might lead to his untimely demise? He clapped his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eye as he reached a decision. It was by far the easiest decision. You know what? That's a great idea to get you used to human traditions. Days and nights passed by, wait, a minute dash, as our unrepentant, depraved and shameless protagonist, this shit ain't right, underwent a ruthless training regime that could have easily ensured his place in the Japanese Special Forces with the appropriate, wait, damn it, wait, skills training. Hold up. What the hell with the time skip? Because nothing worthy of note happened. But nothing important. Now you listen here, I have a dragon. A dragon. A dragon lady. A dragon lady with dragon tits. And she's sleeping with me on my bedroom, on the same bed, after reading a bunch of fucking porn, and nothing happened? Something did happen, but it wasn't anything worth mentioning. But no you didn't. Don't you cockblock me like this. I thought we were cool, Mr. Narrator, sir. I'm just doing my job. And I'm doing mine. So far at least. I can't have you skipping my first night with an actual woman with super serious dragon knockers. You can't do that to a dude. The script here says so. Screw the script. I'm gonna quit. I swear I'll break the goddamn fourth wall and I'll quit. I'll seriously quit if you skip my first night. There's plenty other garbage stories I can jump into. Realizing it was impossible to find a replacement to this vile filth of a protagonist, the narrator took the mature road and yielded. I don't get paid enough for this shit anyway. We get paid. Our meager existence in this website is the form of our payment. Alright, geez. No need to get serious. The protagonist grumbled, satisfied that he had won this particular battle against the narrator's narrative-skipping tendencies. V.5 Extra. Will of a Dragon. Dinner was an oddly surreal affair, the likes of which Issei had never experienced before. He had anticipated the need to gently remind his parents of Tiamat's supposed status as a very distant and long-lost relative. However, reality took a comically unexpected turn. Not a hint of suspicion crossed his parents' minds. It seemed they had wholeheartedly embraced the narrative that Tiamat, despite looking nothing like a typical Japanese woman and despite her blunt declarations of not needing nourishment, was indeed their relative. To make matters even more bewildering, his mother and father chuckled as if Tiamat's half-serious threats of devouring them were mere jokes. Now, no need to be shy, Tia-chan. Have a bite. I am not shy, human. I need not change what I am, Tiamat growled, her voice carrying an ominous undertone. My name is Tiamat. Need I remind you of who I am? The dragon's icy, soul-piercing, dagger-like glare was met with an almost uncaring yet persuasive giggles from his mother. Oh, you, always the tease. Did you forget my name? I'm Mickey and this is my husband Gor. Goru enthusiastically waved his hand with all the enthusiasm of a schoolboy. It was clear where Issei inherited his eccentricities. Come. You haven't tasted my wife's cooking since you've arrived here, though I can't seem to remember when, but that's certainly not as important as your appetite. Oh ho, I may look old, but I am confident in my culinary skills, you know? Issei watched in a state of near disbelief as this surreal negotiation unfolded right before him. His rice bowl was empty, and he was on the verge of going for seconds, but the scene playing out was far too entertaining to interrupt. His mother was an excellent cook, there was no denying that, and her dishes were simply too good to miss. But what on earth had Rias implanted in his parents' memories? He couldn't fathom the depths of her devilish manipulations. However, he didn't want to make Tiamat uncomfortable or risk further complications by intervening. Tisen seems a bit tired from her trip dash. No, I do not. I do not tire, boy, and I do not dash. Jesus fucking Christ, help me out, will you? Issei silently pleaded for divine intervention, realizing that Tiamat was about to launch into another tirade about the wonders of dragons and their ability to sleep anywhere and endure any weather, subsisting solely on magical particles. Oh my! The trip. How interesting! Mrs. Hayadu happily replied, clasping her hands. I've always wanted to try those unique dishes from your country. Say, can you be so kind and tell me if my cooking is as good? You require my assistance? Very well. I shall be lenient towards you this time, mother of Hayadu. Tiamat's tone was as rigidly formal as a stone pillar, making Issei wonder if he was sitting next to a mythical dragon or a woman in his hoodie. Somewhat tired from merely listening to the exchange, Issei allowed events to unfold without further interference. As his mother served Tiamat a bowl of her tofu miso soup and added a slice of grilled salmon to her rice bowl, Issei finally took his third helping. Man, I'm starving. I don't usually get seconds, let alone third. And I still feel empty. Empty inside or just your stomach specifically? Issei paused mid-picking up a piece of grilled beef. Dude? What? Too real? Balthazar snickered, his laughter resembling an avalanche. Feeling hungry after a battle? That's normal. You've exerted plenty of energy, more than you normally do. Of course you'd be famished. Strange, though, Issei pondered as he chewed on a succulent piece of meat that melted in his mouth. I don't feel sore after running that much. Which doesn't surprise me. Physical-wise, your stamina has taken the steepest ascent from today's events. Lad, your mother's culinary genuinely watered my mouth. Isn't it? Issei smiled as he cleaned his palate with a steaming hot miso soup, neutralizing the saltiness left behind by earlier beef. She sometimes helps out her friend's restaurant at the shopping district. She's crazy good, I tell you. Which doesn't surprise me. Physically, your stamina has taken a steep ascent due to today's events. He explained just as his draconic stomach rumbled with anticipation. Lad, your mother's cooking genuinely has my mouth watering. I know, right? For real, Issei thought proudly, his smile never fading as he cleansed his palate with a steaming hot miso soup, countering the lingering saltiness from the earlier beef. She sometimes helps out at her friend's restaurant in the shopping district. Her cooking is unbelievably good. I don't doubt your words. Balthazar's voice was tinged with envy. Look, even the almighty dragon herself is impressed. Issei glanced to his left, where Tiamat had evidently mastered the use of chopsticks merely by observing the humans around her. She devoured her meal with gusto, her actions and appetites surprising none but amusing all at the table. His parents seemed utterly enthralled by her peculiar charm. Ah, it's good to see that young girls like you have quite the appetite. Don't they starve themselves out normally, no? His mother made a clicking sound with her tongue. Yeesh, you don't know anything about girls these days. They obviously eat and exercise to maintain their shape, unlike these old bones. Oh ho ho. Ah, no wonder they all look like models. HM? What's that? Have you been ogling girls again, Daddy? His father made the same face Issei would make, dumbly confident. I merely observed, dear. These are remarkable. Tiamat finally muttered after demolishing a platter of grilled salmon that was marinated by Mrs. Hayudu's special recipe. How could mere humans such as you possess the knowledge to create a meal this magnificent? Oh ho ho. Dedication and effort, dear, dedication and effort. As the delightful chaos continued, Issei couldn't help but wonder at the absurdity of the situation. He had faced down fallen angels, learned about his newfound powers, and now had a dragon who was a woman at the dinner table, all in a single day. His life had taken a turn for the bizarre, and he could only hang on for the wild ride. For the time being, Issei chose not to overthink things. It was a night to enjoy the bizarre and revel in the absurdity of life. After all, tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, and new adventures, but for now, there was laughter, delicious food, and a dragon sharing the family table. This is unreal. Balthazar couldn't help but let out a stomach-rumbling growl, revealing his growing hunger. Lad, I haven't felt hunger like this in ages. Your mother's cooking is starting to look like a gift from the heavens by the minute. Ah man, now I feel bad. I'd share if I can. Actually, you can. Oh yeah? How? Let me take over your body for a moment. You can just do that? Why not? Balthazar responded with a tinge of incredulity. Our souls are connected, remember? Think of it as having two souls cruising in a single ride. I can easily take over your body if I wanted, but that'd be a tad rude, don't you think? Why didn't you hop in during that whole fallen angels showdown then? Issei countered, it's not like I could have died or anything. How do you plan to get stronger if I save your ass? The void dragon scoffed, I'm not Death's chosen boy, you are. Besides, I've never piloted a human vessel before, so I'm a tad curious myself. Issei contemplated the rather limited scenarios of total body takeovers, conjuring images of intense internal battles between two opposing personalities, one trying to order a mocha latte, and the other demanding a double espresso. No, I won't do that. Boss would probably fire me, Balthazar assured. And besides, I enjoy having you as a vessel, lad. You're an intriguing soul to hitch a ride on. Even if the world turns its back on you and you end up wandering the earth solo, I've got your back. Although lying about that kind of stuff would make a cruel joke, Issei felt the corners of his mouth tugging upwards. Damn dude. That's the kindest thing everyone has ever said to me. You're gonna make blush here. I've seen your struggles, boy, and self-confidence is one of your main issues. Beating even your perverted mindset. But I'm not here to be your therapist or change you to someone you're not. I'm a dragon, not a shrink, and you're the only one who can change yourself either way. It wasn't much about Balthazar saying those things that got him into a deep reflection as he stared into the untouched bowl of rice. It was due to the fact that Issei had never had anyone like this void dragon before in his life. Wise and understanding, Modest despite he could have been arrogant all he liked like Tiamat did. As Issei chewed on the plain rice, he started wishing he had been death's chosen sooner. Man, you're gonna seriously make me go sappy, damn it? I won't tell you not to shed a tear. Not all tears are signs of weakness. Balthazar murmured, and let me have a go at your body for a bit. My appetite is killing me. Issei couldn't refuse because he was indeed on the brink of tearing up. Yet, as soon as he found himself no longer in his family's dining room, sitting beside Tiamat, but in this obsidian void, the tears vanished. He glanced around and saw a vast projection of his real vision, with Balthazar flexing his newfound human fingers as if getting the hang of them. Whoa, Issei uttered, gazing in awe. Dang, is this what it's like for you, Raz? It's like the darkest amusement park ride. Quite. Balthazar's voice rumbled, now no longer resonating in Issei's head, as this was wherever in his mind's neighborhood. The void is most familiar to me. Any other place would just get on my nerves. Wait, you can use chopsticks already? I learned through observation, just like our draconic companion. But I digress, this is the space where I usually hang out. To put it in terms you can grasp, that space isn't within your mind, but it's closer to your soul. Every living being has one. As the dragon assumed control, Issei felt a surreal shift in his perception. He watched his hand reach for the rice bowl, the chopsticks gracefully picking up a mouth-watering morsel of his mother's cooking. He imagined a look of pure culinary ecstasy gracing his own features right now. I'm tripping out here. It's like watching my life from the best seat in the house. Is it just me, or does this make any sense? Trippy for you, I'm sure. I understand what you're getting at, Balthazar mused. You've heard of sacred gears containing a soul, like the divine dividing, for instance. This is the place where that, what's his name again? Well, it doesn't matter. It's the space where that soul hangs out while watching over its host. So this is more like a prison then? Balthazar chuckled at the empathetic observation. Issei might be academically challenged, but the boy had an uncanny knack for stepping into others' shoes. Not a prison, my boy, Balthazar clarified, his voice a resonant baritone even in this surreal mental space. Think of it more like a personal VIP lounge where I occasionally stop by for some snacks and a chat. Your soul's cozy little parlor. Issei tried to make sense of it all. So, you're saying even when you're not driving this body, you're still here, watching? In a nutshell, yes. Balthazar munched contentedly on another bite of rice. It's a bit like watching a movie. You're the star, and I'm the guy in the back row with popcorn, enjoying the show. Issei's mind buzzed with questions, but he refrained from peppering the dragon with them. Instead, he decided to focus on the extraordinary experience. After all, how many people could claim to share their body with an ancient and wise dragon? In that case, Issei grinned, I'll make sure to keep the show interesting, Raz. Balthazar's laughter rumbled like thunder, and the void dragon continued to savor the delicious flavors of his mother's cooking. As they enjoyed their virtual meal together, Issei couldn't help but feel a newfound sense of camaraderie with the void dragon, who was both his mentor and, in a strange way, his companion. Right now, you can only see what I see, not feel what I feel, nor smell what I smell, as if your senses are on a coffee break, Balthazar explained. There's a limit to what I can sense as well, boy. But the longer we share and nurture this link between our souls, the more in tune I will become with your senses. Issei nodded thoughtfully. So, you mean, you could alert me if something's sneaking up on us? Balthazar grinned, which was weirdly felt by Issei in his mind. Exactly. Or even lend you a bit of my strength if you're in a tight spot. Think of it as having a dragon hotline for emergencies. You sure? I don't mind watching myself eat while still getting full. Issei mumbled as he glanced around the corners that didn't seem to exist. This place creeps me out though, can't you add a light or something? Better yet, hot girl? Or even better, hot girls? I can but no can do. I don't need you getting addicted to that place. Darn. And I was hoping for a soulful bachelor pad. The Balthazarized Issei huffed, curiosity and appetite finally sated. By the void, that was nice. I'll add in a couch for you on our next switch, I can at least be that hospitable. Thank you, boy, that was most excellent. After saying that, Issei switched back and found himself sitting on the same seat with a bloated stomach and an empty plate and bowl. He blinked a few times, the strange space fading from his memory, before realizing something. Man, I'm full. My bad. I got carried away. Of course you are. You devoured 5 dumplings. His mother chimed in, her tone a mixture of pride and mild scolding. You ate like a hungry beast tonight. Have you been exercising, dear? You know, Mom, I've been thinking about taking better care of myself, he replied, his words carefully chosen. With all the studying and stuff, it's easy to let yourself go, you know? Oh, that's wonderful, dear. Mrs. Hayudu gushed, taking over the conversation as she began planning his fitness routine. Mom will make sure to prepare hearty meals for you. Issei nodded, feeling a tinge of guilt. He didn't want to lie to his parents, but he also couldn't exactly reveal that his newfound exercise regimen involved battling fallen angels and training with a dragon. Some things were better left unsaid. But what's inspired you to become a muscle-bound man? Finally bored of just moving your arm? Mr. Hayudu said with a cheeky grin. That's not something you should say to your son. Issei said, much disturbed. But anyway, I just kinda want to start getting healthy? I mean, is that a bad thing? Of course not. Gora Hayudu replied, quickly rectifying his earlier statement. Dad's with you through and through. But understand this, son, having an athletic body may finally get you a girlfriend, but make sure she's looking at your heart as well. Having a good heart is more important. True, his wife added, giving her husband a sidelong glance. Although, having a sculpted body certainly won't hurt. Maybe visiting the gym every weekend instead of lounging and cultivating a beer belly? As Issei snickered at his parents' banter, Mr. Hayudu's face went blank. This has certainly backfired. I'm sated. Another voice entered the conversation, but didn't really have the intention to add anything else. Thank you, lady. I have underestimated your talents, same as I did with your son. It appears everyone in this family has a certain set of hidden skills, which leads me to wonder, what is yours, Sir Hayudu? Goru chuckled nervously. I wonder that myself. Miki slipped her hand on top of his. Well, being a good husband is certainly a start. My wife, that's only because you've been the most wonderful wife a man can ever hope for, Mr. Hayudu replied, his eyes filled with affection. Issei was left cringing at his parents' sudden romantic exchange. Alright, I'm out. Let's get out of here. Time, Tia-san. You can go back to my room. Don't worry about the plates, just leave them. As if she had any intention to bring them to the kitchen in the first place, but Tiamat wasn't about to start asking for it. If she didn't have to, why bother? With a regal nod, she headed back to Issei's room to continue her studies among the books. But, tell me, master, on what occasions do you hold such a feast? Inquired the Chaos Dragon, Tiamat, her tone as regal as ever, while she cradled another of Issei's porn magazines. Probably the last one. Issei shut the door behind him, laying against its wooden body. Once in the morning and once at night? Is that so? But on what specific occasions exactly? Breakfast and dinner, which is, every day. Tiamat gasped. You partake in feasts regardless of the day? Issei couldn't help but roll his eyes, picking up the rest of the magazines Tiamat had finished reading. Yeah, well, we kind of need to eat to, survive. Humans, remember? But to host such lavish feasts every single day, surely your family must be of royal descent. I find it perplexing, for I have never heard of House Hayudu until today. My dad's just your average office worker, so definitely not royalty. Issei seated himself in front of his modest 2-foot bookcase, housing his school textbooks along with his goods, slipped between the pages of an unassuming biology or chemistry book. Once he was done placing the books Tiamat had read, he clapped his hands. Well, all right then. Time to sleep. And be accidentally smothered by her luscious breasts. Do you need to be that elaborate? Just saying, let me feel your tits works just as well. Oh right? Issei momentarily forgot Tiamat's casual nudity and her peculiar perception of their relationship, with him as her master, on top of her unconventional sense of modesty. Issei's mind paused as Tiamat gracefully perched herself on the edge of his bed, crossing her legs and offering him an unintended view of her inviting thighs. But where's the fun in that? Balthazar shrugged, though Issei couldn't see or feel the gesture. You and your lustful ways. I won't pester you until tomorrow, but get some proper rest. You'll appreciate it. Seriously? Issei grimaced at the thought of Balthazar implementing an arduous daily training regimen. He's not going to make me do 1,000 push-ups every day, is he? But as he shuddered at the idea of grueling exercises, Issei's attention was easily diverted by Tiamat's proposition. This bed of yours is quite comfortable, isn't it? Isn't this where your kind usually copulates? At least, those tomes of yours suggested as much. Porn tomes. That sounded as ridiculous in his head as he imagined. Yeah? He replied hesitantly, not entirely certain where this conversation was heading. I see. Tiamat seemed deep in thought. Issei's heart raced, wondering if she was implying something he wasn't ready for. Is this where you copulate, master? His voice quivered as he stuttered, I don't know, maybe? I've never done it before, so... You haven't? Tiamat's eyes widened in surprise. That's quite unexpected. Yet you possess these tomes? Just never had the opportunity, I guess, Issei admitted, his heart pounding like a drum. No one's wanted to, I suppose? Is that so? Tiamat arched an elegant eyebrow. Then I am the complete opposite. Issei wanted to say sarcastically, but he didn't want any of his head to be chopped off or frozen solid just yet. Countless dragons, from pathetically weak to considerably weak, have attempted to conquer me, Tiamat continued, moving closer to him, her presence sending shivers down his spine. Yet they were all bark and no bite, with feeble attempts. I have no need for feeble suitors. And yet you, master, someone I've deemed worthy, declined me. So, be honest with me, is it because of the emotions your kind possesses, which I lack? Issei had to take a deep breath before replying. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Tiamat let out a soft, almost alluring giggle that sent his heart racing. Her laughter was nothing like Akino's, but in this moment, it seemed far more enticing. Or perhaps it was because all he could think about was her stunning form concealed beneath his hoodie. He stiffened as she reached out to touch his upper arm, her fingers wrapping around it, assessing his muscle with a gentle squeeze. Her skin felt pleasantly cool against his. In just a few hours, you've gained this much strength? She muttered, almost to herself. Blessings from death, no doubt. You are a fortunate human, master. Perhaps it's also fortunate for me. If I hadn't been stopped, I'd never have known that your growth has only just begun. Releasing his arm, she moved her delicate hand to his chin, tilting his face upwards. Issei felt a complex blend of excitement and fear, unsure of what would happen next. Tiamat's touch was unexpectedly gentle, her cool fingertips tracing along his jawline. She leaned in closer, her striking azure eyes locked onto his, filled with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Who would have thought that Death's Chosen would bear such a face? So fearful. Immature, she murmured, her eyes never leaving his. Your gaze is perpetually clouded by worldly desires, and yet, he chose you. I suppose the true gods work in mysterious ways. Issei's heart pounded like a drum as Tiamat continued, her voice laced with a dark, plodding tone. But no matter. I shiver in anticipation for the day you reach your full potential. And then when that day comes, I, Tiamat, will be the one to claim the first of your seeds. Her chuckle had a villainous quality, adding to the mounting pile of Issei's concerns. Until then, master, I shall watch over you and keep you safe from any spineless wretches, be they devils or fallen angels. But I will be the first to claim your seed. Is that agreeable? Issei quivered as Tiamat's icy eyes held him with her gaze. With no Balthazar around, he really wasn't sure on what to say. Actually, he knew what to say, he was just scared of saying it. Until he recalled Balthazar's words, and told to himself, man up you fucking wimp. Sorry, but I can't make that promise, he proclaimed, his voice rising with fervor, though he noticed Tiamat's scowl deepening. I refuse. Even though I'm a perverted wimp, I still want to have children with the woman I love, and who loves me back. Not just any woman with a hot body, even though I wouldn't mind spending some quality time with them. Issei realized his last words didn't help his case, as shown by Tiamat's look of confusion. It's different, okay? I get that you're a dragon, but I'm a human. I'm a man. We don't copulate just to create strong babies. We make love because we love each other. Tiamat released her grip on him and took a step back, her face etched with mystification. Issei let out a nervous chuckle as he re-evaluated the words he had just spoken, then couldn't help but add, though, I must admit, it can still happen through a broken rubber or if the pills don't work. But definitely not from holding hands. Well, usually not. Issei, Tiamat whispered softly, sounding contemplative, a far cry from her earlier intensity. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes lost in thought. Puzzled by her unusual behavior, he couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? I understand. I'll respect your human ways, master, even though there's no real need for a dragon to adhere to another species rules. But I'll prove to you that I can win your love even within these boundaries. Issei paused. He heard those words, but he wasn't sure if he listened correctly. What? I'll make you love me, whatever that entails. I will learn about this thing called love that you hold in such high regard. Once I've mastered these feelings, you will no longer have a reason to reject me. Tiamat chuckled confidently as she returned to his bed. Just wait and see, master. And Issei stood there in a mix of awe and confusion, two kinds of emotions that had been constantly tugging at him as of late. Wasn't that a proposal? A rather morbid one, but technically, yes. Whoa, you're back. I've been here since the moment you started getting frightened. Though, you handled the situation well enough. Balthazar sniggered. You may not have much confidence in yourself, but you've got guts, the courage to confront your problems head-on. Well done. Issei stared at Tiamat's back, contemplating how her hoodie must feel on his face. I was terrified, though. How can one be courageous without fear to overcome? Good point. That night, Issei decided to face his fears and slept next to the dragon. And if you think the earlier occurrence would deter him from doing what he had planned, you'd be wrong. The fear Tiamat instilled in him didn't leave a permanent scar, and the boy reached for his dreams, a pair of dreams that were contained beneath the cover of the hoodie she wore. Issei accidentally moved his head towards Tiamat's chest, barely concealing his sly grin as he explored the undeniable fullness concealed beneath her hoodie. Etching, you'll fall for me, boy. Your resistance will be futile. For a while, he lay stiff and still, realizing that Tiamat wasn't entirely asleep, and he was planning to fall back. However, his apprehension was quelled as he felt her gentle hands embrace his head, the soft texture of her hoodie grazing his cheek. Without much resistance, Issei found himself nestled against her chest. Squished between the allure of two undeniable goodnesses, her cool and inviting embrace coupled with her intoxicating womanly scent, Issei achieved a state of pure bliss. Moments later, he was transported into a realm of dreams, a place where his wildest fantasies ran wild. But on that same night, Rainier and her small group of fallen angels retreated to their hideout, nursing their wounds and grumbling about their botched ambush. Their base was far from impressive, an old, dilapidated church situated just outside of town, beyond the reach of the devil's territory. The once revered statues of Holy Mary and St. Peter were now headless, further contributing to the base's eerie atmosphere. Damn it all. Danzydanz spat, swinging his light spears in frustration, reducing the remnants of a statue to rubble. We were so close, and we could have rid ourselves of that pesky Gremory if it weren't for that brat. Take a chill pill, old man, Middle chimed in from her perch atop a broken pillar, nonchalantly watching the frustrated Danzydanz. You've got a point, though. Rainier, you should have offed him when you had the chance. Exactly, Calawarner added as she tossed another piece of debris onto the growing pile. She rubbed her aching jaw, still smarting from her earlier encounter with the young boy. Now he's faster than me, and he managed to take me down as if it wasn't embarrassing already. Danzydanz never missed an opportunity to pass the blame around, even if it was his fault. This failure is on you, Rainier. You should have finished him off before that pesky devil showed up. Don't tell me you've gone soft for the kid. Rainier bristled at the unfounded accusation, her anger barely contained. You think I've gone soft? Do you even know who you're talking to, Donasik? A failure of a wannabe leader as far as I'm concerned. That's who I think I am talking to, Rainier. You dare dash. Actually, the old man has a point, doesn't he? Middle chimed in, still hanging from her perch. She was the least injured among them, having only suffered minor concussions, which she had easily healed. You're doing all of this to impress Lord Azazel, right? Well, attacking the devil girl just might have pissed him off. Rainier glared at the gothic-wearing petite fallen angel. Hates who you calling petite? You all agreed to help me. Don't just sweep that fact under the rug. Yeah, we're all your happy little accomplices, Middle retorted, unapologetic. Not. Sorry, but I'd like to stay alive, considering there's no way I'm the main character here. The next time I face those devils, I'll probably get taken out in one shot, even though I'm decked out in all black, not a red shirt. This outfit cost me a month's pay, you know? Calla Warner raised her brow. You watch Star Trek? Nah. Just know the reference. Oh, the provocatively clad fallen angel sounded a bit disheartened. Well, she has a point. I got bested by a boy you failed to eliminate yesterday. Just a single day, Rainier, and he bested me. Give him 2 days, and it won't be just my pride at stake, but my life as well. Despite the fact that he hit and kicked me in the family jewels, revenge doesn't seem all that appealing on second thought, Donasik muttered. I still have them, but I don't know what he'll do next, and I'd rather not find out. Plus, I have a wife with expectations. All right, I get it, Middle heckled. You're married and none of us are. How's your wife doing, by the way? She's forcing me to be the test subject of her cooking. In other words, she's doing fine. Not so much. But I'll pick eating her cooking than picking a silly fight with the devils any day. Well, in that case, I am so not visiting you. Rainier fumed, her anger causing her body to tremble. He defeated you once, and you're cowering in fear? Over this minor setback. Whoa, calm down there. Uptown girl, Middle retorted. Unlike you, I'm not keen on risking my life just to kiss some higher-up's boots. Don't take it personally, all right? I like you, you're ambitious, unlike me. But I won't say I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. No hard feelings. Her strikingly blue-haired ally chimed in, be angry with me as much as you want, hate me if you must, but face it. We had a single chance to strike at the heart of the devils, and now it's gone, Rainier. You won't find a single devil traveling alone unless they're bait for an ambush. Donasik flung his blue light spear, obliterating the already damaged wooden cross and venting some of his frustrations. As she said, he added, this is futile. You've witnessed how much that boy improved in just a single day, and even then, the 3 of you struggled against the Gremory girl, and she was out of it. Let's not kid ourselves, we're the weak ones here. We're the faceless villains who perish the moment the hero shows up. This tale might have had a different ending if you had finished him, but you didn't, so this is how it ends for us. I'm out. Wait, you can't just abandon me. I'm your superior. Listen to how arrogant you are, Donasik scoffed as a blue, mystical aura enveloped him. I'm putting in for a transfer. I know Azazel personally, he's one of my drinking buddies. I've had sex with him just to get him to pay my tabs. Calla Warner chimed in, her own body cloaked in a purple, magical light. It'll be easy for me. Rainier's face contorted to one of rage. And you called me a slut? Middle paused for a moment but eventually summoned her own glittering, pink-hued teleportation magic. Because she liked pink. A daring combination with her predominantly black gothic dress. I don't drink and I don't sleep with just anyone. Let me think of a witty line before I leave you to your own devices. Save it? Rainier muttered through gritted teeth as she conjured 2 buzzing light spears, 1 in each hand, and hurled them toward her departing comrades. Her attacks struck nothing but empty air as the others had vanished before the light spears could connect. She sighed, her frustration and disappointment growing within her. The lone fallen angel turned around and gazed toward the open church entrance. No one had set foot here except for them. In her mind, that accursed boy stood there, mocking her, repeating the same line that had saved his life and ruined hers. He was the sole reason she found herself alone and abandoned in this pathetic excuse for a church. It wasn't the devil's, nor Rias Gremory, but solely him and him alone. Damn Issei. The next time we meet, I'll end you. I swear I will. I'll take your life. A wicked smile curled across her lips, giving her a sinister appearance. It was clear she hadn't run out of schemes yet. In fact, another one was already in the works. Just you wait. In the vast expanse of nothingness and boredom, eons before time knew how to tell what time it is, preluding the age of creations and much further before the age of gods and